Did someone just shoot Skippy? Come on, what's the rest of it, Pip?
All right.
Mind you, I have to say I'm young enough to remember seeing it.
Hi, we're here. We're back again.
Yay.
I'll rise to the
G'day,
national anthem. Oh,
g'day.
did I forget the national anthem, Dora? Oh, it doesn't matter. Skippy's the national anthem. That'll do. Oh, no, there's audio now, Surf. You just have to wait for the delay. I suppose we're going to do a housekeeping like that idiot does. Any signs of the flat Earth?
No.
Nope.
No.
I don't know what another question would be opposite to what he
Any
has.
scientific evidence for uppity or droppity? Oh, I meant gravity.
Yes.
Yes.
My drink stays in my cup cup when I make it.
Yes, I've got a mug of tea, and the tea is in mug.
Is there any evidence that water doesn't find its own level?
No.
Large oceans can't hide 2,400 meters of mountain over 140 miles.
And when can't you bring back a ship
Radar
over the horizon with a P1000?
When it's physically beneath the curvature.
Gone over the curve.
Gas pressure and atmospheric pressure. Need I say more?
But yes,
Any
they are
sign?
two separate things.
Any sign that the flat earthers have worked out how a lunar eclipse happens?
No.
No.
No. All right. Any reason worked out why I can't see Polaris from New Zealand?
No, Sam, we're not proposing that it's the globe. We haven't got that far yet.
Well, we don't need to presuppose it. Just go outside and watch the sunrise and the sunset. It's a globe.
Any evidence for Riley's brain?
No.
Definitely not.
No evidence at all.
No.
My question was any evidence of flat earthers having a brain between them?
No.
Nope.
I barely got a cell between them, have they?
I think they might possibly share it on some.
I was just going to say it jumps from one to the other and they share.
Yeah.
Some of them
I
heading
think
for a
they all
cell.
sort of have one day a week when it's their turn.
Pass it around. Right. Final question I can think of. Any flat earth scientists out there?
We need
No.
cricket.
That have a
the,
hypothesis.
we need the crickets going for that one.
No, an actual scientist, not the one that says we're all scientists.
What you can wear a lab coat and glasses? That doesn't make you a scientist?
You do research. You'll be outstanding in your field.
I could go and put a lab coat on right now. Doesn't make me a scientist.
You've got to put the glasses on. Then
I can go,
Oh, I've
I can
got
go,
them
and,
on.
I
I
can go
need
and be
them.
outstanding in the field.
get an egg. I did that. Get some water.
Some salt.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or you could lift up a brick and then let go of it, and its natural want, is to go back to the ground.
Yeah, I tell you what.
Hang on. No. Its natural want is to be on the floor, quote unquote.
That's right. Right, so we've established that. There's been no progress made.
Okay. So we're back to square one.
We're back now. We're done.
We're back to square one, that the Earth is indeed a sphere. And I don't know why people get so upset over that.
Well, I thought we'd start looking at the history of the compass to know for how that it was used, and because I've only got which I could read. I'm only reading from Wikipedia, which is a general idea of the truth. So they're saying it was more than 2,000 years ago it was invented, and it was made of a lodestone, a naturally magnetised stone, in about 20 BC to 20 AD. But they also used it for navigation during the Chinese Song dynasty, 960 to 1279. Later were made of iron needles, magnetised by striking them with a lodestone. Magnetised needles and compasses were first described in medieval Europe by the English theologian Alexander Neckham, that guy, 1157, 1217. Dry compasses begin appearing around 1300 in medieval Europe, and in the medieval Islamic world as well. So this was replaced in the early 20th century with the liquid field magnetic compass. So that's getting up to the modern type. Okay, the reason has to be a reason why they did it. Type in why and you don't get the answer. Professor Bell. Okay. Oh, we've got some little videos here. See if I can sneak over there. Homework.
We're especially fascinated.
Grab them. One of them. Okay, no, we don't need the one with the needle just yet. That one. What else have you got in here? Couple here. Ancient compass, a load of fish. What? A few here. Put in. I'll grab all of them. One. One.
Yeah, it was very hard to find anything about lodestones that wasn't Minecraft.
Yeah, I bet.
Have you seen that Minecraft that modelled the whole world?
Yeah.
Really?
I don't even really know what Minecraft is.
It's like a world builder thing made out of blocks. You imagine like making anything out of blocks.
Yeah.
But like they modeled a whole, like so one of the longest running servers, they modeled the whole world.
Hmm.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine?
Shadows.
Can you imagine like the effort?
Mm.
Incredible. I mean, it feels like you're going back to like the old consoles when you see Minecraft, but you know, they love it. Good on them.
I've already grabbed that one. No, that's a different one. No, I've already grabbed that one. Yeah, we'll probably never really find out how and what they used it for initially. It's a lot of times with discoveries and inventions. It's the basics of something is always lost in history. It's like the invention of the wheel. Where was the first rock that rolled down the hill to go, oh, that's round and it rolls down a hill?
Oh. Hello, Lynn.
All over the place here. What's that one? Again. We got that one. Need to grab that one.
Oh, I made a mistake. It's still an ongoing project.
Someone was asking what scale. I'm taking
It's
that's
one.
what they were
It's a
talking about.
1-1. It's a 1-1 scale.
I think
Put the
I've
link
grabbed
in the
it.
chat here. I can confuse myself. I'm kerfuffled.
Easy done. Easy done.
Then after a few ciders.
Right. Finally.
What have we got in info on that one?
No.
No? No, there's music in that, but I'll try a different one. Ancient compass. Ancient compass, a load of fish. What the?
Marty
I've just found an
makes a great point.
interesting little tidbit. The original use of ancient Chinese compasses was for maintaining harmony and prosperity with one's environment and foretelling the future. If your home or business was placed in the right direction, then you would have a good life, including good health and much wealth. Today we know this practice as Feng Shui.
It's like Feng Shui.
So,
Yep. Can you move that? Can you move that pot just to the left a little bit there? Yep, that's better. Can you rotate the cup 6 more degrees anti-clockwise?
The handle must face outwards so you don't spill it.
See what this is.
Wait, restack your plates.
What are you reading?
Nothing.
No.
Nothing.
Alan's playing with his sound box.
I'm just replying with Dell's voice to the questions I keep hearing.
Poor Professor Phil's going down this rabbit hole, going on these flat Earth shows.
You're gonna need to raise your desk.
Oh no, you're going to Ranty's show.
It's been the glutton for punishment.
You're gonna need to raise your desk by 1.4 millimeters.
Professor Phil, don't go back there. Don't go back there, Professor Phil. Come on here instead. It's
Professor
so much
Phil,
more fun.
Don't go.
It's been.
Don't go anymore.
Said I survived
got
ranches
approached
again.
by a baller and asked if you were a real professor because of the way that they were getting to you. And I think that your expertise and brain is not worth jumping in the muck with all those
I
people.
agree. I'm not going to listen to a word.
Ramses is one of the worst places to go because he doesn't moderate it at all. He just lets everybody in, steps back, and lets it descend into the old what's it
Which
show.
it inevitably did this morning. Yeah.
It's pretty much Ranty Show is pretty much
Blah 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 blah.
Yeah, that's the one.
No, that makes too much sense.
Sean G went in there last night, and in the end, it got so bad that he messaged Rant and said, "Look, this is a waste of my time. You're just sitting back and letting these guys talk all over me, being rude to me." He said, "I'm out of here, never coming back again."
Yeah,
It
well,
was bloody awful because that's what Rant does. And he doesn't control it.
Yeah, and then it was all, oh, we scared him off. We made him leave. Look at that.
Yeah.
We're so good. And I'm just
See,
thinking, oh my God.
I know.
that's what I mean. Like, the Perspective thinks they won everything, and it's not worth your time.
No.
I've taken a big step back from it now because it's just like, what a waste of time. Like, you know, I used to even waste my snacks on them. You know, I don't waste my snacks on them anymore. You know, there's so much better things to eat snacks with than listening to some flat earther deny gravity while they're not floating.
I thought I seen you over on Randy's round table there earlier today.
Me? I haven't. No, sir.
Okay.
No, I do not engage where I have been banned.
I do not stream with Ranty. Sam, I am. I do not stream.
Could you on a boat?
I could not stream with Ranty in a boat. I could not stream with Ranty in a plane.
Would you on a train?
I would not stream with Ranty on a train.
Just try it.
Oh, good old Admiral Zeng.
We'll see if this has got any insight.
There's not very much actual evidence he really even existed at all.
I should acknowledge something that Marty Moose said before. It was very clever. And it was to do with the fact that the only thing that made the wheel a good invention was the axle. I have to agree.
Yes, because let's face it, without the axle, it's nothing but a plate with a hole in the middle.
Exactly. It was the axle. It says, wheel was an important invention. It was the axle that made it useful.
Indicates north and south. It was invented by Chinese 2,000 years ago. The ancient Zhinanzhen looked like a spoon. When the spoon was put on a plate, its handle could point to the south, using magnetic fields. Then Chinese used a little steel needle to replace the spoon. This made the Zhinanzhen easier to carry.
Wow, that's cool. Whoa.
600 years ago, Zheng He, a famous eunuch of the Ming Dynasty, traveled to Southeast Asia and the Indian Ocean 7 times. Zheng even reached the Red Sea with the help of the Zhinanzhen. The invention boosted the development of navigation.
SciManDan.
That brings up an interesting dilemma with the flat Earth. If they use their compass to point south, how were they able to find their way around if the Earth was flat?
Exactly.
Which-
South should be every direction.
Oh,
Which
yeah.
south are they talking at? Pointed at, Terry? Would it be the south at the bottom of South Africa, the south at the bottom of Australia, the south at the bottom of South America, or is it the south that's coming off New Zealand? Which particular south do you think that they were pointing at?
All of them at the same time. Oh, sorry, are we pretending we're on a flat Earth?
Yes, we were.
So the correct thing to do is not answer. That's the way, isn't it? That's how you get out of it.
It's the next answer would be yes, but I wasn't talking about the south. I was talking about the north.
I like what Keanu's written.
Yeah, that's what I was laughing at.
Yeah. Why make things complicated with compass, spoons, needles, magnetisms and stuff? North equals away from kangaroos. South equals towards kangaroos.
Find kangaroos, you're in the south. Fantastic. I like it.
Makes sense.
Sam says once you finish with the compass, you can eat your wonton soup.
There you go.
Exactly.
Clever buggers.
So it's almost like it's almost like the Swiss Army knife, but spoons and compasses instead of knife.
Oh, sorry, I just had a
How
phone
they work
call.
that out, though,
I'll be
right?
back in a sec.
How did they work that out? Just like one day they just saw they dropped the spoon and it spun around. They're like, wait a minute.
Yeah, well, that's what I've been trying to find on
that
on
whole
YouTube, like
sprinting.
where actually how it came about.
So it would have most
I'd
likely
actually like to
started.
see one in a museum that actually works.
It would have most likely started with someone with nothing more than a lodestone, possibly next to one of these spoons. The spoon would have had to be somewhat a center of gravity so that the handle stayed off the top or off the plate itself, and it magnetized the spoon. And that's I believe that's most likely where it would have started, because when you heat a steel that's been magnetized, which the process they would have had to do to actually create these spoons in the first place, it actually loses magnetism when you do that. So that says to me that these spoons would have been most likely magnetized either during the cooling period or with a magnet after the steel's cooled. Because it's the old rubbing the magnet against a needle to turn it into magnetic, or a screwdriver to make it a magnetic tip screwdriver, would most likely be in the same process that they used to make these spoons magnetic. So I reckon they would have known of the properties of the magnet from lodestones beforehand, before they actually made the spoons.
Press play, please, Terry.
Go.
Is there no sound to it?
Yeah, there is sound.
We must sing along.
Not that far yet.
I think that's far more
Vikings
probable for an early compass than a spoon.
Well, Yeah.
What about the Vikings? They were a lot of water traveling. Surely they would have had to have some type of compass.
Like I pointed out to
the Vikings-
Terry earlier, though, Alan, is you've got to remember that the fine iron needle was not used for many years. It was most likely to be bone of some description.
Oh yeah, but as far as I'm aware, the Vikings would float a lodestone,
Mm.
and that seems to me to be the most sensible, because you'd think the amount of friction you would find in a spoon balanced like that would make it very difficult for it to rotate round to.
Well, that's one of the reasons why
in
they
a
would have
general
used.
direction.
That's one of the reasons why they would have used a spoon, so that there was the smallest amount of, particularly the Chinese spoon, like you saw, because it offers the smallest amount of resistance as a friction point when it's balanced like that. You know, it wasn't until later on that they realised that water worked really well, and then you take it to the next level of some type of a mineral oil, so that you could use the mineral oil to dampen as well in a compass setup. That didn't come along until a lot later.
Yeah, it was first invented by Chinese, and it was first used not for navigation but for geomancy and fortune telling. And it wasn't until later that they realised it was important.
Why do I feel like I'm going up in an elevator?
You're placing a bit of rock in a thing to float it, but how do you know which way it's facing without the use of a normal compass?
Well, you put a mark. You have to calibrate other. Yeah.
They would have quickly realised by putting them on a string like this, the major problem would be wind.
Hmm. Okay, this person took a closer look at the history of lodestone, seafaring communities of the late Neolithic and early Copper Bronze Age. What is a lodestone and what is the fish compass from Chinese antiquity? I haven't heard of this one before.
That was probably the one I popped in there for you, Terry.
Fish compass.
Oh,
Must be the bone.
No, I didn't put this one there.
Who put this one? Because if it's no good, we know who to blame.
Who signed? Who
20
signed
minutes
off
long. I
on it?
wouldn't have put that in.
I can check.
Oh, lovely.
Was that a toilet with a lid?
Oh, compass, that's a dummy.
Hey,
Yeah, that's what I said.
Last time I addressed the fish that is depicted on some of the Cycladic so-called frying pans. If you watched all episodes, then you will understand why these items deserve a closer look. Well, I am not done with that yet. We haven't seen much of the swastika lately, but this time it will reappear. At least it appears within reach. Although this is sort of a small sub-series, if you want. The fish symbol, first of all, reminded me of a compass in the shape of a fish. If it doesn't ring a bell yet, then a simple search on the history of the compass will tell you that the Chinese were the first
that's what we were doing.
One, documented not earlier than the end of the 5th millennium BC. 5th century BC. It would take another 1300 years or so before they would use this compass to actually navigate ships on the Indian Ocean and the Pacific, to eventually be brought to Europe around 1200 AD. If you insist on believing that, you can stop right now and go watch something more to your bidding. Obviously, I cannot accept this as a fact. Leaving aside for now whether the Cycladic boatsmen knew of such magic or not, they knew how to rely on the stars and were able to read the waves and wind despite lack of compass. Having a magnetic compass of some sort was certainly no necessity to achieve what they did.
I don't know why. There's sound here.
When I discovered the occurrence of a Chinese fish-shaped compass, I started doing some reading, thinking I must do something with this. Kind of waiting for a convenient moment to bring it up in a video. Now I think I found that perfect opportunity. A compass basically shows you both north and south. There are dry compasses, by which a magnetized needle is suspended so it can move freely, and there are wet compasses. The most primitive form being a wooden floater capable of bearing the weight of a lodestone. During the 1600s, a navigation tool was invented by which the needle was replaced by a wind disc suspended in liquid to maintain its position. I think the first question is, what exactly is a lodestone? Most dictionaries will tell us that lodestone is naturally magnetized mineral, mostly magnetite. Wiki has a relatively good but short piece on lodestone and what makes them so special. But it requires more to get at least a broader perspective and maybe a slightly more accurate timeline than most sources will offer. Just like iron, magnetite, a kind of ferro-oxide, will be attracted to a lodestone or a magnet. But it is not really magnetic on itself, and yes, it makes up the larger part of a lodestone, together with a few other residues of different minerals. To harvest the iron out of the raw magnetite ore, it is grinded and a magnet will be used to attract iron out of it. It is a very simple process. Magnetite crystals are present in many kinds of stone, and during the formation of igneous, metamorphic and sedimentary rocks, the crystals will align themselves to the magnetic field lines of the earth. Observing this alignment in stones allows our geologists to get a better understanding of magnetic and geological changes that occurred in the past and derive from that properties like tectonic movement, etc. Paleomagnetism yields valuable data for various disciplines of study. Lodestone will not be mined deep under the earth though, like magnetite. It will almost always be found on the surface or at shallow depth. The reason for that also explains its natural magnetization. Lodestone is, like I already said, a ferromagnetic ore, mostly containing magnetite, which was zapped by lightning bolts. Short little article on that, with more connections to investigate for those interested. Links will be in the notes under the video. This makes one wonder if the ancients would have made this link and called it a thunderstone, or maybe this name was reserved solely for meteors. Some meteors do contain magnetite, and an interesting object was recently found on Antarctica. The meteor is claimed to be of Martian origin and contains the mineral greigite. Greigite is magnetite produced by magnetotactic bacteria together with sulfate-reducing bacteria. These bacteria, the magnetotactic ones, contain one or more magnetite crystals, forcing them to align with Earth's magnetic field. In other words, they are prisoners of the white lines of the global magnetic freeway. This rare greigite is a lot of those bacteria fossilized. For some researchers, reason enough to conclude that there is, or at least was, life on Mars. These magnetotactic bacteria can be found on Earth around vents on the seafloor. In the Indian Ocean, a unique creature can be found called the scaly-foot snail or sea pangolin. It also thrives around these hydrothermal vents, and its shell, as well as its body, contains ferrosulfides and symbiotic bacteria.
Where are we going with this
raises
video?
questions about the crucial role of cooperation.
Oh, I don't
of
know,
bacteria
but it almost seems woo to
creating
me.
life forms.
Yeah, it's sort of getting a bit wooey when she's saying stuff.
Yeah.
Sort of got a bit off track there for a minute. Does mention it here though.
Sources tell us they did not use it to navigate the waters before the 11th century AD. Now, this Chinese compass was made of lodestone floating on a wooden fish in a bowl of liquid oil or water. The lodestone, being suspended and free to align itself, would point the way, and the Chinese called it the south-pointing compass, which is quite evident since their trade interests lay southwards, not so much northwards. Some claim that the compass was based on an item that comes out of Feng Shui practice. This item contains a bronze plate with a symbolic representation of the sky. Chan diagrams, like they are called, like this, show a heaven divided in 4 parts. 4 auspicious celestial symbols guard these 4 capital directions: the azure dragon of the east, the vermilion bird of the south, the white tiger of the west, and the black tortoise of the north are the guardian beasts. The diagram relates to sky worship and is said to have been introduced by the Zhou dynasty during 2nd millennium BC. The Zhou apparently originated from the Central Asian regions northeast of the Taklamakan Desert and practiced shamanism. Check out episodes 8 and 9 for a bit more basic info on the swastika in that region. I have more to present soon on that, by the way. Qian is sky, and Jiangsu stands for the pivot of the sky. Qian refers to the northern celestial pole, the nail around which the sky turns. The relation to the swastika should be obvious to most. A soup spoon made of lodestone completes the sky diagram and symbolizes the Ursa Major constellation, turning around the celestial pole. At a certain point in time, the emperor was often depicted as a deity among the stars, his chariot replacing the 7 peaceful ones or 7 sages that make up the constellation. Ursa Major, aka the Plough, aka the Big Dipper, aka the Chariot, is one of the most credible explanations for the origins and wide dispersal of the swastika, symbolizing the progress of time, the inevitability of the wheel of fate going round and round, and there are variations using Ursa Minor instead, which circles much closer to Polaris. Although there is good reason to believe that may be not entirely true. When Qian means heaven for the Chinese, Long means dragon. Qianlong is either the star Zeta Draco, the star closest to the ecliptic pole, or the entire Draco's constellation. Draco curls around the ecliptic pole, which could favorably be considered the real center of the night, since even Polaris turns around it. The Chinese call it the heavenly throne of the celestial dragon. I'm coming back to this lizard in probably the next episode. The bronze board and lodestone spoon were very early on used in Feng Shui architecture. It was used, for example, to determine different features of a building according to the capital directions. Experiments have shown that this alignment is not always that accurate. What is more, among several of such items found in rich tombs, only a small minority of these spoons are actually made of a real lodestone. I found references to the shape of the wooden tool in which the magnetized needle was placed to float, but some refer to the shape of the box in which a bowl was kept rather than the floater itself. Although mostly shaped like a fish, some had the shape of a turtle. The turtle or tortoise had a very special place among the mythical creatures who act in some of the indigenous creation myths from the Americas as well as Asia. Turtle is the one who carries first creation on his back and supports the heaven's dome. To the Chinese and more in particular
One flat Earth connection.
Feng Shui practitioners, it stands for wisdom and endurance and longevity, of course.
Could somebody introduce a word to this?
I mentioned the Americas, and this brings us to another subject that is summarized at Wikipedia on the history of the compass page. It takes place around the same time. That is the time when the Olmec occupied and influenced Central America during the late second and first millennium BC. They are believed by many to have brought the first script to the Americas, and they developed a calendar that formed the base of the Maya calendar.
Yeah,
this
I think it's
mysterious
gone off track, Terry.
civilization that so easily speaks to our imagination
Well,
still
we got
fascinates
some
many,
info out of that.
enough to spend a lot of suggestions on their origins.
Yeah, so
we got a little bits out of it, not the whole thing.
Skygazing episode 13b,
I dropped a
spoke
link
of the
in
craftsmanship
Discord for you, Terry.
of the early Mesoamericans and making their mirrors.
Yeah, I think they're going off.
Archaeological
I think if we'd have
discoveries
cherry
from
picked
the
this, I
last
think
10
we
to
got the
15
bit we
years
wanted.
should easily fire up that
So it
imagination.
looks like the loads, that spoon-looking thing was originally started off maybe like somebody said before, like Feng Shui type of effect. Not so much as a compass.
I dropped a couple of links for you, Terry, which are written information over in your streaming room there.
The last one?
Yeah, any one of the three, but the last one's not too bad.
Waiting for it to load.
Yep. So although the compass itself is, or the credit of the compass is given to the Chinese, the properties of the lodestone were known well before then.
Yeah, so the Chinese sort of made a way of making it work for them.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's the same type of rocks that you find in the ground when you're digging around and you pick up a rock and it's got little bits of rock stuck to it, like it's magnetized.
Yeah.
Little bits of rocks have magnetized itself. I wonder
So
if
hematite and magnetite essentially are the same ore, and it's an ore of iron. Now these can have any additional properties in there, knowing that these are actually crystallized ores. They can have, generally speaking, they'll have high amounts of iron in them, but they'll also have other properties like nickel, cadmium, and a fistful of other impurities in there. But yes, look, hematite, although hematite itself can be found pretty much all over the earth, magnetite itself is somewhat rarer. But yes, you can pretty much find it on every continent.
because it occurs naturally, lodestone has been known for thousands of years. Even the ancients observed that lodestone attracts iron. They pondered this mysterious behaviour in their philosophical discussions and writings. The oldest known reference to lodestone's properties appeared in 600 BC, when the Greek philosopher, that bloke, noted iron's attraction to it. Thales attempted to explain phenomenon through animisms, presuming that the lodestone possessed a soul. Other philosophers developed their own theories, but to most ancient people, the lodestone was an unexplained mystery. We need to read all that.
If you really want to.
I think it's covered everything. Oh, NASA. NASA would be involved in it somewhere.
Had to be.
Despite the modern understanding of magnetism, the shroud of mystery surrounding lodestone for so long has never been completely eliminated. In recent years, scientists have questioned exactly why lodestone is relatively rare compared to other kinds of magnetite. Dr. Peter Waszlowski of NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center recently demonstrated that only magnetite with a special composition and crystal structure has the potential to become lodestone. Pieces of magnetite that naturally release this potential. Walensky believes that it did so by being struck with lightning. The electric discharge that accompanies lightning creates a temporary but very strong magnetic field. This field, Waszlowski argues, is strong enough to magnetize lodestone, while the Earth's magnetic field is not. Waszlowski has successfully demonstrated the magnetism of pieces of magnetite at a laboratory in New Mexico that specialize in lightning studies, providing strong support for his theory.
At this point in time, the Earth's magnetic field sits around at 0.5 Gus.
Who?
Which is Gauss, the measurement for...
Yeah, Gauss. It's Gauss. When you said
Gauss,
Gauss,
sorry.
Good old Gus.
Yeah, Gus. Slip of the tongue. Yeah, so it sits around 0.5 Gauss, which is somewhat significantly lower than magnetite. And the two most common followed theories is one being this lightning being struck nearby causes it. One of the other theories that's strongly believed is, as we all know, our magnetic fields and poles have shifted around and changed strength multiple times. Yeah, I corrected Dora. It's all right. And over time, they believe that that the magnetic fields were a lot stronger on the Earth, and whilst those rocks were hot and cooled with the magnetic, set in one direction as they cooled, they would have picked up the magnetic influence of the Earth. For this to occur, though, like I said before, the strength would have needed to be significantly higher. It's one of those debated arguments, which way is the more likely scenario.
Phil says the greater the Fe content, which would be ferrous, content, the more likely the natural crystal structure will line up to create magnetic fields.
Yeah.
Well, they do that in what do they call it? To do with the stratification of rocks, they look at they get a rock where it's laying, and they can even do that for, I think they were doing that for fossils as well, to work out which way the rock was laying at the time of when it lines up or something with north south.
Yeah, that's correct, Terry.
Yeah,
they can look at the micro the crystalline structure to see which way the poles are facing within the structure of the rock itself.
I remember reading or seeing about it somewhere. I can't remember.
I think we may have touched on it on here at one stage, Terry, when we were looking at that whole maybe a fossils video, when someone did that whole looking for dragons and oversized fish or something along those lines.
Yeah, I can't remember where I've seen it. We'll see what this one is. This one says Chinese compass. See what this one's about.
Fascinated with the most mysterious invisible force of all, magnetism. The result of their fascination was the creation of the world's first magnetic compass. This was called a sinon, a section of lodestone which is naturally magnetic, was carved into the shape of the Big Dipper and placed on a polished board. The circular center of the board represented heaven, and the square represented earth, and the spoon the Big Dipper. This constellation was especially sacred, as 2 stars in the Big Dipper always point to the pole star. The Emperor was the earthly counterpart of the pole star, around which all the other stars rotated. The master himself, Confucius, said, "He who governs virtuously may be compared to the polar star, which keeps its place as the other stars turn around it." All visitors to the Emperor had to sit to his south, so that the stars could rotate around his head. Therefore, officials around the Emperor were seen as inhabiting the constellations rotating around the polar star. And so the sinon was a mystical instrument used not for navigation, but as a tool for geomancy, or feng shui. Feng shui is a technique for aligning cities and houses harmoniously with the Earth's forces. Forces detected with the aid of this compass. The sinon evolved into more complex feng shui compasses, which are still in use today. Hundreds of years before the first compass was to be found on a European ship, small factories in China mass-produced a variety of compass designs. The world's first prototype of the dry modern navigational compass was called the magnetic turtle. South was indicated by the direction of the needle, which was attached to a magnet concealed inside the model. Around the year 850 AD, Chinese ships began to carry a water compass to help them navigate during murky weather and storms, when there was no way to use the sun or the stars. This simple mariner's compass would always point south, unlike modern compasses today.
Mm.
Is it me? Or just
Concise and to the point.
Think it goes to an abrupt halt.
Yeah, that one just stopped.
It's like sometimes when you're watching a program on the telly and without any hint whatsoever, any warning, you realise you've actually just cut to an advert. I can't remember what I was watching something the other day. I can't for the life of me remember what it was. And usually you get a pause or maybe just a half a second of blank screen, and it just literally went from program to advert, and it's like, hang on, oh right, okay. And it's like these, 1 minute they're talking, that's it, gone. Just no wrap up, no pause, no little bit of music, just no, that's it. Hit the stop button. Very bizarre.
So going by the where we're up to right now, we've found out what the compass was originally designed for feng shui. Then then for navigation, and now navigation is where we're looking at it now. But they were first using it for like the pole star and Polaris. They knew star rotation at that time. But only the pole star, the North Pole Star.
Yeah, why do I keep calling it the Big Dipper? It's a plough. They call it the plough because it's in the shape of an old-fashioned horse-drawn plough,
Yeah, but the ploughs weren't invented back then, so they called it I don't know what did they call it back then? Chinese?
The Big Dipper.
The spoon. I don't
The ladle. The ladle.
They could only call it whatever shape they knew of what they had laying around at the time.
Only the Swiss call it a ladle. Ladle, ladle, oh, hee-hoo.
Dora says, there is no spoon, only compass.
That's right, there is no spoon. Whoa.
Oh, don't do that, Dora. We can't let Flurf see this information, or else you know they're going to get it all wrong.
Yeah, they'll get it all wrong, and they'll completely deny it all. Okay, I think we've come to a head, so to speak. I think that's all. I think that's enough information to do with all that. Because the next stage is working out the compass. What else the use of it now in the navigating sense? Is that when we start leading up to getting latitude and longitude type things with the compass, or would that be something that would be related?
You can do it with the aid of a compass and a few other tools.
Mm.
You can't just do it. You can't get latitude and longitude just from a compass alone.
Right. Okay. So might have to start looking into that next.
Currently, in traditional Chinese astronomy, the stars are generally considered to compose the right wall of the purple forbidden enclosure, which surrounds the northern celestial pole. How very bizarre.
Okay.
In Malaysia, it's known as the Boat Constellation. In Indonesia, they are called the Canoe Stars.
Okay, so prior to the introduction of the compass, geographical position and direction at sea were primarily determined by the sighting of landmarks, supplemented by the observation and position of celestial bodies. Other techniques include sampling mud from the seafloor, analysing the flight path of birds, and observing wind, sea debris, and sea state. Objects that have been understood as being used for navigation by measuring the angles between celestial objects were discovered in the Indus Valley site of Lothal. On cloudy days, the Vikings may have used corderite or some other. I can't read that. Needs to be bigger writing.
Mm.
Yeah, I'll put it up so I can make it any bigger. That helped a little bit. Used corderite. What do they use that for? Or some other birefringent crystal to determine the sun's direction and elevation from the polarization of daylight. Okay, we'll have to look into that. Their astronomical knowledge was sufficient to let them use this information to determine their proper heading. The invention of the compass made it possible to determine a heading when the sky was overcast or foggy, and when landmarks were not in sight. This enabled mariners to navigate safely far from land. Okay. So it's a combination of things that seem to have been brought to it.
Cordiorite is also known as iolite, and it is a magnesium iron aluminium cyclosilicate. There you go.
But I couldn't work out what they were meaning by how it was used.
Iron is almost always present. Right, so it's got iron in it, so it's ferrous.
Okay.
Bog says the black spoon.
Well, it could be worse. Could be the black spot.
So early navigational compass. A number of early cultures used lodestones suspended so they could turn as magnetic compasses for navigation. Early mechanical compasses are referenced in written records of the Chinese, who began using it for navigation sometime between the 9th and 11th century, sometime between 1050, possibly as early as 850. At present, according to Kratz scholar, consensus is that Chinese invention using navigation predates the first European mention of a compass by 150 years. The first recorded appearance of the use of the compass in Europe is 1190. Now I wonder if they found this properties for navigation for the compass in two separate locations, or did the Chinese actually did it leak across over to Europe through the trade or not? That's as a feng shui device first or not? Yeah. The first recorded appearance of the use of the compass in Europe is 1190. Is earlier than in the Muslim world, 1232, as a description of magnetized needle and its use among sailors occurs in Alexander Necliar's Natures Rerun Nature of Things, written in 1190. However, these are questions over diffusion. Some historians suggest that the Arabs introduced the compass from China to Europe. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. How could it have got from China? Some suggested the compass was transmitted from China to Europe and the Islamic world via the Indian Ocean. or was brought by the Crusaders to Europe from China. Okay, however, some scholars proposed an independent European invention of the compass. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Could it have got invented independent?
But it's quite possible, you know. It could well be that you know, several people sort of halfway around the globe came up with the same idea at the same time. It's happened before.
Well, that's with a lot of inventions and discoveries through human history that we've looked at, where people have built things or made things that are similar or the same as other civilizations, and you think, is that just a natural genealogical, or whatever the word is, trait of humans to make things independent of other civilizations? We can make, like the pyramids thing, that's always had me beat. How the Aztecs built pyramids and people over in Malaysia, over in that area built pyramid shaped, and then the Egyptians built pyramid shaped.
Yeah, people all around the world at various times were building pyramids, and these are people who, you know, civilizations that obviously never encountered each other, and yet they all come up with pyramids. Some of them had slightly different ways of doing it, but they came up with the idea of building, you know, a platform and then building a slightly smaller row of stones on top of that, and then a slightly smaller row of stones on top of that, and before you know it, you've got a pyramid. But they all thought of it sort of more or less the same time, and it's not like they all sat down and said, "Right then, guys, let's try this."
Well, that'd be the same thing as clothing and all that sort of stuff too.
Yeah, basically, yeah, all invention. A lot of these things were all being invented, yeah, by different people at the same time, because you've got humans and I suppose a certain way of thinking, all encountering the same problems, and strangely enough, coming up with the same solutions. Or sometimes, you know, the end result is the same, but the process of getting there is completely different. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff here about, you know, they think it could have been the Chinese first, but they're not certain.
Yeah, I'd say they were the first to utilise that effect of how something can be pointing using the magnetic field of the planet. Whether or not it was used.
Looks like, because it would seem they've got a lot of old written Chinese records, more so possibly than we have over in Europe.
Yeah. And everyone else just borrowed the same principle as a normal compass to use for direction.
Well, I suppose when word gets out and everybody goes, "Well, what an incredibly simple but brilliant idea that is."
Yeah.
Everybody's going to start using it.
But the part that I would like to look into now is how does that relate to the shape of the Earth in any way? Only because of the north-south part of it. That's part of it. I know they weren't mapping the southern hemisphere at this time, so I think that's...
Oh no, that wasn't until much later.
Yeah. So everything they're knowing about is just in the north. Medieval Europe. Alexander Neckham reported the use of a magnetic compass for the region of the English Channel in texts written between 1187 and 1202 after he returned to England from France.
I don't know about you, Terry, but I'm getting a heck of a lot of Jeep ads.
You're getting ads?
Oh, I've got a whole heap of Jeep compass ads come up on YouTube. What's that about?
Yeah, what's that about?
I don't know.
Matt found his way here without a compass.
Yep. I use SatNav. No, I didn't.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I used the modern version. I got instructions from a fluffer. They said, just go east.
You'll be there soon enough.
Funny enough, I ended up in the same spot. How's everyone?
Oh, we're okay.
Very well, Matt.
We're just having a relaxing chat here with the peanuts and the panel.
As you do.
As you do, yeah.
Oh, I've said some good news. I've got a pay rise.
Yay. That's always a nice thing to hear.
That is, isn't it? Morning, Bo. Morning, everyone in the peanut gallery. Yeah, that's gone. It's gone from 200 and something to 400 and something.
Yeah, but that wasn't the stimulus package the government was going to give you. Nothing to do with that.
Oh, no. Government stimulus for us? Nah, never. I'm not royal.
In the Mediterranean, the introduction of the compass at first was only known as a magnetised pointer floating in a bowl of water. Went hand in hand with improvements in dead reckoning methods. Oh, there we go. I think we need somebody that knows how to navigate to understand all this. In navigation, dead reckoning is the process of calculating one's current position by using a previously determined position or fix and advancing that position based upon known or estimated speeds over last time and course. Corresponding term.
Keep going straight.
Yep.
Corresponding term.
We're going that way towards that other thing. Go that way towards that other thing. We're getting closer to that other thing. Go. Don't. You know, the guy's got the one eye out the top. Don't.
Just follow the signs.
Yeah, follow the signs.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that Dead Reckon was on Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yes.
I'm sure we said. Yeah. Pretty interesting. But I was wondering, like, you know, how magnetic north deviates off, you know, because it's always changing.
Yeah.
I wonder if that would have kind of messed them up back in the past, or they were kind of like, I saw it took a bit longer than I thought, you know what I mean? Like, it's, you know, I went exactly the way I used to go, ended up on the wrong place, you know what I mean? Or was it so gradual that over the ages, the compass didn't?
That's gradual.
Yeah.
Look,
yeah, that's why the charts changed. Once they noticed, they changed the charts.
Yeah, until recently, the North Pole moved quite slow.
Yeah.
And it's only been in the last couple of years that it seems to have sped up a little bit in comparison to them. But, you know, even now, the amount that it changes year to year, you wouldn't really notice the difference. Not.
Yeah, I find it interesting.
Yeah.
Because, like, I was talking with one of my customers who is a air traffic control company that works with like the new systems right back to the old ones. You should have seen when I told him there's still people that think the Earth is flat. You should have seen the look on his face, you know, considering the job that he does, you know. But anyway, he said that they calculate, you know, the deviation and then add that to the machine each year. And so in the handbook it says deviate this much from this known position, you know, if, you know, starting from this year to now, you calculate how many points of deviation you have to add to the machine, you know, the manual ones. So it's quite crazy, you know. So we must have some way to keep a good eye on that so they can pinpoint it right down, you know. So,
We'd had fixed position on land
yeah.
to check it. Yeah.
The other thing is too is that compasses are in the northern hemisphere have to be different to the compasses for the southern hemisphere. Is that?
Yes,
That's
so they're
Actually, I
weighted,
think there's
Terry.
five. I think there's five different compasses, isn't there, across the world based on different areas?
I know of three. A northern hemisphere compass, which is something like your silvers or something like that. You'll have a northern hemisphere compass and a southern hemisphere compass. Now, because of the way that the curvature of the magnetic flux works around the Earth, they need to be weighted because they're on a pivot point and they'll have the tendency of pointing down towards the poles, if the North Pole or South Pole. You can get compasses, however, and generally speaking, your military spec compasses are non-hemispherical, so it doesn't matter if they're in North or Southern Hemisphere because of the way they've been designed.
Yeah,
that's pretty cool.
They instead of using a needle per se, they use a card setup. So they use like a thin layer of mother of pearl for the compass to sit on. So it's they use that principle that a very small needle, but a large card, and gravity becomes your friend then and pulls the whole card down, keeping the body of the working parts of the compass flat. So it's as for five, I don't know much about five. I know of three, but
I think it was a rebuttal from Big Blue, I think, to that guy one day, and he went over the different types of compasses. I never heard of them, but it follows on, almost the same way that the sundials, right? We found out the sundials don't work in the south versus the north, so it's funny how it all kind of
It's tying on in it.
And
Okay.
Andrew's picking up on the point that we've mentioned before about if you're on a flat Earth and you're using a compass.
No, they wouldn't work.
You're using a compass. Which way would be south?
They wouldn't.
It wouldn't be a south.
You wouldn't have
They
a
wouldn't work.
field.
They just wouldn't work on it. All they
Yeah,
do is point.
there'd be no magnetic field for them to pick up on.
No, the only place they point was direct to the center. If there is a North Pole, like they say, in the center of the Earth, all it do is point to the center. It'd be totally useless for navigating.
Well, no, there would be no magnetic field. How can there be a magnetic field if the Earth is flat?
Well, that's true. But assuming they had one in the center, that'd be totally useless using it.
That's another one of the easy debunks of the flat Earth.
Yeah,
we have a magnetic field. You wouldn't have that in the flat Earth.
No, but
and that magnetic field does more than just points our compasses in a certain direction.
All that'd be good for is finding the center of your flat plane from the outside. You wouldn't be able to get back to the place you come from unless you put sticks in the ground.
Yeah, because of all compasses or all anything that's magnetic, like a magnet or anything like that of size, has to have a north and south pole. It won't have one or the other.
No, we've got the flat wannabe flat earther out in the peanut gallery now.
Oh no, so he's going to correct me.
Oh dear.
There is that whole philosophy down at that at an atomic level. Apparently, you can get monopoles, but that doesn't affect us in real life. In real life, on the way we are, a magnet will have a north and a south pole.
Not a monopole.
Not a monopole.
Not a monopole. That's right.
It's an ono pole. But yeah, the flurfer's just, yeah, you can't have a center like Stingray. There would be no magnetic because it's not, well, that just wouldn't work.
See, I used the compass and my phone to compare which was north, and then the compass says north, phone said north, star map said Polaris is underground. So there you go. There you go. I'm not going to be using the North Star for navigation.
There we are. Flat Earth just sits at the top edge of the magnetic torus field. Yes, the magnetic torus field created by
no.
Not this again.
Oh, I tell you what though.
Stingray, I'll just say Antarctica.
Stingray's map is dangerous, not because it's going to prove anything, but it's just going to carry on the argument. If they get hold of it, they're going to just be like, well, what about this? It's
look at Chris
70% working.
Chris Perry the other week was citing Walter Bislin's attempt at modelling the flat Earth and said, look, see, even Walter Bislin's done it. Yeah, actually read the whole article.
It got worse. It got worse than that.
And it doesn't work because of this, that, and the other. He was attempting to make it work and couldn't.
Yeah,
it got worse than that, though.
Thing is, Sheeples, Stingray can explain his model of the flat Earth and why it is and what it's doing. If the flat Earthers got hold of Stingray's model, they wouldn't be able to explain anything on it because they wouldn't understand how it works. No. See, there's a difference. Stingray's clever, flat Earthers are thick.
Written in code.
So Stingray had to invent his own physics to make that thing work.
Well, exactly.
And for Stingray to do that, he understood physics in the first place.
Yeah. I think it's a secret flat Earth. To be honest.
Now, the problem here is I don't think there is actually one flat earther that understands physics in the first place to then create their own.
But I'm just telling you, it's dangerous because Chris Berry came rushing into Gems and said, "Well, Stingray's got a map that works about 75%. It's like Stingray's not on your side." Stingray's like one of those platforms that give out in the middle of a video game when you think it's sturdy and you fall to your death. Which we must not say. But yeah, I think that's a good point. Stingray, was there magnetism in your model?
Yeah, the Torah field.
But was there angular perspective?
So it's clear that magnetism was invented because of
it was invented. We're just going to put this core in the middle of the Earth so we can invent it. Now, where can we get a big magnet? I hear Tesco's got 2 for 1 on sale.
We'll get a whole bunch of small ones and we'll join them together. We'll bury it. We'll be legendary.
If you still need to watch Dr. Becky's How to Steal the Moon, because she talks about magnetism and everything and explains quite perfectly how it all works. Yeah, sure. She's being an evil Dr. Becky and she's going to steal the moon on the 1st of April. That was hilarious what she's doing. Yeah, Riley would.
Oh, I better not scroll down too far. We're getting into gyro compasses and things there. I think that's a little.
No, we wouldn't want to go. We wouldn't want to go there.
We don't want to go there yet. No.
Thanks, Bob.
We'll stick to just the normal compass for now. Well, I think we've covered a fair bit. That was a quick subject.
Yeah, soon mastered that. Thank you very much. Good night.
A lot of people wanted to kind of take ownership for the compass, didn't they? Well, it wasn't the Chinese because it was these people. No, well, it wasn't them. It was these people. You know what I mean? Like
that is often the case when simultaneously people invent the same thing. It's like, okay, whose invention is it? Well, it's mine. No, it's mine. No, it's mine. Oh, you're all wrong. It's
you-
mine.
You just look at and the best example that I can just comes to mind. Look at the old radio. You know, you literally had two people claiming to have invented it at the same time, and it was just because one bloke got to the patent office first that he's been seen to be the inventor of it.
Are you talking about
you
Mr.
know,
Marconi?
Yeah, Marconi or Tesla or
yeah.
What's obvious, he sent out hamsters with binoculars.
Yeah,
well,
Marconi just took it further and actually used it benefits. I can't use
Same thing happens in nature, though, doesn't it? It's a bit weird like that.
But yeah, he was the first to the. But basic, yeah.
You know, and the Wright brothers. There are other people working on powered flight at the same time as the Wright brothers. It's not like they were the only ones doing it, and they invented it. Right? There were multiple other people working on the same stuff at the same time, trying to make it work.
They were just
Same thing happens in nature, though, doesn't it? It's a bit weird like that.
But yeah, he was the first to the. But basic, yeah.
You know, and the Wright brothers. There are other people working on powered flight at the same time.
That was my fault.
I was going to say one again.
Thanks, Terry. I love hearing my own voice.
There's deja vu.
My voice.
I thought you were doing a routine to impress upon the fact that people were coming up with the same thing at the same time by just repeating each other.
That was pretty good, yeah. We could have left it at that. We go, damn it.
Yeah.
Could have gone along with that.
I felt a bit of deja vu there. Sorry, I pressed the wrong button.
It took me a split second to. Oh shit! What's going on?
It's not good
I felt like I was in the Matrix or something.
I heard the person talking. I said, "Who's this person?" They come in from Discord. It's like, "Oh shit, that's me."
I'm glad I was stuck in there with you, Peter. At least we'd be able to find a way out.
Did you see a black cat?
Yeah, I saw a black cat, and then I saw another black cat.
If we're in
Was
the
it the
Matrix,
same one?
Where's the woman in the red dress?
Something's been changed.
She's sitting next to me. I got there first.
They've cut the hard line. We're on wireless. Oh, phew.
Actually, stop the woman in the red dress. I'll just settle for Trinity. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Or what's the name with the Merovingian?
Depends if they're wearing that black leather vinyl type stuff or
nothing.
First Trinity.
Yeah, I'm not keen on vinyl. I'd rather it was leather.
Yeah.
Also, the final storm. Was it the final when they went in? Yeah, must have been. I believe. Okay. Bring him back.
You wouldn't call it a monopole, but relative magnetism disequilibrium. Yeah, you probably would, wouldn't it?
Oh, no.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. Just found Peter North Pole documentaries.
Ah, yes, that refers to Mippet's previous conversation.
Yeah.
Don't have to go hunting for poles when we want one.
Yes, exactly.
Who were Fnurk. That'll be Mippet's
I'm just not touching it.
Yeah. I noticed that.
What, with a 10-foot pole?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Has it got a shiny knob at the end? This is the question.
Okay.
Sorry, Harry.
Okay. Peter, by any chance, have you found any other derp since the last time we were looking?
You want me to find dirt now?
No, did you?
Okay, you better switch accounts, Peter. Otherwise, your recommendations
did you find
will
any
be
others
full of...
from the time when we were looking at it?
I have no derp ready, but give me 5 seconds. I'll just type in the keywords and it'll just all magically flood into my stream again.
Does anyone know the hydraulic press channel?
Yes.
I saw a thing that they said if the Earth isn't flat, can we crush a globe? So they made a globe out of Play-Doh and then crushed it at the end of the show. It was quite funny.
It crushes everything with that thing.
Yeah, I was thinking of screenshotting it and saying, "Here's your model, isn't it? This is it."
Dude,
Dude.
Do you want new stuff, Terry?
Whatever. I'm not fussy.
Blue did a video. Did we go over Blue's video yet?
We'll have a look at all that in a little while.
No, I'm just trying to work it out.
Yeah, Blue
That's
done
not
a.
dope.
Blue done a.
Yeah, and we haven't been live since then, have we? So no.
Let me have a look.
Unless you guys did a show without me.
No, we wouldn't have done a show without you.
You have. I've slept through a few.
Okay.
I've slept
Started
through
drinking too early because I'm all these days are blending into one.
There's a couple of
I've slept through
him.
a few.
There's one from him. There's one from them.
I always miss the show when he just decides to go live with like no heads
And
up.
there's one. Is Andrea out in the subpoena gallery?
Yes.
Andrea has dropped a Peter Harrington video. Oh no, wait.
It's a video for me to give to Terry.
Oh goodness gracious!
Oh,
my ears.
Andrew, your favourite person's dropped a video.
Oh, that's one of them.
Who else has dropped one? Mr.
No, we shouldn't make fun of it. I mean, I shouldn't.
Mr. Sensitive, that goes for 3. He did a
3
hour. He done a 3-hour stream.
Captain Sensitive.
Sensitive.
Mr. Sensible. I call him Mr. Sensitive.
Is he in a safe space?
Oh, I don't know.
I hope so.
Professor Dave.
I wonder if there is a Mr. Sensitive channel.
I don't know.
Let me have a look.
Sunset Word Salad, something. Bob. From wherever he's from, I forget now.
So you mentioned about the Chinese spoon.
Mm-hmm.
What else did you want to find? The Western Compass has 32 defined points on its rows of winds.
So I'm still trying to work out why Andrew's dropped me a video that goes for 5 seconds and seems to be in fast forward. Is it just my Google Play stuff? And I'm in my.
You got your settings on fast forward. You must have been watching Oakley.
It goes for 5 minutes.
It's a 5-minute long one.
Yeah, how maps, compasses,
It's just playback speed's normal.
Why did they give it to you for? Oh, God's flat Earth.
That's just children.
Did you find out where the word magnet derives from?
Magic net.
It derives from the name of the city Magnesia in Asia.
That's where Magneto's from.
Yeah, there was a magnetic site on the ancient times. According to another legend, the world originated from the name of shepherd Magnus from Crete, who had iron shoes and once stopped on a stone made of magnetic ore.
Interesting.
Oh, that's what we'll do.
Couldn't move.
That's for some reason your videos fast forward really quickly when you've got the down arrow being held down by something accidentally.
Yeah.
That'll be it.
I don't know.
That'll be it. Went really, really fast.
So we're going to watch that, how maps, compasses, and circumnavigation work on a flat Earth.
Around 1300.
Just checking to see if it's
oh, nice work.
It's got any copyright on it, Terry.
Yeah, I've got it here ready as well, if it's okay.
Multi-tom-tom. Oh, man.
Where?
No.
Where?
Wait, no.
Where?
No.
Where?
No.
Don't.
As far away as possible, preferably.
Yeah.
Andrea Huddle's another derp video.
He came into my peanut gallery a long time ago and he hasn't been back.
I can't see anything on there that's saying, Terry, the only thing that might hold you up is music, if it's got any music on it. So if you keep your finger near your mute button, you should be fine.
Oh, that would be a good
So this is
Mean
a
to
derp
do.
video, you reckon, or taking the piss take
no,
out
this
of
is
flat Earth, or I can't tell.
You're the
Eric
next.
Tobias. It's Eric Tobias.
Original source, Eric Dubay.
Tobias.
Yeah.
Eric the bias.
It's a bit of derp then to watch for now, is it?
Yeah, he's biased.
Okay. Just make sure.
So
you
do we
got...
remove Multi-Tom-Tom from the chat?
no. Is he back in there?
No, it wasn't. Andrea
posted a
Andrews.
video.
Yeah.
What?
Did you mention about standing at a magnetic pole? What had happened to the compass?
We could actually debunk Multi-Tom-Tom's video, Terry.
Andrea said he says he will not come back in here again.
He's not allowed to come back in here again.
It's because he can't.
Yeah.
He's being kicked out.
Regardless, Alan wouldn't let him in anyways.
Alan's not here.
I know, but he'd find a way.
Terry would have to unblock him for him to come back in here.
Yes.
Exactly.
There's a lot of
The only way that
happen.
the only way he's coming back in here, from memory, I think Terry said, if you want back in, you have to come in onto the panel and explain yourself first.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess he's never coming back then.
No. Okay then. I think that's
like
the
giving
same
a flurf a
criteria.
compass and telling them to find me.
I think that's the same criteria for a lot of these flurfers, isn't it? Come in and have a chat.
Yep. I spoke to him in MC Toon Chat today. Oh.
Oh, didn't know
okay.
that.
Did you lose a brain cell?
Did you not want to talk about magnets no more?
I remember he said that he's never lost an argument. I was like, we saw
we'll
you on Red.
We might leave that for what's the next show? Saturday. But that's magnets is just a derivation of what we were talking about with the compasses.
Yeah, it's about the compass.
Yeah, is it? It's about the compass.
Yeah. Yeah, it's about the compass.
Okay,
Muslims.
what do you got? I can stop sharing if you've got something.
Oh no, it's just facts about it. It's I don't know how it's pronounced. It's Qibla. That's to do with Muslims.
Mm-hmm.
Qibla.
Is it Qibla? Yeah. Qibla compass was modified compass used by Muslims to indicate the direction to face to perform ritual prayers. In Islam, this direction is called Qibla and points towards the city of Mecca and specifically to K-A apostrophe A-B-A-H.
Kaaba.
That word.
Kaaba.
Kaaba. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kaaba.
My question is then, Matt.
Yeah.
If you are on the east side of Mecca with that compass, it's gonna be saying that Mecca's that way. Now, if it's using the north-south orientation to work out where things are, and you're on the west side of Mecca tomorrow,
yeah,
is it going to point towards Mecca, or is it just going to go that way?
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it?
I think they know where it is when they're close by, but it's when you're traveling. It's when like they do it for when you're outside of the country.
I thought they just faced east, or is that a fallacy? I thought they always had to pray east.
It used to be like that, but now it's like it's more direct. They know in which actually facing it from where you are.
You face Mecca as in the quickest, greatest circle to Mecca.
Yeah.
How's that? So the most direct route to Mecca.
Yeah.
Is the direction you're meant to face.
The apps actually tell you which way you need to face.
As the crow flies.
Like if you get any new modern app, it tells you, it takes your reading and then it shows you on a compass which way is Mecca for you, which way you set your mat up. And it's pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah, if you stood at a magnetic pole with your compass, because you're surrounded by the magnetic north field, it would just spin round and round and round and round in a circle.
Oh, could you then hook that up to a motor and make power?
Yeah. Free energy. You'd have to use a big compass, though. I wonder if anyone's ever tried that up there. That'd be interesting.
Just don't let Ross.
Would it be?
Ross hear you say that.
Would that be strong enough to turn it though?
The casual
I'm not going
space.
to that.
The casual space heads out in the peanut gallery.
Oh, he's woke up. That's cool.
Yeah, apparently Casual might have eaten a few too many sweets.
Sweet.
Casual spacehead.
Yeah, we won't go there.
He was meant to be on a. He's meant to be on a certain dietary restriction.
He was last night. He definitely lost weight.
Okay.
Not in a fun way, obviously.
Oh, it depends which way you look at it.
Well, this is going to be interesting.
There is a popular myth taught to school children, which most adults today still believe, that people in history have traveled in perfectly straight lines, eastwards or westwards, and eventually arrived back at their starting point. It is heralded as proof of the globe Earth, and claimed that hundreds of adventurers since Magellan have completed such successful circumnavigations, but the truth is that no one in history has ever set off traveling in a perfectly straight line and returned back at their starting point. All successful circumnavigations in history, whether by sea or air, have instead followed the same pattern, which is sailing or flying the most convenient route from port to port, stopping for supplies and refueling until a complete circle has been made. Not a single sailor or aviator in history
Is it a
has
sailboat
or
what
could
needs fuel?
travel only in the same one perfectly straight
Fresh
direction
water
and
is
magically
pretty
arrive
important.
back where they
You
began.
Hang on. They must have
This
filled up with
ridiculous
fresh
lie
air
becomes obvious when critically
for the
examined,
wind.
but when
Yeah.
taught to young children, successfully bends and warps their minds into accepting globe indoctrination. Unlike the cardinal
survival
directions
of
on
the
a
crew.
compass rose,
Who is
north,
this dickhead?
south, east, and west on
Eric
Earth
Dubay.
are not simply straight lines separated by 90 degrees. North, rather than being an upward shooting arrow, is actually a point, a center point, the center point of the entire Earth, known as the geographic North Pole, situated directly below Polaris, the North Pole star, the only motionless star in the heavens, which marks the exact northern center point of the sky. South,
Wrong. It's not
rather than
motionless.
being a downward
It's not
shooting arrow,
motionless.
is actually every line tangent to the northern center point,
This
or
is
in
where the
other
flirts
words,
get their
every straight line
rhetoric
extending
from.
outwards from the North Pole
Yep.
heads due south. East and west, rather
Yeah.
than being right and left
Come to the
facing
south
arrows,
and see that.
are actually clockwise and counterclockwise circles around the pole. The sun, moon, and stars all rise in the east and set in the west, making perfect circles over and around us every day. As you can observe, they travel in a circular westward path over and around the Earth, and do not all travel in a straight leftward direction as suggested by a compass rose. Likewise, navigators since ancient times have used Polaris to guide their ships, knowing that Polaris was the heavenly North Pole. South was traveling keeping your back to Polaris. East meant traveling keeping your left shoulder 90 degrees to the pole star, and west meant traveling keeping your right shoulder 90 degrees to the pole star. All circumnavigations in history have been eastwards or westwards, and never northwards or southwards, because the latter is geographically impossible. Likewise, southern hemisphere flights from Australia to South America, or New Zealand to South Africa, for example, never fly the shortest, most direct route on a globe, which would be southwards over Antarctica.
Yes, they do.
It is claimed this is because such flights would allegedly be too cold for any airplanes to handle. But the reality is, the routes are geographically impossible because...
I've got to pause it.
Yeah, he's talking derp again.
Yeah.
They never fly over the South Pole because there's no reason for them to fly over the South Pole.
That one, yeah.
So, yeah, that one there. That one there. So, for starters, let's have a look at that airport that's meant to looking like an international airport that's in Tasmania. Is that what he's trying to say? That they fly international flights out of Tasmania?
Is there? I didn't know there's an international airport in Tasmania.
Not that I know of.
Interesting.
It would be news to my family who live in Tasmania.
Don't get me wrong.
They're
Don't
waiting
get
for a
me
long
wrong.
time.
There is an airport in Tasmania. In
Yes.
fact, there's a couple, but not
they're
one
just
that
for
flies internationally.
locals, yeah.
It's a domestic airline only.
And from Australia to South America, why would you fly over the Antarctica?
Well, it's more to the point, Matt. So all of a sudden you're flying from Melbourne or Sydney,
Yeah,
to go over to the bottom of Chile there, and look at that. The line kind of doesn't even line up with going over the centre of the South Pole.
no, strange
No,
that.
no, and if they're going to fly from Perth, they don't go that way. They go north from Perth, generally speaking.
Shh, don't tell the flurfers.
It's got something to do with time zones being a more apparent, more appropriate time zone to fly from Perth and go north from there.
Most direct route on a globe, which would be southwards over Antarctica.
Isn't that a
It is
huge
claimed
distance
this
to
is
fly that way?
because such flights would allegedly be too cold for any
Great
airplanes
Circle
to
Path is shorter.
So their map there, look at the difference between Australia and South America. Really?
Yeah, no, it's a bit weird, isn't it?
Really? No.
Why is it that I always feel stretched when I see flat Earth map?
Yeah, why is New Zealand always like some broken off cookie bits? It has a definitive shape, man. It really does. You know?
They're just the crumbs.
Yeah. I mean, some of these maps, we just look like someone dropped some Play-Doh. It's like, oh, there it is.
If I was to point my antennas west to talk to South America, I'd be sitting there a long time waiting to listen to someone from South America because they'd be pointing towards the States and Canada. Strange that, isn't it?
Arthur,
Amateur radio.
flurfers don't only swallow the crap, but they repeat it verbatim.
How would you get on with that map there, that flat map then, Peter? If you're DXing across the world.
Everyone say hello to Blue.
Hello, Blue.
Hello, Blue.
Good morning.
Good morning, Blue.
Or good evening.
Hey, Blue.
Yeah.
Did you do a video about compasses and the different types of compasses? In a reply to that guy or something?
Yeah, I did. I
Right.
think it's in one of them somewhere.
Because I remember there being 5.
Because that's a coincidence.
correct?
We're talking about compasses.
Yeah.
So if I was to look at this map here, Matt, and the direction that my antenna is pointing, which I can actually pick up the time constant at Hawaii.
Yes.
On 10 megahertz.
Yeah.
Which seems to be almost around at about the, would you call it the 9 o'clock position there? Almost kind of 10, maybe 11 o'clock position there. But the way that Australia's pointing, I wouldn't be picking it up at all.
No.
No.
Blue, how would you get on flying on that flat Earth to South America? Not South America, to Australia from... Do you fly over Canada to get to Australia? Or Alaska?
Actually, fly over to probably a little south of Alaska.
And
a little bit.
Would you fly across the North Pole to go to Africa?
Oh, hell no, not from where I am.
No.
Sorry, in this
Well-
map you have to.
I'd be
Oh,
more interested in that time distance from that it
Exactly.
takes to get to say Africa to Perth. That flight would interest me.
I'd
Yeah,
like to
just-
see the fuel tanks on that plane.
Oh, yeah, they'd be enormous, wouldn't they?
Yeah, look how far you got to go from New Zealand to get to Australia. It's not
Yeah,
that far
NASA.
away. Not
NASA,
that
can we
far away.
borrow that really big red tank you strap on the bottom of?
Yeah.
Yes.
That one you're not using for that one you're not using for the space shuttle anymore.
Oh man.
No, these things. It's nothing works about this silly shit.
No.
Yeah, but I did do something about compasses because that guy kept running his mouth.
Just tying on in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember
All right,
there
how
were
many-
5 types of compasses.
Yeah, there are 5 different ones. Most of them apply to a good portion of the world, but and really, I mean, it's just in the way the needle has to be balanced, so that the thing doesn't, dip down and hit the card itself. That's all it is. It's the balancing of them. There's a zone 1 through 5, though.
Yes, Casual, you're quite right. There is a difference between true north and magnetic north. Is it about 3 or 4 degrees blue?
It depends.
It depends on where you are.
Right.
Yeah.
The
Terry?
they're called agonic lines. You can,
Yeah,
they're on navigation charts, and it will tell you what the magnetic deviation is.
yeah.
Terry,
I haven't
if
read
you-
a chart for years, so it's
Terry, if you bring up that picture of Australia that I'll put in Discord for you,
Oh, we're pausing the video for now.
just for a second.
Where I happen to live, there's either 0 or 1 degree magnetic deviation, because the north magnetic pole is lined up from where I am with true north. There you go.
So that's the magnetic deviation across Australia.
Okay.
quite a bit then.
Yeah, that the U.S. does the same thing. Like I say, from where I am, it's about 0. But if you go to the West Coast, it's something like negative 20 degrees, I think, close to it.
Might need to
Yeah,
explain
it's-
this, Peter.
I remember when we were doing
Blue's probably more qualified than I am, but I'll give it a go if Blue's prepared to yell at me when I get it wrong.
Okay.
Get it wrong, Peter.
I'll try. Essentially, our axis of the Earth that's rotating does not line up with the magnetic north or south pole. So depending on where you are on the Earth, depends on if your position, the magnetic pole, and the axis of the Earth line up or not, and the magnetic deviation shows how much one's different from the other depending on your location on the Earth. Is that close enough, Blue?
That's exactly right. All maps, navigation charts, and so forth are drawn in true headings.
Yeah.
So you have to account for magnetic deviations when you're navigating.
Then it's always writ on them.
Yep.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah,
there's-
so-
but I see numbers, but I don't know what they mean.
Okay,
Those
so
are- yeah, go ahead.
yeah, so that's the number that you need to either add or take from your north heading to give you a true bearing, as in a map bearing in comparison to your magnetic bearing?
Yeah, so if you're traveling on the number 4 line, you'd add. If you're on the minus side, you'd subtract it to what the compass was saying.
So the only place in Australia where true north and magnetic north line up is where the 0 is, all the way over in Western Australia there. And the two correlate with each other. But depending on which direction you go, you need to either add or take the magnetic bearing to do your magnetic deviation in comparison to your map heading.
Yeah, if you're on a boat, you've got various other things on there you can go by to make sure you're on the. If you're along the coast, for example, each lighthouse has its own sequence of flashes. You look on the map, and that'll actually tell you what that lighthouse is and where it is.
More silly?
Like, I think it's like Southwold, I think, was like 4 flashes every 20 seconds. So you look on the map and it'd tell you. You think, ah. And if you see the red bit on a lighthouse and you're out to sea, move towards the white light, otherwise you're going to crash. That's what the red light's for. That's telling you you're aiming straight for land, which you don't want to do if you're in a boat.
Press play.
Handle.
That's good to
But the reality is the routes are geographically impossible because Antarctica is not a tiny ice continent confined to the underside of a spherical spinning ball Earth. Antarctica is actually the outer southern perimeter of our level, motionless plain Earth and surrounds the other 6 continents. How far southwards Antarctica actually extends and how it terminates or what exists beyond it are all unknown to and kept from the general public, however, and as a result, no completely accurate, fully functioning flat Earth map exists or could exist without the people being first allowed full, independent exploration of the Arctic, Antarctic, and everywhere else.
Man.
There are, however, several maps which work as good visual aids for approximating the geography of our flat stationary Earth. The Gleason's 1892 New Standard Map of the World and Hammond's 1945 Air Age Map of the World are 2 such maps. These so-called azimuthal equidistant maps are used in practical navigation and can be found in the logos of the United Nations, World Health Organization, International Maritime Organization, and International Civil Aviation Organization. They purport these to be simply 2-dimensional representations of a spherical Earth with the North Pole at the center point, and claim these maps were made by flattening.
Terry, pause it. How the hell are you going to have a 3D globe on a flat surface?
Mm-hmm.
Duh. Do they not understand that?
Yeah.
That's a 2D image. How is it going to be representing a 3D globe?
We don't know how the sun and the moon work. Okay, on the map. We just know that this is how. We don't know the distances. We just know this is how it works. All right.
I think at this point in time, I need to point out something that's the most important thing on the video, on the screen at this time. Down in the bottom right-hand corner, you can see Tinkerbell because he's in Never Never Land.
Yeah, good call. Good call. Now, Terry, I'm going to send you a photo on Discord. It's very special. I don't know what type of scaling is going to happen, so we're just going to give it a go, all right? But it's a beautiful map of Antarctica. But if there's more to the video, we can play that first.
There's not much left, actually.
All right, then.
Finish this off. It's nearly finished.
Okay.
Globe. But just the opposite is true. And the globe, specifically the so-called continent of Antarctica, was made by spherizing our flat Earth and bundling the expansive outer perimeter into a cramped, oddly shaped ice continent under the ball, kept off limits by treaty from the general public.
I want to know when they'll understand that there is no up to a ball, there is no top, there is no bottom, there is no sides. It is a ball.
And there's no edge.
Yeah, and there's no.
Yeah, spheres don't have edges.
Here's what gets me right.
Hello,
If you're
Casual.
trying
How are
to
you,
hide-
Casual? Fine, thank
Oh,
you.
hello, everybody.
Casual.
Hello, how are you? Here's the thing, right? If you're-
Coming
if you're-
guns
if you're
blazing.
I know,
Lasers,
mate.
Terry,
I know.
lasers.
I need to get this out of my mind, otherwise I'm going to explode in any second now, and it's going to be very messy.
Ooh, don't do that.
No,
I
don't
just
do
cleaned
that.
the computer.
Face helmet off first, quickly.
Yeah, you've been eating them sweets again, ain't you?
Yeah.
No, I haven't touched any so far. Otherwise, there really will be an explosion, and that'll be very messy. No, figure this one out, right? If you're gonna hide probably what is the
Ladies
greatest
and gentlemen,
conspiracy,
I am Dr.
that the Earth is flat, right? Why would you then put it over several maps of various organisations that everybody knows about?
Because that's
Really,
hiding
it's
in
like
plain sight.
Yeah.
That's what they
hiding in
claim.
plain sight.
That's what they claim, the Casual. That they're laughing at you. Look, it's right in front of you. They wear it on hats. You can buy it on
Yeah,
T-shirts.
exactly. Yeah, it's kind of like, and exactly what Mad B says. How else are you going to represent the Earth on a two-dimensional flag piece of material? How else are you going to do it? Please explain.
Well, I've provided a couple of photos to Terry now in his Discord that defy the logic of his claims about Antarctica.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when we see these, we can all see.
Yeah.
And it's strange that nobody's yet found a whistleblower that actually knows about the world conspiracy and can provide the evidence. Once and for all.
Still no further scientist either.
No.
So look at the first one, Terry, before you use the other one. It's got all the names on it. Use that one first. Yeah, look at that.
There's
It's
that one.
Isn't that
beautiful.
pretty? Yeah.
It's
I
a
can't
really
see
nice.
a wall. Where's the wall?
Yeah. You can see South America though, can't you? Australia.
Yeah.
It's all there.
Yeah.
What's the circumference of the flat Earth that they're saying? How long is it, or what's the circumference that they're claiming it is on the flat Earth?
Oh right. Hang on.
Well, if the
I thought you knew.
If the sun's only 3,000 miles away,
Yeah, 3,000 to 4,000 miles away. Yep.
the dome is one hell of a dome, isn't it?
Yeah.
So if they're saying 3,000 or 4,000 miles, this ice wall is circumference around the flat Earth.
No, it'd be big. No, more than that.
Is it? Oh, okay.
Or like 70,000 miles.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right. Why isn't anybody actually measured and shown us the 70,000 mile long ice wall?
Yeah, why didn't Cook go
Why
all
hasn't
the
it
way
been
around?
measured?
Numbers.
Yeah.
Numbers. What do they mean?
Why didn't Cook
Except for when it
explore
suits
the
them.
ice wall?
Have
He
to.
explored everywhere else. Columbus explored everywhere. Why didn't he explore the ice wall?
All right, Terry. Show the second photo that I sent you from National Geographic.
Oh, lovely.
Now,
Oh, that's nice. Isn't it?
who hasn't seen what? I think we worked it out now. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
We've pretty much been all over Antarctica.
Mm.
That's the shape it is.
It's
not
funny
round.
that
It's not
yeah.
circular. It doesn't look very circular to you, does it?
No, it's
Well,
kind
It's
of
strange
beautiful.
how all the people that have been there actually find the same dimensions when they measure it out.
Yeah.
It's strange that, isn't it?
Odd.
He said, "Well, he was right though. He said that it was not a small continent on the bottom of a ball, and he's correct. It's a really big damn continent on the
wall.
Yeah.
Fucking huge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not 70,000 miles wide though, is it? So, it just isn't.
That's not an exact number. You have to take the square root of Australia and multiply it by the. How do you do that?
So
It's flurf math. I don't always get it.
No.
So when Columbus and Cook went to the ice wall, did they get attacked by penguins with guns?
They got cloned into penguins.
Oh, they got cloned.
Yeah, the penguins took over them.
Yeah.
It's like a body swap.
When you can't make any other arguments, you make a ridiculous argument, and that's what they do. I mean, they've got to come up with some reason for why nobody could ever go there, so they pull out the Antarctic Treaty and just make up stuff about it.
So
that's their game.
Surely, if Columbus found the ice wall and Cook found the ice wall, surely they'd report back to us, there's a beautiful country the other side of the ice wall. Shall we go there? Oh, no, we'll keep it to ourselves. Don't tell anybody. Don't think so. I think they'd be quite proud that they found another bit of land no one else has found, and everybody would know about it. Unfortunately, no one's found this ice wall yet. Strange that.
Well, according to some, beyond the ice wall is another world altogether.
Utopia.
Another planet. Yeah.
Don't you think Cook or Columbus would be quite pleased to tell people about that?
Can we please not bring that S person into this conversation? Because he's just a rat.
What S person?
I don't know.
No, I don't know.
I don't know. Just tie a knot in it.
Which S person are you talking about?
What, the one that's a rat?
The one that says, I don't know.
Oh,
I don't know.
No.
But that's one of Brandon's arguments as well, is that NASA and the military and all the government bodies are lying to us, and that the Earth is bigger than we're told, and blah blah blah.
Well, the funny thing is from Australia here, you can actually get on a tour that goes in summer, goes around Antarctica. You get on it at either Sydney or Melbourne. I don't think you'd probably be able to do it at the moment for some reason, one or another.
Yeah.
But
wouldn't you need a fuel tank the size of Africa then to do that?
Well, on our Earth,
on a flat Earth,
on our Earth, and in reality, it takes about 20 days to do the trip. However, on their map, the significant size of the outer ice wall is just ridiculously big.
Yeah.
If you do that whole what's the distance from the North Pole to the South Pole, and then use pi to work out the diameter, roughly speaking, of the ice wall, the number is so somewhat significant that I think it would take you a year and a half in the fastest boat to do it. It's just ridiculously big. And they never take that into consideration, that you can actually go around it. Qantas do flights, they do tourist flights over the top of Antarctica. And they do it, I think it's something like 4 or 5 times a year.
Mm.
It's not like they've only done it once or anything stupid like that. They through the summer months, I'm pretty sure they do it about 4 times.
What do they follow? Follow the coast of Antarctica?
No, they actually fly either from Melbourne or Sydney Airport, and they fly over the top of the landmass itself, and they start flying in either S patterns or figure of 8, so that everyone can get a good view of the whole lot. And they
got a few of those shots, yeah.
Yeah, and they do it down, and then they turn around and come back again. It's...
Sure, if those flights actually go over the pole. I don't think they do.
No, I don't think they actually go over the pole. I think they go off to one side. I'm not exactly sure, Blue. You can look at the flight paths of it, though.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think you're right. I'm pretty sure they actually miss the actual pole itself.
Yeah, dear, I'm posting some photos I found from a travel site a while back. It's absolutely magic. Don't look like no ice wall, though.
Yeah.
Well, the closest to the ice wall there is the pictures of the glaciers that they send from the Arctic. If you have a look at a lot of the glaciers that they set up as pictures of the ice wall, They're actually pictures of the Arctic Circle, not the Antarctic Circle.
So they got the wrong location and stuff.
Because there's actually sections of Antarctica that are rocks. You know, it's a rocky beach and stuff like that.
Yeah, Terry, if you check your Discord again, you'll see some pretty incredible shots.
Please do not
Exactly.
open with a knife. Or use an axe then.
Yeah, it's anything but a knife. Yeah. It's quite clever, that.
Who was that guy again talking on that video?
Eric
Eric
Dubay.
That's Eric Dubay, was it?
Yeah, that would have been one of his 200 proofs.
I'm glad I don't live in the States.
Yeah.
The way Eric Dubay talks in his videos is almost kind of like he's coming across as some sort of like philosopher or something, you know, renowned philosopher or something like that.
Oh, yeah, that's done quite on purpose, this whole time.
Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, absolutely.
To me, it sounds predatory. I don't know, it might just be me.
When he says, no, I'm not going to go there, but
bit creepy.
Children,
Yeah, very creepy. He's got a very creepy voice.
Yeah, I think Pip's right. Or Mippet's right. Oh, Mippet, it's good to see you on the panel. Your sound's working properly now.
Yeah, finally got everything happening and it's all working, and I've got more than one thing open. It's really exciting.
Oh, groovy! Wow,
Don't
you're really
go there,
excited.
Mippet.
When you get up to 30
I can
tabs,
Google, Zoom, and Discord all at the same time.
only get up to 30 tabs, and
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't.
You're not a high IQ researcher yet until you've got about 30 or 40 tabs open and everything's running fine.
Yeah,
and your computer runs to a grinding halt.
I'll just be happy with what I can do now.
So what are we looking at here?
It's
The ice
part of the Antarctica
white stuff.
White stuff.
I think it's called snow.
Ice.
What is it called?
Ice.
Snow.
It's called ice.
Oh, what is it called again? No, I can't say it. Ice. Is that it?
Ice. Yes.
Oh, ice wall though, is it?
Ice.
Just
baby.
ice.
Just ice. And snow. I only know about the wet stuff that falls from the sky quite considerably a lot in this part of the world.
What, after you ate sweets?
No, sugar-free sweets. I keep telling you, they're not sweets. They're sugar-free sweets.
Oh, they're not sweet then. They're sour.
They taste sweet, but they're
Like
not sweet.
Your bum's a bit sour in it at the moment.
I don't really want to talk about that right now.
Did you use up all those toilet papers that you had put away?
Yeah, pretty much.
I'll be guaranteeing that Casual won't be using toilet paper now. He'll be using baby wipes.
I'm getting quite close to that, Peter, to be fair. Yeah.
He'll be in that patting motion here. I don't want to wipe, it hurts.
Ow. Ow.
It's very
much information.
Ow.
Type in Antarctica cruise and then look at the image selection there with all the people. It's like no one's allowed to go, and it's like boats full of people.
Except all those people, they're allowed.
Except all those hundreds of people at once.
Well, compasses are to point true north for the first time in 360 years.
I can see north. I can see north quite perfectly there.
Okay.
No, I just saw this interesting article, and it talks about the magnetic pole is shifting.
Yes.
So this is an article that was in August last year. So compasses point to true north for the first time in 360 years. Over the past few hundred years in the UK, all compasses needles used to pointed west of true north. At some point over the next 2 weeks, compasses at Greenwich will point true north for the first time in 360 years. And for some parts of the UK, this may not happen for another 20 years. Either way, it's a once-in-a-lifetime event. The angle a compass needle makes between true north and magnetic north is called declination. As the magnetic field changes all the time, so does declination at any given location. If you work for an organisation or volunteer for an organisation that needs to navigate or use map navigation, its declination is something you learn about pretty early on. It's quite important.
Declination.
If you want to get accurate compass bearings and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
Over the last few hundred years in the UK, declination has been negative, meaning that all compass needles have to point west of true north. The line of zero declination, called the agonic, I didn't know about that. Agonic, is that right? Is moving westward at a rate of around 12 miles or 20k per year, experts say. By next month, the compass needle will point directly true north at Greenwich in London before slowly turning eastwards. The Royal Observatory Greenwich was established in 1976 and from 1839 hosted a specialised magnetic... 1676. What did I say? 1876. Right.
No, you said 1976.
1976 to 1839.
Are you a fluffer? Are you doing fluffer maths there?
The specialised magnetic observatory that made the continuous measurement from 1840 onwards. In 1926, the instruments were moved to Abinger in Surrey, as electrified railway lines have made it possible to measure the magnetic field. So yeah, it's just a thought.
Wow.
It's a damn flux capacitor that's causing it.
Yeah.
Damn. Yeah. So this happened back in the 30th of August last year.
Yeah.
Ah.
There's the date there.
We missed that once in a lifetime.
Yeah.
Aw.
I doubt you would notice.
Yeah.
I guess it's a Northern Hemisphere thing. Funny.
Well, it's only from England.
Yeah.
Everywhere else it was not quite.
Yeah, it constantly moves.
Yeah. It's Mother Nature just messing with you.
I do remember actually that very same thing being on the news as like an end article before.
Yeah.
In the news. But, yeah, just reminded me.
Yep. And the print and press are going, yippee! We can print some more maps out. Yay!
Yeah. They're like, do you want a once in a lifetime true north map? Only 50 quid.
Somebody dropped in the peanut gallery Planet X and the magnetic field monopoles.
What?
Yeah.
Planet X?
Oh no. A new rabbit hole.
In the beer.
Yeah, don't go there.
Want to watch a bit of it?
No.
If you want, Terry, it's up to you.
I'd like to know how a flat earther can explain why the magnetic pole is shifting, or how it's shifting, without it being a globe. You know.
Yeah, if they're on a stationary object, how the hell does the pole move?
Yeah, how is it shifting? Why?
Yeah.
I'd like to see that explanation sometime. Maybe Blue, you can maybe approach that subject during the debate one time, perhaps, or Sheeple, or whatever.
They're confused enough.
Yeah.
If
If you put a magnet next to a flurfer's head, would it stick, or would it just pull everything out of the head?
There's nothing in there.
Yeah,
Oh,
you're
right.
finding this content already.
All right, so that wouldn't affect them.
Well, I don't know. You might find a bit of junk in there if a few wheels, bits of car parts, and things like that in there somewhere.
Bit light iron,
Big
but
bloody
no
ball
precious
of
metals.
earwax.
Terry, did you see? Did you see the
Magnetic
post from
earwax.
Andreas?
No, it's diamagnetic earwax.
Yeah, I just wonder if you'd put one near Oakley's eyes, that his eyes would suddenly flick to the left to the magnet. Put a magnet in front of his face and watch his eyes go backwards and forwards.
Is it the same one?
All
Terry,
sorts of magnets.
have you seen the musical interlude?
What? Must be monopoles. What's
If
he
you
on
like
about?
a musical intermission,
It's quite funny. I've been watching it just to see what it's about. You should be able to be fine with it. It's just a guy making a Yeah, there's no.
Does he understand what mono means?
It's fun.
No, let him catch mono and find out. What was that one that said crappy?
Yeah,
Magnetic and gravitational fields are the same.
Conspiracy parody. Happy
Oh, I
5G
see.
conspiracy parody.
Crap.
You ought to be careful about playing that.
Yeah,
that's what I thought.
Probably about the
Yeah, you're likely to get
forbidden
removed.
subject.
Yeah, I've been going good for the last several weeks, so I don't want to.
Yeah.
My luck doesn't.
On that subject, yeah. I mean, you clearly just said that YouTube are clamping down on this 5G and connected with coronavirus, and also
don't mention it.
Don't say that word.
Yeah, and
Casual.
also with that with that virus.
Human malware, call it.
If there's any videos that are claiming that the virus is a hoax as well,
Are you
can I
talking about
encourage
this?
everybody
You're talking
to
about this computer virus.
No, the virus. It's okay. It's okay.
Just
Can
call
I
it
encourage...
human malware. Don't
Okay.
mention it.
Can I just get this out? Can I encourage
if you
everybody
don't-
to please report it, and it will get removed because I think
instantly.
all those videos need to be removed because it's misinformation, and it's basically helping to spread this virus even further. So that's what I'm doing currently at the moment. Any that I see, I'm reporting it, and it'll get removed for sure. So report it, please, anybody, if you see any.
Okay.
Casual, but the thing you need to understand is the sheer mentioning of that word on any video at the moment. Just saying the name of it is getting them removed.
Some people, yeah, not everybody.
We had a stream go down because of it.
Yeah,
Okay.
SciManDan's.
Okay. Yeah, but like I said, not everybody, because it's been mentioned on quite a few
Yeah,
different
but
videos and it's not
basically,
been removed.
don't bloody say it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you say it
I've got the
again,
point. I
Casual?
think I've got the point. Thanks, guys. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put out my laser.
Just refer it as
Zap you.
human malware, and you'll be okay.
Yeah, human malware.
Say
Human
the
malware.
virus. They could-
The
a
Lagerlurgy.
virus.
The Lagerlurgy.
Or the Lagerlurgy, yeah.
Yeah, that works.
Just say malware. Don't say the V word unless it's victory. That's a funny song, Andreas.
Can we create malware? Now, there's a reason about it, because one of my techies I watch, right, they call him, it's called Gamers Nexus. If you want to know anything about computers and what to buy, go to him. He's great, brilliant bloke. But he got struck by YouTube for mentioning the C word, right? So one of his followers just said, why don't you call it human malware? Which I thought he thought, yeah, that's quite a good play on the word. So he calls it.
Well, it's a
human
bit
malware.
daft, just for getting removed, just for mentioning it. Really, it's a bit fucking stupid,
Exactly,
really,
but it's all controlled by the computers, and the computers can't.
yeah,
The algorithm catches it.
Yeah,
You got to remember at the moment, Casual, there's no one there. There is no one in that office at the moment watching these videos. It's all going through the AI.
Yep.
And the AI hears it and it just goes click, done.
Yeah, I know.
Well,
and sends you a script to dispute it.
well, yeah, you can. I mean, you can say this is crazy that for them to do that, but it's their algorithm doing it. And when you finally
get it.
And when you finally get a hold of YouTube, they'll say, "Oh yeah, it was our algorithm. It shouldn't have removed it. We're sorry." But in the meantime, you go through a whole bunch of shit because somebody's too damn hard-headed not to say the word. Just leave it alone.
Yeah.
I'm not hot-headed.
Your bum is though.
Hard-headed.
Yeah, it's not a bad thing in a way, but it's a pain in the butt in the other way.
That's all I'm saying. It's just causes
Yeah, I get it.
nuisance pain in the ass that nobody needs to go through.
Casual, do you get it?
He got it.
I don't.
Got what? What are you talking about? I have no idea what you're on about.
Fantastic. He's already
good.
We've already used the mind forget weapon.
Yep.
So I'm not allowed to mention the. No,
I don't know why south is green and red is north. I don't.
We're gonna watch this stupid. I don't know if it's stupid or what it is.
This
Somebody
is the
put it in
Christmas
peanut gallery.
explanation.
I don't like this.
Oh no, not her.
Who?
Ah?
Just read it.
Heard.
Planet X researcher. Laura.
Ah.
No, don't, please, no, don't.
Don't
Dr.
what?
Gloria Albers.
She's lost the plot.
Completely.
She's had too many acid tablets while she was at uni, and it's now caught up with her. Oh no, no.
Oh, but you want me to let the peanuts vote then?
Yes, let the peanuts vote.
Yeah, shall we watch it? Say one. Shall we? We'll watch it.
Or
two,
just
we
say
won't.
yes or no. Yeah, yes or no
Yes
to
or no.
watch this video.
If you don't say no, I'll send Casual round to use your toilet.
The panel allowed to vote?
No, you're not allowed to vote.
Okay.
No.
Mippet's not allowed to vote.
Whoops.
Oh, yeah, Mippet's voted. Oh dear.
You're not allowed to vote,
I was just
Mippet.
del cowing. Hey.
Yeah. Lies.
Okay,
lies.
if I get 3 plays off 3 nays.
No.
Okay.
Yes for a laugh.
Whoop,
yes or no.
whoop, whoop.
Oh.
I think I've got 3 already. Play, please.
I'm taking his.
No.
He said yes or no.
for
I
a laugh.
choose no.
Yes or no. Yes.
Yes. Yes
No.
or no. I choose no.
Yes.
No.
I got 3.
Yes.
I got 2
No,
yeses,
there's
3
there's
yes.
more no's now.
No, I
Terry.
got,
No.
Mippet's not counted.
No. John Stocks here if we choose no.
Dora said play.
Well,
That's a yes. Arthur said
Yeah.
yes. And Dora
Yeah,
said
but John
yes.
Stock's no is longer than
but Dora
everybody's.
can't.
Oh, I can't
Dora
vote
can't
twice.
say play twice.
Okay, so
Or
it's,
4 times.
Gosh, I
play,
All right then. Yeah. Oh no, he's folded. John
play,
Stocks is folded.
play. John said
Oh,
yes.
damn.
Arthur said yes.
Yes.
Brady said yes.
They've
I'm gonna-
played us.
Right,
I'm going to
stop
make
voting.
coffee. I'm going to
Stop
make
voting.
coffee.
All right.
Yes wins. Stop voting.
All right then.
Just
Everyone
one
have your
question
brain
before you
cells.
start, Terry.
Pardon?
One question. How long do you intend to torture us for? Not the full 10 minutes, please.
Or do you want me to speed it up?
No,
Nah, that'll be worse.
Hey,
That'd
Terry,
be
I'm
fun.
just going to go have a shower and I'll be back when it finishes.
I'm just gonna
I'm
go
just
down
going off to the
I'm
shops.
just gonna go
Yeah,
down
I'm
the
off to
shops
the
and do my
shops.
weekly shopping.
Yeah.
You have to stay. You have to
No,
stay.
I'll be back in 10 minutes.
I'm going to hide in Casual's toilet.
I
wouldn't do
can't
that.
disappear, play video and then disappear. You can't do
You
that.
might not come back.
Can we deafen ourselves in here? No.
There's no
SciManDan,
way.
yeah, SciManDan did not tell you to say yes, and nor
You
did
just take your headphones off.
Cats either. Stop lying.
All right. Push A over with. We'll leave the meeting if it gets too bad.
Terry,
Terry,
just hit
Terry,
play.
Terry, press
Blah
play,
blah
please.
blah blah blah.
Do we need face palm protection and move the monitors back, Blue?
Yes, you will.
No, yes, you will. Yeah, press play.
I'm holding 2 hands onto
Please.
my drink. I'm all good.
Albers,
down.
Planet X research and professional physicist. And today I'd like to bring to you another one of my articles. This one's entitled Planet X and the
Professional
Magnetic
physicist.
Field, Monopoles. As I have shown in Article 849 entitled The Magnetic and Gravitational Fields Are One and the Same, the gravitational field is the same as the magnetic field. This understanding comes from the observation of Planet X cores, the cores of dead stars in the Sun's corona, and their effects on both the Sun and the Earth. And you may look at Article 785 entitled Planet X is here, but what is it exactly? And Article 847 entitled The STO Eclipse Season Deception for more details. However, the magnetic field is believed to be a dipole field, and the gravitational, like the electrical, a monopole field. In other words, the magnetic field always forms loops, and the electrical and gravitational start and end at point sources. But cores are sources of magnetic field and must therefore be monopoles. So how is it possible for the magnetic field to always form loops and for monopoles to exist? And you can see magnets, and magnets have north and south poles, and the field starts at the north pole, goes around in a loop to a south pole. And same thing with this horseshoe magnet, the south and the north pole. Whilst with the electrical field we have point sources where the field starts, so these are sources of electric field. This is positive and this is negative. So how do we solve this problem? The two north and south poles of a magnet only exist as long as they are not connected. If they are connected, the magnet takes on the shape of a toroid and they disappear. So if you connect the south to the north pole, you bend this horseshoe magnet and connect the two poles, they disappear. So if they are connected, the magnet takes on the shape of a toroid and they disappear, and all we are left with then is a magnetic moment, which simply tells us which side of the toroid is facing up. This means that photons, the particle out of which everything in the universe is made of, is a toroid. And as since all particles are made of photons, including the proton and the electron, all particles are combinations of toroidal-shaped photons and are therefore also monopoles. And you may look at Article 818 entitled Planet X Observations, the Electrical Universe is Made of Light. So here you can see a horseshoe-type magnet. The magnetic field will go through the magnet, and then outside the magnet it will, that will be its shape. It will form a complete loop. Then if we close the toroid, connect the north and the south pole, then the field will stay the same. It will form a loop. The north and the south pole have disappeared. So, and all we have is a magnetic moment from the direction of the magnetic field. In this case is in this direction, indicated by the arrow. So towards the right. So in this case, the magnetic moment is up. So we would say that the toroid is facing up, or the photon is facing upwards from the direction of the magnetic field. But there's no north or south pole, only a magnetic moment. So when a magnet is bent in such a way that the two ends meet, the north and south poles disappear. They cease to exist because they are a construct meant to confuse us. Particles do not have poles, they have magnetic moments, and so do celestial objects. The north and south poles of celestial objects are not the same as the north and south poles of a bar magnet. They are magnetic moments which tell us which way is up and which way is down. So cores will have points where the magnetic field is stronger. These are connection or ejection points. In other words, points at which matter is created and energy connections are made with other cores. On the Sun, these points are obviously along the Sun's equator, as this is where most of the eruptions take place, and thus where the Planet X cores connect magnetically. And you can see the Sun here erupting in this Yoko image. You can see most of its volcanoes are along the equator. So this would be where the stellar cores, the cores of those dead stars that were destroyed thousands of years ago, are coming to the Sun and making connections with it and inducing it into having matter creation events or volcanic eruptions, which we also call CMEs. And you can see how many of these are occurring on the Sun. And these are where the Planet X central cores would be connecting, and those are the ones that induce this kind of matter creation from the Sun. They do the same thing from the Earth. That's why the Earth has volcanoes as well. And central cores, well, the core system inside stars is just not one core, it's a system. It will have a central core which will be much larger than all the satellite cores inside the star or planet, and the central core will be at the center of the system, and the satellite cores will be dispersed throughout and closer to the surface. Some cores have double connection points, and matter creation occurs at both simultaneously, creating a loop-shaped ejection. But not all do. Volcanic eruptions on Earth are mostly in the form of a line of plasma, which then curves into a loop in random directions. You can actually see one here. So this is an ejection that comes out as from a single point, and then it loops in random directions. But here you can see one, most likely a central core for a planetary or a star system, which has double connection points or double ejection points. And it's most likely a central core because it has very little material to make connections with, but yet it's absorbing energy. And you can see it's absorbing because it's emitting blue light from its surface. And these are plasma emerging from the sun, and you can see the large loops, but not all the plasma is emerging as loops. As you can see, there seems to be a stream that's just coming up. There seems to be another one which is then looping. So not everywhere do we get plasma loops on the sun, but these are clearly plasma loops. So this would be coming from double connection points on a core, whilst the other ones maybe not, most likely not. They could be from other connection points as well that loop. This one may be a loop which may be connected further on. It's not in the picture. But this one definitely looks like a single stream coming out through the sun's surface. And you can see that there isn't magma all over the sun. There's a patch here where we don't see any, or I say magma, it's plasma, it's the same thing. And so this is from the Earth. So here we have plasma loops emerging from a volcano on Earth. And the Earth satellite core doing the ejection in this case is most likely a single ejection point core. But the magnetic field still makes loops, and thus the plasma it created still conforms to the loop shape. It just does not follow the clear direction that we have here, because there's a connection point at one point here and another connection point on that side here, and they're both ejecting at the same time, and they are connected, so it comes out in that shape. It forms these loops. So in conclusion, magnetic monopoles exist and have always been around. The toroid is a monopole, and photons have to be in the shape of a toroid and thus be monopoles. Horseshoe or bar magnets are simply broken toroids. Connecting the poles makes the poles disappear and a monopole emerges. The monopole has a magnetic moment which allows us to tell which way of the toroid is facing up. All particles and thus all celestial objects have magnetic moments, not magnetic poles. And these are the references, and in the description box you will find connection to a website where I post some of the articles if you'd like to read them, and to where our books are available. This is Dr. Claudia Albers, Planet X physicist. Thank you for watching.
So if she's a physicist for a planet that doesn't exist, does that mean she's not a doctor? Because that doesn't exist either?
Quite possibly. You'll notice that's Anthony Riley levels of referencing. Here are all my references. Yes, they're you.
And not only that, since when's there been volcanoes on the sun?
I think she's confusing the difference between nuclear fusion and lava. I didn't listen to it.
I think she's confusing a brain with, her intellect with somebody having a brain. Oh, God,
I didn't listen to any of it. I took my headphones off.
I think she's confusing farting with thinking.
And what she say? All toroids are monopoles. Therefore, all electrons must be a toroid.
You know, and she showed a volcano obviously erupting, and she's saying those curves and all that crap that's being fired out of it is magnetic lines. What the hell?
A solar flare is not the same as a volcano erupting. Sorry.
It's a ballistic curve. You know, it's been fired out of the volcano. It's a ballistic bloody curve. It's not doing magnetic lines. You
missed.
Oh God.
There's a good reason why she no longer teaches students.
Yeah, she lost her teacher's degree, didn't she? She had it somewhat ceremoniously removed and told to leave.
Yeah.
I wonder why.
How many articles has she written Somebody said 850 plus. Is that right? Does anybody know?
I know she's got like about 6 or 7 books out.
Yeah,
she's got.
I didn't cheat, Dora. I went out and hung my washing out because that was more interesting than what she was saying.
She's got a number of papers that have been released that, when you read them, are very much the same as Riley's thesis. Empty, hollow, with no logical thinking, and just like the presentation there. Her only quotation is herself.
Yeah.
You know, she references herself as the
source of information,
the source of all the information.
Yeah. I've forgotten what I was going to say then. Oh well. Could have been important.
Must have been a lie.
Dora said I've got to play it again. Mad cheated.
Hey, I've got an idea. Can we play it backwards?
No.
And that way she can eat her words.
No.
Yeah. That'd probably make more sense as well if you played it backwards.
Yeah. It's just long words strung together that mean absolutely nothing.
Yes, you're quite right, Andrea.
To make it sound clever, but it's not. It's just all gibberish.
She's got a really hot body, because if she doesn't, there's just not much left. If she doesn't, they just need to take her on down to the vet and have her put down, I think.
How old is she? Does anyone know, roughly?
Who cares?
Well, it's just me neighbours come round and asked. She says, what?
Oh, okay.
I just told her, I said, do you know magnets are monopoles? And she just looked at me with that dirt look. What? What did you just say? And I says, the physicists talking about it. She says, yeah, but all physicists go kooky after a while.
Yeah, no, but that's probably why she's gone cuckoo. So she's the only one that we know of that has these theories then. There's nobody else that has these theories. It's just her.
Hang on.
One of those.
Soon she'll be like,
oh, if Lemonbird's listened to her, I'm sure he's got them too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no.
All right. Okay. So volcanoes, the stuff that's been ejected out of volcanoes is magnetic lines.
Yeah,
it's not a ballistic trajectory of the crap that's been flying out of it. Then. Okay.
Yeah.
My life is complete now. I feel my life is complete.
Next time you see a volcano erupting, it's going to cause a solar flare.
Yeah, it's a earth-bound. It's an earth.
Yeah.
Simultaneous solar flare. So I get it. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. My life is now complete. It's complete bollocks, but it's complete.
I suppose she's over 50 then, anyways.
I just can't deal with this tonight.
I can't deal with
Peter, it's okay, Peter. It's all right. It's all right. It's okay. Just calm down.
My,
it's okay.
my brain said no.
No, it's okay, Peter.
Brain says
okay.
no.
It's all right.
Terry,
oh, we'll be talking about something. I've missed the last 20 minutes.
Can we?
What are we talking about?
Play that song that was posted.
Can we maybe play a video that's actually real, that actually makes sense? Maybe, perhaps.
She looks crazier than
Hey, so can I just premise a question here?
No.
Well, I'm always here, Sheepy. I just don't butt in.
Terry, did you get that music video by Andrea Elds? Andreas Elds?
No, any music type stuff I have to be careful of playing, because it could break the copyright stuff.
You know, I think this will be okay, because it's not the original song. It's like just a jingle.
Yeah, but the tune can also get it too.
Sorry, Pete, I cut you off there, mate.
That's fine. I was just going to ask, since radio kind of uses the same electromagnetic spectrum type waves that come out of the antennas, does that mean every time I'm using my radios that I'm actually
eruption?
I'm making a solar flare?
Yeah.
I'm just a bit confused now.
I'm standing near your antennas.
Arthur in the Peanut Gallery just posted an article, I think, about her. I think it looks like it's the same person. I think, or it might be the same person. Yeah, Claudia Albers, that's the one.
Lost it now.
And it's got a video in it in the article as well.
Where did she used to teach then? What country?
South Africa.
Oh, that explains why
Blue.
she's got dirt.
University of Witwatersrand in Johannesburg, South Africa.
Blue. I think you need to ring the vet because I've just seen her. If you look on the peanut gallery, Arthur has posted an article and you actually see her on a video. So I think you need to call the vet right now.
Okay.
Yeah, she had a good run.
Which one? The Arthur,
Yeah.
Arthur dropped one and Dora dropped one too.
Yeah,
So, but-
You're talking about the first
Pete-
one Arthur dropped.
yeah. So you actually see her. So you definitely need to call the vet to get the euthanasia kit ready. Yeah.
Pete, do you want to have a look at that video I posted and see if it's
Well, as Arthur said, she looks crazier than a coconut,
Usable.
so that probably sums her up, really.
Oh, that's not
Yeah.
gonna work. Hold on.
Yeah,
That's not gonna work. Hold on a second. Unless the dots are part of the thing. Oh, what? Hold on.
I just can't wait until what's the guy you had on before?
Oh, that's not
Apparently,
gonna work.
apparently she's a nuclear physicist. Apparently.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Who's the guy? Oh, Eric Dubay. I just hope he don't get hold of her. I just love
the
to
correct-
hear him quote her.
She got a master's degree in theoretical physics, a doctor of philosophy in theoretical particle physics, and then a master's degree in science education.
Theoretical.
How?
Well,
Yeah.
theoretical, you just make it up, don't you? You don't have to prove it,
Theoretically.
you just come up with a theory.
No, it's not. No.
She has.
Well, yeah, she has, but
She
yeah,
took it.
that's
She
not
took
how-
it too far. She took it too far. She's
She
like,
took the
in
word
theory.
theory.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
In theory, this
theoretically, it could
yeah,
work.
Theoretically, connecting
Well, it's
magnets
not even a
makes
theory, it's just a-
makes the magnet.
I mean, isn't a theory based on some provable is ways? Theory is a hypothesis based on mathematical models that show that it could possibly
Not
work.
necessarily. Not
Yeah,
necessarily.
practical though. Practical models that can work in basis of
Yeah,
reality.
but has she produced any mathematical practical models that might prove that what she's actually talking about is true?
Yeah, she used YouTube.
Well, I'm not gonna take the risk and look into it to see if she has.
Yeah.
Well, quite clearly she hasn't, because she wouldn't have been kicked out of uni if she hadn't.
I mean, particularly if she's sourcing her own articles as the source of her information, is kind of
Her best friend is
make you
Riley.
wonder. Yeah.
Hello, Demon Orb. It's waving out there.
Hello, Demon Orb. And she suffered a severe brain trauma and borderline lethal drug overdose. Don't know.
Those are theoretic drugs. That what she was making. Theoretically, this won't kill me.
I'm sorry, guys. I didn't listen to your warning about this this person. I was
Pete.
fairly warned.
Did you check that video out to see if it's playable?
Oh,
No,
Did
you
you
can't
read
play
what-
music if it's got a melody or lyrics.
Yeah.
You can get struck.
did you read what Vroom put in there? Isn't this the lady with her own website that GeoStriber investigated? None of her references know they
That's-
were being used as references.
That's correct.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah.
She needs to be took down.
Gilles Reba. He's awesome.
Yes.
Yeah, something
Apparently-
did happen to her.
Apparently, she claims jet engines are anti-gravity engines. Do
Yes,
you
she
need any
does.
other answer for does she
Have
What?
any
She uses any
coherence?
Yeah, there's no. She doesn't obviously use any math at all.
No.
She doesn't think jet engines run on compressed air.
No,
Like
she just claims they're anti-gravity engines.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose if you think about it in a way, she no, she's not right now at all.
No, no, don't go down that road. No.
Well,
No,
theoretically,
no. I'll
if you
stop-
slap
I'll stop
casual,
there.
he'll stop. You know.
Yeah.
Let's try it.
Put a cork in it, casual.
Okay. Oh, shut up now.
I'm only kidding, casual. I'm only kidding.
No, I was doing that on purpose as a laugh, guys. Don't worry about it. It's all right. It's okay. It's all good. It's all good. I haven't lost the plot, not yet. Anyway. Oh, Professor Phil's in the chat.
Yeah, we know where you're coming from, casual. You're coming from the toilet.
That's far more accurate than I could ever say.
Hello,
do you know
Phil.
when I muted myself earlier on? Where do you think I was?
Yeah. Ask him. Yeah, Professor Phil. Does he know anything about her?
No.
Yeah.
No. No.
Oh.
No. If you do that, Mad, Professor Phil will never come back. He'll look at you in a new disrespect, and he'll just think, how can anyone even play that, let alone believe it?
No,
But he's been on Ranties.
I didn't know if he knew what happened to her, why she went derpy.
Is she worse than Ranties? Be honest.
People, that's $1 in the swear jar.
Who swore?
Oh,
did I miss
He did. I heard it.
Who? Who was it?
Sheeple.
What did I say?
You said the F word, you naughty boy. I heard it.
I'll put him in the rubber room. I'll put him in the rubber room
Did
for
I?
5 minutes.
I didn't even say any word. What did I
You
say?
just said some words there.
I did not say the F word.
Yes, you did.
Well, it must
Play
have
it
come
back.
out.
Okay, I'll
Play
play
it
it back.
back.
You want me to play it back?
Yeah. I'm
I
gonna
can.
go. I'm gonna go.
I can play it back.
No, don't you play it back.
So, yes, that's the thing. You're either guilty, but if Terry has to play it back, it's then double the price because you've then officially said it twice.
Well, let's. I mean, we don't often hear Sheeple curse. It's a very rare thing from him. So I think you should allow him
Oh,
a
so
slip
you're going to pay his fine
once in a while.
instead. Good on you, Casual.
No,
Good on you,
I'm not,
Casual.
no.
Just rack it up to the rest of Casual's
Yeah,
£75 that he owns.
I'll take the fall. That's okay. Yeah, put it on my tab. I'll speak to Globy. You can put it on my tab.
What's her name?
There you
Claudia.
go. I'll pay your fine, Sheeple.
Yeah, Professor Phil.
I'll take the fall.
As you're in the side chat, Claudia Albers. With a really big question mark after that word. Oh my God.
You don't want to do that to Professor Phil, do you?
Oh, he'd probably laugh his head off if he heard what she was saying. He said, what? This is worse than flat earthers. Right, hold my beer. Don't need Phil. Yeah, they're anti-gravity. Yeah, she's just lost the plot. Really, really lost the plot.
Have you played SciManDan's Tinfoil Tuesday yet?
No, not yet. No, we haven't got up to that yet.
Oh, I haven't got to that point. Oh, okay. I always enjoyed Tinfoil Tuesday. That's always a good one.
Still, I've got 1,
And
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Oh,
backdoor shut. Yeah.
8 videos.
Come to think of it, you might not be able to play. You might not be able to play Tinfoil Tuesday.
Why?
Because it mentions a certain word.
Yeah, but it's the way it's done. It's already been cleared.
Yeah, he's cleared from doing it because he's.
Oh, is he?
He is. Yeah,
Yeah, but we're playing it, so that's what I'm worried about.
No, we should be all right,
exactly.
Terry.
Yeah.
Well, he's only giving out facts. He's not making any shit up. So
Apparently, it doesn't matter. Even mentioning the word apparently can get you removed temporarily, albeit once you appeal it, but still.
Yeah, I think SciManDan would be okay to say it. You can always beep over it every time he says it, Terry.
Yeah. Trying to work
How are you going to do that in time?
Beep.
Beep.
Good evening, Aussies.
Morning,
Good
Phil.
evening, good evening, Pommies.
That's a bit
Hello,
cruel,
Professor
Arthur. That's a bit cruel.
Good morning, Pommies. Good morning, Pommies, and good evening,
Good afternoon.
Aussies.
Good afternoon.
I can't
Yeah.
Good
turn you.
afternoon, is it?
Professor.
I can't turn you down a half a decibel, Phil.
Okay, how can I do that? Let me see.
Just
Oh,
talk
yes,
Is that what you got to be?
oh, yes, now I remember how to do that. Go to settings. Master volume.
It's got a lot of push in that, Mike, hasn't it? Like when you get sound
Got a heck
through
of a
it.
lot of gain.
Yeah. Yeah, you're gonna have
Yeah,
to work
Arthur-
out. You're gonna have to find the gain setting in it one day, Phil, and turn that down for when you're on
Okay.
here.
I'll put it somewhere else. Yeah.
Crash.
And around the other way.
I checked it. I played it back. I said, "How can?"
How does that feel?
Yeah, it's not the volume; it's the gain. I think.
I remain innocent.
Just move away from it a little bit, Professor Phil, if you can.
Okay. To be honest, I'm not sure if which is whether the mic.
Oh, that's terrible.
That's horrible.
Microphone. Yeah, it says the microphone is the Yeti thing. So
Oh, yeah, you've got the gain up, I think.
Yeah.
Let me.
Really
What is
been
it?
overdriven.
Is it the Blue Yeti Mini or Micro or what is it?
the Yeti Mini. I think it's not
Mini?
blue, it's sort of black actually.
So it's a Yeti Mini.
Okay, so now you're listening to the mic from my actual computer.
That sounds better.
That's better.
Oh, does it? Okay, so it's not. It's the other one. The other one is like it's going to blast the whole world.
It's probably because you've got it like at 100, and the mic's so powerful it doesn't need to be that high up. So if you just turn the whole mic down a little bit.
Overdriving. Yeah.
The other thing is I'm in a fairly small room. It's with brick walls, and there's really nowhere for the sound to go here.
Yeah, it's kind of just picking it up. It's amplifying the sound.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's bouncing off the brick walls, and
and
that's all there is much.
Bit of
So
reverb.
right now, I'm actually speaking on the speaker on the microphone on the computer itself.
Well, that's a lot better for now.
Yeah. Okay, that's cool. All right, we'll go with that. All
Right, Terry. I watched the stream back, and I did not swear.
Really?
No,
We're going to take your word for it.
I said I know. It sounds like I said the F word, but what I said is how can
Are
it be
you doing
worse?
a Claudia on us? Are you?
No, because I said he's been on Ranty's. How can it be worse? It sounds like
No, that doesn't sound
If
like
can.
that. No, it doesn't.
Well,
No.
I just thought it was time to set a fox in that chicken house, and it certainly did that. So quite a few feathers got ruffled.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
You just can't care as much as Professor. I had a person come and approach me and say, "Is that Professor Bell who's on Randy's? Is he a real professor? Because he's losing his cool right now." It's just like, oh, okay. I told him,
No, it's all right. I had a bit of fun. That's all.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
he's not
all.
losing his cool. He's just been authoritative.
That's right. Yeah, and not only that, I went. Look, I decided to tell Paige that she had squandered her opportunity for education.
I bet that went down well.
Oh no!
I said,
Did
I
you
said,
tell
"You've not-
Paige off?
Yeah, I told her, not only have you squandered your opportunity for education, here you are with an opportunity to get a little more, and you are squandering it again.
Oh dear.
She
What was her
took too well
reply?
for that.
That sounds like something a teacher would say.
Yep.
You're
Yeah,
squandering your education.
Claudia Albers. Do you know anything about her, Professor Phil?
No, I have heard that name, but I don't know much about it at all. No.
Yeah, she's gone a bit derpy, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
Don't even remember her name, Professor Bell, because she's not even worth looking into. Trust me on that.
All right. Okay.
A great mind
Please
has gone
don't.
sour.
Yeah, please don't do it to yourself.
I don't have time there anymore.
Yeah, she's a Planet X investigator. You don't need to know anything more.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. No, it's. Sorry.
Buddy, you're in a pile of elephant shit.
Yeah.
So,
Apparently,
yeah.
well, she's gone down the road that jet engines are anti-gravity devices, and they don't run on fuel.
There's probably a better mix of flurfers and normal people on Jose's show, isn't there?
Normal?
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 There are no normal people on Jose's show. I can attest to
Yeah.
that. I'm one of them.
Yeah.
Hey,
None
I've
of
been
us,
on
none of
Jose's
us
show.
are normal, Phil.
No,
Bloody hell.
we're not normal. We wouldn't be on that damn show if we were
That's
normal.
true. That's true.
There's a lot to be said for that. Yes. Yeah.
Yes, there is.
We're all there willingly. Nobody's forced us there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I would say there's degrees of not normality. How's that?
Perfect.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
I see these guys on Jose's show numerous times. I sit out in the peanut gallery or just watching.
Yeah.
And I think if I got on there, okay.
Well,
Well,
when you've had a few grand views, it's amazing what you'll get up to.
Well, you're just in time for the voting for the videos time.
Okay.
So I'll start the ball rolling out in the peanuts.
But we don't get to vote, Phil.
No, we're not allowed to vote, Phil. But
that's okay.
Yeah, but you've got to keep track of the voting. Make sure no one cheats.
It's about my level of mathematics.
And I've got to type the keyword in now.
Hang on, Terry. Are you implying that the peanut gallery cheats sometimes?
Right, there we go.
Surely not.
No.
That's the wrong word. No.
You sure?
Call it up.
Cow.
Right?
Moo. No.
Oh, okay. No one fell for it? No one fell for it?
No one's fell for it. No.
Moo is not a vote, Irish.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, these are just comments.
No, they're getting cleverer, these peanuts, Phil. They jump. Some of them jump the gun, but some go wait for it. Cow? Yeah, cow.
Okay, 8. 5.
Hereford.
8.
2 8s.
Well, I was trying to trick your brainery to see if anyone would fall for it.
How about Highland Scottish cow?
Well, we've got 2 8s so far.
Ooh. And a 2.
What the?
What's that? Scott? A goblin? What's a goblin?
Demon's worth 3.
That's the pro on a Friday night, Terry.
Is mayonnaise a number?
No, it's not a number. You can't vote mayonnaise.
No. Leaving mayonnaise out of this.
Who's typing conversations in the voting?
We don't cheat. We just manipulate the results to our advantage.
Who's typing conversations in the...
Yeah, I know. We're doing the voting and people are having a conversation.
Numbers, people. They have no letters in them. That's the trick about numbers. There's no letters.
That's
they can
right.
be made up. But real numbers, the symbols, no letters.
Montreal must have the world's biggest desk with all the research he does and leaves it on his desk.
I'd just like to quote Riley at this point. Numbers mean nothing.
Numbers? No, I don't know what they mean.
What about when he did the live stream and he was talking about Blue's barometric formula and he's like, P equals, whoa, I don't know about that. I don't know what that means. He's since removed that video, but the way he did that, when they say like, English people say like after something. I don't know what that means. Like, he's like, oh, I don't know what that means. Like,
some English people would say that quite a lot.
And I was like, yeah, you know what I mean. And she said, like, yeah, like I don't know, yeah, like,
yeah. But
my daughter would say that. My daughter would say that quite a bit. She says, "Well, I did this. Did this." And I said, "Did you do it like, or did you actually do it, or was it a like that? Like,
Yeah. He's removed that video. I tried to get the soundbite from it, but
and the exact quote is, "I don't have to measure it. The quanta does not have to be demonstrated."
Oh God, I've heard that one before.
This is an egg.
That's one of Riley's many face palming moments.
The numbers don't mean anything. There
there
is no science
geometry in the real world. That's another one.
And there is no science to flat Earth. I've got that recording already.
Yeah. I've seen
numbers don't mean anything until I need them.
Are you eating again?
Yeah.
8 wins due to failure of any other votes. I'd have to agree, sir. If we've been waiting a while. Numbers, people. Unicorn farts. Not right now. Pay those.
You can't use words in the side chat. You got to use numbers.
Yeah.
Words don't mean anything.
If only there was an empty bottle around.
Yeah, I know. Professor Phil and Arthur better shut up.
Stop
Okay.
chatting in the side chat.
No, they can chat. He's
Yeah,
already
after
voted.
the vote. Yeah, after the vote, they
He's
can
already
chat.
voted.
Yeah.
I mean, Arthur's already voted an 8.
I
Cyril's
think
an
Terry's getting timeout withdrawals. I think that's what.
Yeah, I think it is because I haven't timed anyone out for a while. Use Peanuts
I'm
better.
gonna leave the panel.
Use
I'm gonna leave
Peanuts
the panel and go
standing
vote.
on thin ice, skating on thin ice here. You want me to start bringing out timeout again?
Kia hasn't voted yet. Kia, you haven't voted yet. Mayonnaise is not a number, just for clarification.
And that's not how you spell me name, sir.
Oh, 8 wins.
It's Davies.
That's 3 8s, Terry.
3 8s. No. Arthur's already said an 8. Arthur's already said 8.
Did Arthur already
4.
say 8?
9 o'clock hero brings the only 4.
Yeah,
At least
you
he's
guys
voting,
can
though.
see the whole chat in a bigger,
4.
in a longer
3-8
thing. I can only see it
wins.
in a small window here.
No, Sirif, it's only 2 8s.
It's 3 now, actually.
Is it?
Yeah, I
Sirif,
think so.
Arthur, and who?
Wait a
Who
minute,
was the
I'm going
other
back
8?
up.
Arthur again.
Surf was at 8.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Surf voted 8 about 3 times.
Yeah, well, yeah, we get the point, Surf. Yeah, Surf and Arthur did 8.
And
9
just to
o'clock
prolong
went
things,
4.
9 o'clock says 4.
Yeah.
Andrew said 5. All right then. He changes his vote from 2 to an 8.
No, can't do that.
Oh,
You're allowed
that's
to
a
do that,
timeout.
Brainery.
Yeah, that's a timeout.
We need a vote from Andreas. Andreas?
Well, there's 35.
Eden. Get in there, girl.
There's
Yay.
35 people out there, for crying out loud. You think we could get like 3 numbers the same?
Yeah, you'd think you would.
Eden's just done it for us.
You-
8
8
wins.
wins, Terry.
Okay, it looks like 8 will have to win. Eden helped us out. Thanks, Eden.
Damn, we could have watched 2 videos by then.
Yeah, we could have.
It's only 12:30 now. Good thing I don't have work for the next month.
And Terry
That's
forgot
supposed to
which
say
one's
voting.
8.
Bit like
8
Bruce
is the one
Bongo.
that looks like 2 rocks stacked on top of each other.
I spelt voting wrong.
Stop voting now.
Voting. Voting.
Yeah, voting now.
Well, the G's next to there.
Oh, message retracted.
But
Time
you-
out.
But
Someone
you
time out,
push
Terry.
the enter key, Terry, before you choose what you're saying.
I'm just going to leave this alone.
But only if that's what you want to do, Terry, because it's rule 1. Don't forget rule 1.
Yeah, Claudia didn't have magnets. She had monopoles.
Is Andrea out in the peanut gallery?
Yes, she is.
She had some type of imbalance, Matt.
Yeah, definitely.
Andrew,
think
you might want to mute for a short period
Yeah,
of
go
time.
make a coffee or sweep the floor or vacuum or do the washing or something.
Something
That's a bit rude.
for 11 minutes and 40 seconds.
Don't
Yeah,
you
11 minutes. Yeah, 11 minutes 40 seconds worth.
You turn the vacuum cleaner at night, they call you insane. But what if you spill something? Are you just going to leave it there till morning?
Look, he's smiling at you, Andrea.
Hello, wonderful person. This is Anton, and today we're going to be talking about Pluto, one of the most favored objects for a lot of us, especially those of us who grew up when it was still a planet. Now, today I wanted to discuss one of the more recent discoveries that also suggests that there is actually a very large ocean underneath Pluto's surface, but most importantly talk about some of the more recent discoveries based on the observations from 2015. Let's talk a little bit more about this, and welcome to What the Math.
Hello, wonderful person.
So what you're looking at right here is Pluto.
So I was just, Peter and I were chatting about how Charon was pronounced, whether it's pronounced Sharon or Karen or Charon. Apparently, he named it after his wife, who's called Charlotte. So it's, but yeah, it's just a silly little fact.
Is that Planet X?
Yeah.
Arthur wants to know, is that Planet X?
No. Unfortunately.
No, sorry, Arthur.
Shining in all of its glory. This is a little bit exaggerated, but basically you can actually see the nitrogen atmosphere that Pluto does seem to possess. And this is something that was discovered by the amazing New Horizons mission back in 2015. And 2015 was essentially the biggest moment for Pluto and a lot of the researchers studying Pluto, mostly because New Horizons mission got to fly through this area and analyze a lot of the things in a lot of detail, while at the same time taking the most incredible pictures of the surface of Pluto as well. Now normally, if you were just a regular person, this is kind of what you would see. If you were to fly by through Pluto, you would see this beautiful surface, and that's about it. But since New Horizons probe was also able to take photos of Pluto from the dark side, and also analyze Pluto using a lot of other devices, we now have a pretty good picture of what may have happened to Pluto back in the days. But more importantly, we might now have the explanation for how this beautiful formation was formed. The super famous image of the heart on Pluto, also known as Sputnik Planitia. And obviously at the same time, while flying through this region, we were also able to see a little bit more about Charon, the biggest moon of Pluto, which allowed us to understand a little bit more about this whole system as well. Now if you were to look at Pluto and its moons, you would see this beautiful dance of moons of Pluto, all 5 of them moving around in a very peculiar way. A way that's kind of difficult to explain because only one of them is tidally locked, Charon, in the middle, but the other 4 are kind of wobbling around. And at first it's a little bit difficult to explain all of this, but once we start thinking about what happened to Pluto and its surface, it starts making a little bit more sense. Now one of the biggest unusual discoveries from 2015 that is still a little bit surprising today as well, is that the surface of Pluto is so different. And it also seems to possess a lot of, I guess you can call them signs of cataclysms. Signs of really violent events that most likely completely reshaped this object. And another unusual discovery was that the side we saw first was almost entirely different, and I guess in some sense almost completely opposite of the opposite side that we actually got to observe a little bit as well. In other words, Pluto does seem to be, in some sense, very diverse and has a lot of unusual geological activity that would be really difficult to explain. Because it's a small object, it shouldn't really have any geological activity, yet it does seem to have something going on here. And what's most important here is of course this beautiful shape known as Sputnik Planitia, which also seems to have some kind of an unusual origin. Now in the last few years, a lot of scientists started to speculate that Sputnik Planitia was very likely formed by a large collision. And some of the recent studies started to actually find more evidence for this, and even identify something else on the opposite side of Pluto that actually gives us a lot more credibility. When looking at the opposite side of Pluto, scientists discovered these somewhat unusual rock-like formations, almost like ripples, located pretty much on the opposite side of the so-called heart of Pluto. And these unusual formations do actually help scientists to identify what may have happened here in the past, but what's more important, they may also help scientists to understand what's happening in Pluto, inside of Pluto, right now. Now here's what they think may have happened, and here's what they think is going on right now. And by the way, all of this was actually virtually presented at this event that was cancelled from being in person to being online. And so if you'd like to learn more about this, you can check it out in the link in the description below. And so seeing these unusual formations on the opposite side of the so-called Pluto's heart is of course an indication of a very large collision event, which essentially manifested in the formation of various structures on the opposite side of the impact, and the impact may have actually been really massive. In terms of the actual size, it was very likely size of the largest asteroid in the asteroid belt, Vesta. And here it was probably around 400 kilometers across and slammed into Pluto so hard that basically a lot of the materials ended up crashing on the opposite side, creating a lot of other craters we're observing. But the actual impact also generated several types of waves that then propagated throughout the entire dwarf planet. Some of these waves were moving really fast, and so they formed some of these other structures we're seeing. But as these waves propagated through the inside of the dwarf planet, specifically through the internal structure itself, it very likely was slowed down by something on the inside, because this is exactly what the scientists seem to be observing. Something slowed it down. And from Earth, we know that only one thing can possibly slow down these waves. That something has to be an underground ocean. So this also gives a lot more evidence to the presence of ocean underneath Pluto. Ocean with a depth of about 150 kilometers or about 93-94 miles, which is actually deeper than anything here on planet Earth. And remember, all of this was discovered during this brief moment in 2015 when the New Horizons probe decided to pass by right here, took some photos, got some data, and then flew to the next object, now known as Arakoth, which is of course this other object we've talked about in one of the previous videos. But going back to Pluto, this is a pretty interesting observation and also answers the question of why so many different features on Pluto are so different. At the same time, it also kind of explains why when looking at the surface of Pluto, we seem to be detecting a lot of really old asteroid collisions all across the surface, but almost nothing in the region right here in the heart of Pluto. And this is the center of collision where there's probably still a lot of various activity, a lot of different convection going on, and possibly a lot of other interaction between the liquid ocean and the surface that was created by this relatively large crater. And this is not a far-fetched theory at all, because something almost exactly the same very likely happened to Mercury early on as well. We know that when we look at the surface of Mercury, we seem to actually find almost exactly the same feature right here. This is known as Caloris Planitia. This is about 1500 kilometers or about 1000 miles in diameter. And on the opposite side, we also find unusual line-like formations that seem to indicate a large collision may have disrupted this planet, causing a lot of really interesting formations on the other side. And in case of these smaller objects like Mercury and Pluto, when the impact is large enough and when the planet or the dwarf planet is not massive enough, the impact causes the planet or the dwarf planet itself to act as a kind of a lens. And because it acts like a lens, it sort of magnifies the force on the opposite side, creating a lot of deformation as a result. And this is especially true for less massive objects or objects that are relatively low in density, like most dwarf planets. So when a collision occurs with these objects, there's actually at least two different types of waves that are being generated. The initial shock wave and then the stress wave that follows it. And because all of these waves move at different speeds and also the speed is also dependent on the material that it's moving through, it actually generates different formations on the opposite side, which can then be easily seen through different observations and measurements. For example, it will move really fast through the actual crust itself, but will move much slower through ice and really slow through water, which is how the scientists were able to deduce the formation of these features, which then explain that there's gotta be water on the inside. And more specifically for Pluto, it's actually the existence of various spherical features and also various surface fissures that can only be formed by these different waves that probably were a result of a large collision. And although these features can technically be explained without a collision, it's a lot more likely that a large collision did occur to create so many of them on the opposite side of this unusual formation known as Sputnik Planitia. And so even though this is a pretty good explanation for how this feature was created and how a lot of other features were created, we obviously still need a lot of follow-up studies and preferably even another mission to Pluto to try to confirm all of this. And this type of a collision would also explain why the Pluto is slightly tipped in its rotation. Also, it might explain the existence of other moons around Pluto, and the actual collision probably emitted a lot of various particles that then landed on Charon and gave it the peculiar deformed shape that it has today. So something cataclysmic probably occurred in this system a few billion years ago, and probably resulted in the creation of all of these moons along with a lot of other unusual features we've detected on Pluto so far. It could also be responsible for Pluto even having an atmosphere, or very thin atmosphere that is, as well as what seem to be relatively active geological conditions on the surface, some of which are kind of difficult to explain otherwise. Not to mention that this kind of a collision would be enough to actually even create this type of ocean underneath the surface, and may also give us a lot of evidence to suggest that this is how the ocean on Earth was created as well. But what's really interesting here is the difference between Pluto and everything we've discovered on Pluto and the previously mentioned Arakoth. Here, the creation and also the conditions are almost entirely the opposite. The entire object was created in relatively peaceful, really slow conditions, where instead of an actual collision, the two parts here very slowly merged together, so slowly as a matter of fact that they kind of just blended in. There was no collision, there was no impact. Suggesting, of course, that some parts of the solar system never really experienced a lot of cataclysm or destruction, but instead stayed peaceful for billions of years. But anyway, Pluto is definitely a lot more interesting, mostly...
I always thought that object was called Thule.
The asteroid?
That funny, that funny shaped thing. I thought it was pronounced Thule.
Did he say the name for then?
Yeah, he pronounced it something else. That strange object, yeah.
Arakoth. Here, the creation and also the conditions are almost entirely the opposite. The entire object was created in relatively peaceful, really slow conditions, where instead of an actual collision, the two parts here very slowly merged together, so slowly as a matter of fact that they kind of just blended in. There was no collision, there was no impact. Suggesting, of course, that some parts of the solar system never really experienced a lot of cataclysm or destruction, but instead stayed peaceful for billions of years. But anyway, Pluto is definitely a lot more interesting, mostly because of all of these unusual features, and mostly because a lot of us still believe that this is still a planet, or at least an honorary planet that it should be. But we'll talk more about this in some of the future videos. Anyway, on that note, thank you so much for watching. I'll make sure to come back and talk a little bit more about this once we discover more about these unusual features and what probably happened on Pluto. But until then, that's it. Thank you for watching, subscribe if you still haven't, share this with someone who loves learning about space and sciences, and maybe come back tomorrow to learn something else. Also, consider supporting this channel on Patreon because it does help me quite a lot, and maybe support this channel by buying the beautiful wonderful person t-shirt that you can find in the description below. I'll see you tomorrow, space out, and as always, bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye, wonderful person. Yeah, that's, the reason I mentioned that is because, you know, Brian May out of Queen, he got his, he pronounced it Thule. And it's not, if you look at the word, it doesn't, you wouldn't think it's pronounced that way, but it's, he pronounced it Thule because they were very excited when the Voyager went out there to see if they got them, to see what it actually was.
I think there's two different schools of thought. Some people pronounce it one way and some people pronounce it the other. It's like Uranus. Some people say Uranus, and some even some astrologers call it Uranus. But
yeah, but the way he pronounced it, the way he pronounced it, you wouldn't get it from that word.
Yeah, well, it could be his dialect. Could be his dialect as well, isn't he? Because he's like Eastern sort of Russian.
Yeah,
Czech,
but it's spelled TH.
Yeah, I know. I hear what you're saying.
So, yeah, unless there's a different word for it, I don't know. But I just assume that's called Thule, or it's pronounced Thule. I think that's how Brian May pronounces it. But you look at the word and you think, oh, I wonder how that's pronounced.
Point and Laugh says they've changed the name.
Oh, they've changed it, have they?
Oh, have they? Oh, okay.
Oh, that'll explain it then. Cool. But yeah, they got we could never actually see it. We just saw it as a bright light, and an artist done an actual representation of what it should look like. And when Voyager flew up to it and they took pictures of it, he was virtually bang on. That's pretty good going, isn't it?
Yep.
Well, I think Blue's, he sort of said, well, that's a damn good educated guess. I think Blue quoted me.
Yeah.
Yeah. But,
really good educated guess. Mind you, an educated guess is based on, you know, something rather than just a complete guess. You know, it's based on some information. Yeah. It's like a theory, isn't it? That,
yeah. But he was pretty bang on with his drawing, which is quite good. But anyway, yeah, I just thought I'd bring it up, Terry, because I know you like facts.
Yeah.
I wonder why they changed it. Yay, you've got another sub, Terry.
Oh, cool.
Crafty
I'm up to
Kiwi.
466.
Yeah,
I was up to
Crafty.
467, but It went down for some reason.
Say hello to Crafty Keeler. Was it Keely? Keeler?
Well, if the chat had stayed still long enough, I could fix up the... I'm trying to grab it as it keeps scrolling.
Scroll up and then it all should stay in place.
Yeah, well, that's what I had. Yeah, that's what I did.
She did just recently did a video with Hugh Jars from Mr. Well, he turns up in a lot of places, but yeah, they
Huge R's.
Hugh Jars, yeah.
As long as you said R's, not something else.
Jars.
For a second, I thought you said huge. Yeah, whatever.
I think that's what he implies, but anyway.
Yeah.
But no, they've done a really terrific vid together. A great collaboration. Just shilling for you there, Keeler.
Oh. The cute Irish accent is here.
The sun is absolutely the...
Oh, shit.
Yeah, it's absolutely.
That wasn't meant to happen.
I hope he isn't quoting from Albers. Huge Jars. Oh, right.
Huge ass. What?
No.
Yeah, that's...
Yeah.
Hugh Jars.
Who's got a huge ass?
Yeah, whose jar? Whose jars are you talking about?
Hugh's.
Have you been looking again, Terry?
No.
No, it was Mippet. Mippet started it.
Oh.
Me? What did I do?
Well, I expected her to look.
Looking at huge asses.
Yeah.
Well, arse is good to look at. What's...
Okay, don't go down this road, please.
Okay.
Depends who's you're looking at, I guess. I don't know.
Well, exactly.
It's worth having a look at Crafty Keeler because she's got a title on one of her videos, Bustin' Oakley with Goats and Corgis. That's brilliant. Bustin' Oakley with yeah, that's good. I'm going to give her a subscribe.
Yep.
Yeah.
So everybody get over to Crafty Keelers.
Help her along. Give her a bit of a boost.
Yeah, give her some love.
Speaking of which, give Terry some love with his likes, please. You know who you are.
Did somebody dislike it again?
No, they haven't liked it enough. There's loads of people watching, but not enough likes. There's only 26 and we've got 35 watching.
You can now time surf out.
How does that work? 34 to 27. Yeah, I can't work that one out.
I know where Crafty is at the moment. I know where Surf is at the moment. Somebody's waiting for Conspiracy Cats.
Oh.
Ah.
Oh, your favourite downer isn't here, Terry?
No.
Oh. Perhaps you're upset.
They're not here tonight by the look of it then.
Yeah.
Oh no. Seraph and Dora have jumped the gun.
You've got one now. You've got your thumbs down, Terry.
Oh, somebody did it today. They're out there. They're out there.
They're
Yeah.
out there listening.
Yeah, I wonder who that was.
It's nice. So we got.
Point and Laugh wants to know what is number 3. No, you're not allowed to know what it is.
Number 3 is number 3.
Yeah, that is the 3 of all threes.
Somebody put pi in.
Ever under changing threeness.
3 and a bit.
Yeah, 3 and a bit.
So we've got 8, 5, 3,
That's rounding
2,
it to 3.
3.
They're getting all these free passes these days, Terry. I don't know.
Well, I know it'll build up.
So we've got 2. Oh, we've got 3.
8 wins?
Oh,
How does
no.
8 win? What?
8 can't win.
Sir?
It was the last number.
How do you get 8 wins, sir?
Well, it's one between 1 and 7. Somebody can't count.
I've got 5,
Yeah.
3,
Right.
2, 3, 5, 8.
5. 2 5s, 2 3s. Unless point and laugh is a 3. What is number 3?
Yeah, I think that's a question.
It's a question, not a vote. Okay. Eden says 3. 3, 3, haha. 3
Did
wins,
anyone-
Terry.
Did anyone see Cats on Paul Gear?
Cats
How's that
just
for that?
randomly went live.
Yeah, Cats went live, but he's not meant to until for a couple more hours yet.
5.
So 3 wins.
5 more hours.
Yes, it's due to go live
Goodness.
at 7:15 my time. It's now 10 to 2.
So have I got a
Well, obviously.
verification that 3 won?
3, 3. Yes, 3's 1.
At least 4 3s there. I guess we'll find out what number 3 is.
Check out number 3, please.
Yeah.
Is Cat still live?
No, he went live for probably a minute or so, and then he did the old, oops, I'm not meant to be live yet.
Oh, yeah.
And,
One of those ones.
Andrea's not going to like me.
No, not again.
Well, I can't help it. That's the way the vote goes. Do you want me to cheat?
Oh,
yes.
I think you should make slightly less videos. What's he churning them out? 3 a day or something?
no, he does one a day, and the problem is Terry doesn't stream every day.
Of course. So
Right.
you get 2.
So I had to have it. I had a day off yesterday.
Well, yeah, you are allowed.
Yeah.
Well, you can decide what number 3 is, Terry.
3's not an evil number.
Illuminati
means
confirmed.
Everyone who finishes in 3rd place is evil. Oh no!
They were evil. That's why they finished in
Another conspiracy starts.
Yes. So 33 must be the most evilest evil.
Yeah. You finished 3rd because you're evil.
Hello again, Anton.
Don't
Hello,
cheat.
wonderful
Just
person.
manipulate the results. So that's not cheat. Yeah, cheating. Yeah, that's not cheating. Just manipulating the results. Yeah.
Cheating's
it's
when
just-
you get caught.
Yeah, exactly. Hello,
just-
wonderful person.
Andrea says he does. What is it? So doesn't mean you need to catch up. He just spouts space stuff.
Stuff.
Oh yeah, Ozzie Glowbed said, "Can we have an Anton marathon just for Andrea?"
Oh, Peter G, you're sounding like a Peter G. Sounding like a fluffing out. 3 is not half.
You
of
want to see
33.
space? Just look it up.
I think he's got. Somebody said he's got a really boring voice, but I think he's actually got a very soothing voice. Actually, it's very
Yeah.
relaxing. I could listen to him all day. Actually,
Yeah,
depends on the subject. I must admit, I don't watch all of his videos. I watch quite a few, but not all of them.
yeah.
Depends if I'm interested in it or not.
Well, he says hello, wonderful person at the start of his, so he's a nice guy.
Hello, wonderful people. Yeah.
Hello, wonderful person.
People.
No, person.
Person.
People.
Person.
I don't care.
People.
You're wrong.
You're wrong again.
I know.
You
I'm
think
only.
he's
I know. I'm only
treating it like
joking.
only one
I know.
person's watching. See, it's a personal.
Yeah, I know.
experience.
I'm teasing. I'm teasing.
He just wanted to be wrong because he hasn't been wrong today.
Press
You know
play,
what?
please, Terry.
Yeah, press play.
Shut
Let's
this
go,
lot up.
Terry.
Press play.
Or these two will be at it for the next half an hour.
Wonderful. Hello, wonderful person, people.
But we know Casual's wrong,
everybody.
so just get over it.
Hello, wonderful person,
Yeah,
this is Anton, and in this video we're going to be talking about this really small galaxy that you see on the screen with the Milky Way right there in the background. And in this video, we're going to be talking about something new that was discovered by the scientists in regards to the Milky Way itself and how this tiny galaxy known as Sagittarius Dwarf seems to influence the creation in the Milky Way. Let's talk a little bit more about this, and welcome to What the Math.
Andrew's going to have the cleanest house watching my streams.
When it comes to galaxies, for the most part, what we see, the visual components of the galaxies, these are obviously stars. And the creation of the stars, for the most part, is still kind of being investigated even today. Now we know that in our own galaxy, the Milky Way, currently there's roughly around 1.5 masses of the Sun being used to generate new stars. Now, if you were to kind of try to calculate the age of the galaxy and then multiply this by the number of stars per year, you would not actually get enough. There would only be about 10 to maybe 15 billion stars created. But we know that our galaxy is way bigger. There are a lot more stars here, possibly up to 400 billion stars, suggesting that something major must have happened to create most of them. And so, by looking around the night skies, scientists have identified several cases of what's known as starburst galaxies. These other galaxies out there where stars are being generated really fast and create these extremely beautiful and very bright environments where basically everything is being generated all at once, suggesting that this is exactly how Milky Way must have created its stars as well. At the same time, even though we kind of see these starbursts happening everywhere, we're not entirely sure how they start. But we've always believed that most of these starbursts begin with some sort of a major collision between a larger galaxy and possibly a smaller dwarf galaxy. And this does seem to be a case for many of the galaxies we've discovered so far. A lot of them seem to be going through the merger between two galaxies, but not always. At the same time, when the beautiful Gaia telescope that you see right here started to look around and trace very specific motions of nearby stars, and essentially creating an extremely detailed map of nearby stars, up to about 2 billion stars actually, we were able to then also identify some of the age groups and connect them all together. And today, based on this observation, we know that there were at least 3 major times when these stars were generated in the last 6 billion years. There was a major stage right here, this is when starburst occurred, and this is very likely when the Sun was born as well. Another one about 2 billion years ago, and then another one somewhere around 500 million years ago. All 3 stages were so-called starburst stages when the vast majority of stars were generated, during which the Milky Way probably looked something like this for at least some time. And it seems to have happened everywhere in the galaxy, not just in the middle, for example, if this was related to some kind of a black hole activity. So because this was an entire galaxy doing this, something else must have occurred for all of the starbursts to kind of be initiated across the entire galaxy. And so we've always had some ideas here and there, and also a lot of different explanations and theories on what could have started these starburst events, but nothing really concrete so far. Until, I guess, this paper that will be published relatively soon, and you can also find in the description below. And the paper itself is basically focusing on something entirely different. Not really on a galactic collision as much, but on the galactic interaction. And more specifically on the interaction between Milky Way and this galaxy right here, known as Dwarf Sagittarius. Now, you may have never heard of this galaxy before, and honestly I wouldn't really blame you because we didn't really know much about it. Located in the so-called local group of galaxies, which basically includes our neighbors, the Triangulum and the Andromeda galaxies, it wasn't really until recently that we were finally able to identify it as an actual galaxy out there, and not just any kind of galaxy, a relatively massive, although difficult to see galaxy. You can see that it's somewhere right here in this image, and one of the best known members of this galaxy is actually this right here. This is a globular cluster known as M54 or Messier 54, which is one of the more well-known globular clusters and is also very likely the core of this galaxy. Basically, this is probably where the central black hole for this galaxy is located as well. But because this galaxy is really massive, yet doesn't really have that many stars, it only suggests one thing. It has a lot of dark matter hiding on the inside. And we know that in the last few million years, it also seems to have influenced the shape of Milky Way as well because of its unusual mass. Today we believe that some of the ripples and some of the actual warps around the Milky Way were very likely caused by the interactions between the Milky Way and Sagittarius dwarf galaxy, and more specifically because of the way it orbits around the Milky Way in the polar region of the galaxy. In other words, it doesn't orbit along the disk, it seems to actually pass through the disk once in a while. But what does any of this have to do with the starbursts? Well, it seems that when the scientists behind the study looked at the orbital parameters and orbital passages of Sagittarius dwarf around the Milky Way, and then compared them to the starburst activities in the Milky Way, they seem to have found an exact correlation. And more specifically, the direct correlation between the closest approach of dwarf Sagittarius A to the Milky Way and the sudden formation of stars in our galaxy, which happened at least 3 times right here. And also, what's interesting is that they discovered that there's another 4th time happening right now, and it began about 70 million years ago, which of course corresponds to the closest approach of Sagittarius dwarf galaxy once again. In other words, if we were to try to emulate all of this, it would probably look something like this. Here we have a very simple model of Sagittarius dwarf galaxy passing through a simple model of the Milky Way, and as it does so, it's going to initiate the so-called starburst activity, although we're not going to be able to create this in this particular simulation. But basically, every time it passes close to the Milky Way, that's when the scientists behind this paper believe the starburst activity begins, with the most recent one having begun approximately 70 million years ago. Which is of course an excellent way for us to explain why the Milky Way galaxy had these specific, very unique starburst events that did not really correlate with any galactic collisions. So in other words, instead of swallowing a galaxy, it's very likely that the Milky Way had its starburst activities begin every time when the Sagittarius dwarf galaxy approached closer to its central disk. And notice here that after a few billion years of the simulation running, we're also going to form these unusual formations, almost like a ring-like shape or a star ring shape that you can kind of see right here. It's very, very difficult to see them, but the thing is, we've detected quite a lot of these as well. These are called stellar streams, and we've been finding more and more of these around the Milky Way in the last 10 years or so. So this is also one of the more recent discoveries, along with, of course, Sagittarius dwarf galaxy. Now, if I run the simulation long enough, eventually what's going to be left behind, apart from the stellar streams, is obviously going to be a relatively small core of the original galaxy, with something really small resembling a globular cluster similar to the one I showed you previously. And in the middle of this globular cluster is going to be a relatively massive central black hole. So today, a lot of scientists do believe that Sagittarius dwarf galaxy probably has one of the larger central black holes orbiting around the Milky Way, along with a lot of dark matter, of course, which is why it has so much effect on the Milky Way. And it also seems to be one of the bigger influencers when it comes to the galactic evolution of the Milky Way itself, something that we didn't really expect from such a small and relatively difficult to see galaxy. Now, this is of course something we need to confirm first, but it does seem like this galaxy has a lot of influence on the Milky Way, a lot more than we originally expected. So I'm pretty sure that some of the future studies will be focusing on this even more, mostly because this is quite an interesting, quite a mysterious object. We obviously have no idea what it looked like before, but it was probably a lot more massive and a lot more beautiful than it is today. And it's also very likely that most of its stars were actually absorbed by the Milky Way, and a lot of its mass is now part of our galaxy as well. But this also means that some of the stars in the Milky Way probably came from here, and finding them would be really interesting as well. Now, unfortunately, that's kind of all we learned from the study, but nevertheless, it's a pretty incredible discovery, and definitely something that needs to be confirmed as soon as possible, mostly because it would mean that our own Milky Way galaxy possibly did not have exactly the same evolution as some of the other galaxies. It has experienced galactic collisions and probably had some of the stars created that way, but this study seems to suggest that most of the stars in the galaxy were probably created as a result of an interaction between Milky Way and a much smaller dwarf galaxy, which is not something we expected to find. And this of course raises a lot of other questions, like for example, what about other galaxies that we have orbiting around us? What was their influence on the Milky Way? This is definitely something that needs to be investigated, and something that will probably create a lot of interesting studies in the next few years. But until we discover more, that's kind of it. Thank you for watching, check out the study in the description below, subscribe if you still haven't, share this with someone who loves learning about space and sciences, and maybe consider supporting this channel with Patreon because it does help me quite a lot. Alternatively, you can also support this channel by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt that you can find in the description below as well. I'll see you tomorrow, space out, and as always, bye bye.
Yeah, bye again.
Bye bye, Anton. Bye bye, wonderful person.
Oh, and Andrew's just back in time.
Well, you've done the bathroom,
You
you've
miss
done
all
the
the
kitchen, you do the lounge room. No,
Yeah.
no more videos. That's okay.
Yep, and she missed the important bit, the video.
Yeah, so Andrew's going to have the cleanest house in Australia.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Well, Pete had been tagged in the peanut gallery.
Oh, not again. Right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
His 2 videos will explain why it's taking so long to send you that tune.
Silence is golden.
Yeah, well, no, we haven't got the cricket soundboard.
Yeah, where's Alan, by the way?
He had to step out. He was getting some pain.
Yeah.
Okay.
His shoulder was giving him a jip, I think, so.
I'll have to watch them later, Stu. I can't watch them right now. Terry might get upset.
Why?
Because I'll bleed through for no other reason.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. Well, just don't bleed through then.
I just can't help it at the moment.
Oh, Peter.
It's all right. Sometimes a little bit of bleed through is fun.
Oh, God.
What are you... I don't understand. What are you laughing at?
Yeah, no, don't play that. Don't play that, Peter. You know full well.
I'm talking about my audio bleeding through into Zoom.
Yeah. Of course you are. It's that little tiny snigger we hear at the end. It gives it away, Peter.
What snigger, Casual?
The little.
Do I have to rewind my video again?
You can try, but I'm being serious. It's Casual that took it the wrong way.
Thing is that people know you well now by now, Peter. You know, that's the thing. So that nobody's buying it. Nobody's buying it.
I don't even know what you're on about, to tell you the truth, Casual.
Nah, of course you don't.
Well, now that we've got Anton's videos out of the way, Andrea, there is other videos here now left. Oh, interesting. What have we got left? Got 6 left.
Somebody fill in the time.
Yeah.
Has anybody got on it?
You can't even keep a tune, can you?
No, you can't.
What, and you can?
Well, actually, since you asked...
Yeah.
Point and laughs going, what? No more Anton? Sorry, Point and laugh. No more Anton tonight.
If you're looking for
Yeah.
something to play,
No, I've got plenty to
Dr.
play.
Becky. Oh.
Well, then let's get on with a vote.
I can't
Oh,
type
yeah,
that
you
fast.
tell him, Mippet.
Do as you're
tell him,
told.
Mippet.
I'm not that
You should have
fast.
had this all set up.
What, typing? Cut and paste?
Yes.
Cut
At least
and paste.
100 words a minute. Come on, Terry.
Oh,
I
Mippet,
used
tell him. Go on, get in
I
there.
used
Go
to
on.
be up to 40 words a minute years ago.
You tell him, Mippet. He needs to.
Use another finger then.
Can't we just put Mensa Girl on?
What?
Oh, God.
Can't we just
Oh,
put
no.
Mensa Girl on?
Yeah, we know why you want
No. Yeah.
Mensa Girl, didn't she prove bouncy and density?
That's the one.
Oh.
You just want to see her winning smile, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I'll be honest. I don't listen to her voice because that's somewhat annoying.
Yes, the voices, yeah.
Peter just he plays all her streams but on mute.
Yeah.
Don't you, Peter?
Yeah.
And in
Only
slow
for
and in slow motion.
And in slow motion.
Oh,
yeah.
actually, Terry, I don't have to play them in slow motion because Casual sends them to me already slowed down.
4 wins. Did you notice I just ignored everything you just said?
I've already got a lady that's got a beautiful smile. What do I need to look at another person with a beautiful pair of eyes?
She's got huge tracts
Eyes.
of land.
She's got a lovely pair of
Okay, Dora
eyes.
said, give me 2 good reasons to put Mensa Girl on.
2 good reasons.
Yep, either
One, it makes you realise how smart you actually are.
Yes.
2, it
She's
works
got big
really.
boobies.
It works really well as a screensaver, so you don't get a burnt image on your screen.
She's got
Okay.
really nice hair.
And yes, Andreas, I did say bouncy and density. Now,
Yes,
what was
no,
it?
very
Oh,
small
what one
rocks.
again? 4.
You meant bounce the immensity.
Bouncy and density.
Anyway,
No,
I prefer.
immensity.
And anyway, I prefer her other channel anyway.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know which one you're on about.
Children,
He stopped that.
keep it in your pants. Come on.
What, we lose change?
Yes, you lose change. Exactly.
I haven't seen this.
I was going to say, well, that means I have to put pants on, doesn't it?
Pull your pants up then.
Wasn't today? Was it today? Oh, I thought it was today that it was meant to be my naked streaming day.
No.
No, it's
Every day,
pants
isn't
off
it?
Friday. I keep telling you.
It's been indefinitely postponed.
Yeah,
Didn't
it's
you?
only Wednesday.
Didn't you?
But it's here.
Well, Peter always likes to come early.
Although
No,
we
I
could
don't.
have a wicked
You're 2
Wednesday.
days early, Peter.
Wild Wednesday.
Peter's
I always
2 days early.
make sure everyone else arrives before me, Mad.
Oh, that's okay then.
I don't mind opening the door for people.
Yeah, Professor Bell.
Press play, please, Terry.
He's out in the side chat asking questions, and he's in here in the panel, and I'm thinking, I'm not going to go to the point of bloody typing the answer for you.
That would be an interesting question. I'd like to hear his.
No, I think I have
Yeah,
heard him
you know.
mention something. Things return to their state of where they started from.
Yeah, but why do they accelerate?
Speaking of return, Terry, did you hear about your Australian shopper who tried to return 4,800 rolls of toilet paper and 150 litres of hand sanitizer?
Yes.
Yeah, and he got the 1 finger salute.
Well, more than that, Mad. I've heard a rumor that he might have had the boys in blue come around and knock on the door and said, "Oh, hello, what's going on here?"
The confiscation, maybe?
Yeah.
How many
Well, if he
rolls?
legitimately
1,000
bought
rolls. That's 20.
4,800.
So it was two pallets worth of toilet roll.
Well, if he's legitimately bought them, he can't have them confiscated, can he?
Well, there was someone overseas getting rid of 17,000 bottles, and they got them confiscated.
So under the Hoarding Act,
Oh, hoarding. Oh, you got a hoarding act. Okay.
I
yeah.
don't know. I've heard rumours that it's floating around, but there's been a few new stipulations that got introduced when that all started. And I still can't.
It's a
I
fire
still
hazard.
I still can't buy 3 cans of tomato-based products, and I can only I can only buy 2 cans unless they're already in one of those 3 packs, like 3 packs of spaghetti or 3 packs of baked beans. I can still only buy 2 packs of spaghetti.
Well, you could argue the tins of tomatoes because you say no, it's water based. Actually, it just happens to have tomatoes in the water, but it's water based.
It's just ridiculous.
Yes, Pip. The linky's not working. We don't know what's going on there.
Hello, Pip.
You have to post it in Discord, Pip.
Yeah, I know. I don't know why they won't let us do that anymore.
Okay.
We'll blame Alan because he's not here.
Yep, that's how it works. Blame whoever's absent.
Why? What's wrong with blaming Casual? Because I thought it was always Casual's fault.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, blame Casual.
Yeah. Okay. Andrea says.
Please press play, Terry.
Denny Liquin got a mention on the Nine News website because of the blue ribbons.
Andrea, can I come and visit?
Also, not one case of flu here.
I'll come and visit, Andrea. That's all right. I'll bring the girls.
Yeah, that link I should imagine has been turned off because a lot of people have been using Zoom for educational purposes. That's probably to stop the students putting in erroneous links.
No, that's a YouTube link. That's not a Zoom link.
But
No, it doesn't make sense. We're talking about in Zoom, Pip, because
it doesn't make sense.
Oh,
though,
in Zoom, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why?
It doesn't make sense because teachers give students links all of the time.
Yeah,
so
but they
that
can
means
give
the
them
students. No, Terry can't even put a link in there that works.
Yeah,
But Peter, when you've watched
they
that,
have.
I want you to follow it religiously, please. Thank you.
But
Yeah,
they have
Casual.
their own
Yeah,
account
Casual, when we do the
online,
wrap-up.
Peter, where they get all the messages and links.
No, my daughters one of my daughters is using Zoom, Matt.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd say
Right,
it's to
and-
stop the students from passing links to one another.
The
through
teachers,
Yes.
the teacher
Yes.
can't post any of the links to their school
Servers. Why not?
servers, so they can't get their homework through Zoom.
Why can't they? Why have they shut the servers off from schools?
No, no. You used to be able to post a link in here and it worked.
Yeah, I know, but I was just saying they've probably turned that off for security reasons and stopped.
Yeah, but it's caused more. Actually, my daughter's school is going to go away from Zoom now because they can't do it.
Yeah, it's caused more grief than it has cured anything.
Yes. Yeah, it has. Yeah, quite agree.
It's
It should be a host. It should be the host can post the links, and there should be an option to put in the settings to say who else can post links. And if it just says host only can post links, yeah. But that doesn't seem to be a setting there anyway for that.
But I think it's just something to do with security updates as
Yeah.
well. But there might be an option somewhere.
Yep. Well, it doesn't really bother us at the moment because we can just go through to Discord.
Yeah.
It's all right. It's all right, Andrew. I'll be down at the river every day anyway.
Anyway, I'll play this. This is another base stuff.
Professor Dave explains. Since the dawn of the space age in the middle of the 20th century, we've sent unmanned probes all over the solar system, which have given us some incredible images of the planets and moons that are part of our system. There are plans to send humans to Mars, and the Galilean moons of Jupiter shouldn't be too long after that. But as exciting as it will be to colonize our system, beyond Mars there are only a handful of moons that are even remotely fit for such an endeavor. Our search for habitable worlds will inevitably lead us outside of our own system. This poses a tremendous challenge because as far away as the other planets and moons in this system are, this distance is utterly insignificant compared to the vast distances to other stars. We will certainly need to innovate new methods of propulsion in order to get there in a reasonable amount of time. But we will achieve this, and when we do, where will we go first? The most logical destination once we achieve the capacity for interstellar travel will be the closest star to our own sun. So which star is this? If we look to Centaurus, a constellation in the southern sky, we will find this closest star. Or technically not the single closest, but rather 3 stars that are extremely close together, which as a whole represent the system that is closest to our sun. This triple star system is called the Alpha Centauri system. The closest of these stars is called Proxima Centauri, named as such because of its proximity, and this star is almost certainly gravitationally bound to the other 2, which are called Alpha Centauri A and Alpha Centauri B, which together form a binary system. So how far away are these nearest neighbors? They are farther than you think. The fastest probe we have ever built would take over 50,000 years to get there. Even light traveling at the universal speed limit would take more than 4 years to get there. Proxima Centauri is 4.23 light years away, while the Alpha Centauri stars are 4.32 and 4.37 light years away. But if we can invent new methods of propulsion, like fusion or solar sails, or some other incredible new technology, it's possible that we could get there within a human lifetime. So what will we find when we get there? Well, we would reach Proxima Centauri first. This is a dim red dwarf star, so it's very tiny and cool as far as stars go. Its mass is only 12% of our sun's, and its radius is around 15% of our sun's. It has one planet that we call Proxima Centauri B, which is therefore the closest exoplanet to us, or the closest planet outside of our solar system. It is roughly Earth-sized and has an orbital period of around 11 Earth days. Its orbital radius is around 0.05 astronomical units, or 5% of Earth's orbital radius. Even though it is so close, because the star is so much smaller and cooler than ours, Proxima Centauri B actually sits in the habitable zone of its star, which means it could harbor liquid water. Based on density calculations, it seems likely that it has a rocky surface, potentially with features that would be familiar to us, making it even more reasonable that this will be the first planet we set foot on outside of our solar system. The surface temperature depends on the rate of the planet's rotation. There are 2 models that seem most probable. Proxima Centauri B may rotate in 3:2 resonance with its star, which would allow for a relatively smooth distribution of heat from the star as the planet rotates. But the planet may also be tidally locked, exhibiting synchronous rotation, meaning that the same side always faces its star, like the way the same side of the moon always faces the Earth. This would make one side very bright and hot, and the other side very dark and cold. The habitability of the planet will depend greatly on which of these turns out to be correct. The atmosphere will also be a factor, and this will depend on the strength of the planet's magnetic field. The weaker the magnetic field is, the more likely it is that activity from its star will have stripped away the atmosphere. The stronger the magnetic field is, the more likely it is to have retained an atmosphere, despite stellar activity. We will continue to learn more about this planet in the coming decades. There is also some evidence of another planet named Proxima Centauri C that may orbit at 1.5 astronomical units, which is extremely far from its star relative to the orbit of Proxima Centauri B. However, more data will have to be gathered to verify its existence. Beyond this, there are 2 dust belts around the star, one at around 1 to 4 astronomical units and another at around 30. Together, these planets, one confirmed and one unconfirmed, and some accompanying features, make this quite an interesting system. If we were to continue from here, it wouldn't be too long before we reach Alpha Centauri A and B. As we said, these make up a binary star system, which means 2 stars that are quite close together, orbiting around their center of mass, in this particular case, once every 80 Earth years. Their orbit is elliptical, so the distance between them changes throughout the orbit, but on average, they are about as far apart as our Sun and its outermost planets. They are both very Sun-like, almost the same as our Sun in mass and size. It is possible that either of these stars has 1 or more planets, and it is even possible that there could be a planet orbiting the binary system as a whole. We do think it is highly likely that such a planet exists, but there is not yet sufficient evidence to conclude this. We will continue to study this system from here on Earth, as there is more data to gather, and hopefully later in this century we can send an unmanned probe in that direction if we can figure out how to get it going fast enough to make it worth our while. Perhaps if we can make it all the way there and get some more information, we can shed some light on the habitability of the planet or planets in this system. Could we ever colonize Proxima Centauri b? It is difficult to say because it is very close to Proxima Centauri, which is a flare star, so it is subjected to intense stellar wind, which means plumes of high-energy particles emitted by Proxima Centauri barrage the surface with 2,000 times greater intensity than our Sun sends to us here on Earth. This would make it difficult to live there, at least without protective habitats, and it also makes it pretty unlikely that we would find any existing life when we get there, as the radiation would kill any microscopic life we can conceive of. But we certainly don't know for sure, and we won't know for sure until we set foot there ourselves. Hopefully, we will unravel the secrets of the Alpha Centauri system one day, and perhaps there are even people that are already alive that will personally set foot on these worlds.
Thanks for watching, guys. Subscribe to my channel for more tutorials. Support me on Patreon so I can keep making content. And as always, feel free to email me, ProfessorDaveExplains@gmail.com.
Who are you going off at, Phil? He's yelling out in the peanut gallery.
He's calling somebody a nut.
Is it Dave?
He's been to have a look at. I think he's been to have a look at that other crazy lady.
All right. Right, I thought you meant Professor Dave.
Yeah, I can't even remember what her name was now.
Claudia Albers.
That's the one. I think
So
he might have
Professor Dave was
stumbled on
saying
some
that.
of her stuff.
Oh dear. Sorry,
Professor Dave was saying.
Professor.
Yes, casual.
I'll just say, Professor Dave was saying that, one day we'll be able to travel there, you'll be able to make it within somebody's lifetime. But in order to do that, you're going to need to travel somewhere between 8 to 10% of the speed of light, at least.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But then again,
in your
the
lifetime?
Yeah, but within but the thing is, obviously, it's 4.23 light years away. Okay, so so even if we could travel the speed of light, it's still going to take 4.5 light years. We can't even travel a tiniest fraction of that speed yet.
Yeah,
not even close to it. Like I said, for our fastest probe to get there, it's going to take something like 40,000 years. So what he was saying was that one day we'll be travel fast enough to get there within somebody's lifespan. So in order to do that, though, you're going to need to
speed.
Yeah, you're going to need to be able to travel at least on an average speed between us and there, between 8 to 10% the speed of light, and we're not anywhere near close to that yet. Not even.
And it'd still take you 40 years to get there.
Still take you. It will still take you 40 years. Yeah, exactly. So I think we're along. I don't think anybody that's alive at the moment is going to likely to see that. It's a very nice thought.
Brainery's got the answer.
Yeah, can you imagine? Yeah, see you later, hun. I'm just going for the trip. I'll see you in 8 years' time.
Yeah, invert warp, done. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it.
So I'd like to point out these facts. Star Trek, flip phone.
Yeah.
Star Trek, laser weapons.
Done.
Star Trek,
Idiots.
Warp drive.
Morons.
We had
Who are
we
you
had
talking
laser
about,
weapons
Phil? Who are you going on about?
before Star Trek. Star Trek copied it from us.
We told you not to go there, Phil. You have no one to blame but
Oh,
yourself.
yeah. My apologies, Phil.
Oh my God.
What have you gone to see, Professor?
He went and checked out Claudia Alvarez.
Oh, did she?
Workers
Oh,
have
did he?
nothing on this nut.
She's a fruitcake, isn't she?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? She used to be a school teacher.
What happened, Phil? Do you think? To her?
She fell and hit her head somewhere.
Seriously, several times.
Yeah, and then she
Seriously,
she
what
got
a
up and
nut.
found her head in a cupboard, hit her head again, and then went back down and continued this process about 10 times.
She's a Planet X theorist. For those that don't know, Planet X theory is about this unknown planet that hasn't been
Nibiru.
noticed yet. Nibiru or whatever it is.
yeah.
It's supposed to go through the solar system and travel within something like, I don't know, 10 million miles of Earth and cause absolute havoc and volcanoes and destroy the Earth and all that kind of nonsense. So it's like,
And now she's saying this this Lurgy is a hoax.
Careful.
Yeah.
She's
called.
and that ain't been took down yet. Report it.
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently she's saying it's a hoax, and she's going on and on about it and giving people bad advice.
Yeah.
And obviously people think that she's credible because she's got a PhD.
Well, if her video's on YouTube, YouTube should do the right thing and take it down.
Right. I think we should go there and report. After this, I'm going to go and do that.
Yeah, you got to do the timestamp where she says it as well.
Yep.
It's on her
Report
website.
Yep.
It's on the YouTube website. It's disgusting.
Yep.
Well, looks like I managed to walk into some porn.
Space porn.
Did you leave a comment in a side
You
chat?
did. No, you did warn me though. I must say.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. There you go.
Go and have a look at her theories of jet engines too while you're there.
Oh really? Oh no, she's not.
Anti-gravity machines. No.
It's,
anti-gravity machine.
She has got some wonderful ideas. She should write a book and call it. No. She needs to write a book and put it under. I don't know. Fiction. Yeah, that's the word. Yeah. No,
Fiction. Fantasy, more like.
Oh, okay.
She's special.
Anyway, did you hear what Professor Dave was saying, Professor Phil?
No, I was listening to that and freaking out. So
okay.
I'll have to go back and watch it.
He was talking about Alpha Proxima
Centauri
B. Centauri.
Oh, yes.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Proxima Centauri B. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. What did he say?
Pretty much just saying how far away it is and the scale and how long it might take to get there and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Well, that's one of the reasons that people say that. Look, there's only one way it's possible for aliens to have come here, and that is if there's some sort of warp in space-time that we totally don't know about, and which has a wormhole. And this is the only possible way because everything is just too bloody far away.
Yeah.
So.
But in saying that, Professor Phil, like some of our most intelligent, I don't want to use the word geniuses, but mathematicians and alike have theorised that it is quite possible for these wormholes to actually work, haven't they?
It could be that because we are talking about space-time, there's no reason for it not to be bent like a piece of paper folded. Imagine a piece of paper folded. Yep. There's no reason for it not to be like a piece of paper that's folded, and therefore it looks, for all the world, it looks like it's far away, but in fact we aren't. It's possible for a wormhole to get from where they are to where we are quite easily. But, I mean,
so in which case then surely space-time then has to be a physical thing.
Oh yes, right? I'm
Is that
actually
correct?
doing a video
Would you
on
say that was correct?
Yeah, I agree with that
Physical
totally.
thing?
All right,
Yeah.
so I'm actually doing a video on that right now on this idea of space-time, and my take on it is this: that okay, so we've got 3 dimensions that we can experience, but undeniably, along with the 3 dimensions, everything that's in 3 dimensions that occupies some space in the 3 dimensions is also affected by time. So time moves on for everything that's in space, that's in this 3 dimension. It's this movement of time together with their position, that comes together, that's called space-time. It's a brilliant idea from Albert Einstein that brings this, because I mean, in the past, we looked at time and we looked at space and they were different things. Well, actually they're not, because time affects everything. So they must be intrinsically linked. And if they are intrinsically linked, that opens the windows for all sorts of other things, like the bending of space and how that is bent, and how this space-time is bent, and whether or not wormholes are possible, and whether or not a universe could be folded like a piece of paper, in which case things are possible to get there, in which case it's possible for aliens to actually have come here.
And also, one thing that I find it really hard to get my head around, that if you're talking about bending space or bending space-time, is that it's not, we see these demonstrations, in classrooms and things like that, with the rubber sheet, and, you put weight in the middle and all the rest of it. But, it's obviously a 3-dimensional thing.
Yes.
So trying to imagine something 3-dimensional and somehow bending it, for me, is a really hard thing to get my head around. It really is. I find it really difficult to understand that.
Hard for everybody, Kevin.
Yeah,
I think
on that.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And the thing about it is that what you've got to try and conceptualize this just in 2 dimensions, but in one of the dimensions, it's actually 3 dimensions. Okay, so it's actually 3 dimensions in one. So in other words, a thing could be anywhere in X, Y, or Z. Now, as it is in X, Y, or Z, it's also moving through W, which is time. Okay, so it's never still. It's always moving through time in whatever direction it happens to be moving through space. And of course, nothing is still. Everything's moving. We're moving now. We are both moving at 15 degrees per hour around, on our planet, and our planet is moving 365 days in an orbit around the sun, and so on. Everything's moving. It's always moving. But not only is it moving, of these things moving in relation to that, but everything moves in relation to time. Time doesn't stop for anything. And it's this time with the position about where it is. Put those 2 together and now you have space-time. But it's incredibly hard to, it's trying to imagine infinity. Try to imagine infinity.
Yeah.
Or try to imagine nothing. It's kind of at that level of thinking.
So in which case then, time must be different in one part of the universe compared to another part of the universe.
I have no doubt about that. I have no doubt about that. Yeah.
So
No doubt about that.
somewhere, you know, they could compare in relation to us could be moving at something like 1,000 years per second compared, you know,
Yeah, well,
from our perspective.
So
Would
just
imagine. Would that be right? Or?
Oh, absolutely. Look, just imagine that the universe was bent like a piece of paper, right?
Yeah.
So along the flat part of the universe, you'd have a certain amount of time. But as you approach the bend where it actually curls over to the underneath, if you like, I don't like the word use underneath, but just for the sake of trying to visualize it. So you're at the top of the piece of paper, you come down. Now, as you approach the bend, you're now increasing. You've now changed your acceleration. So you have to have changed acceleration in order to take that bend around that space-time. Right. Clearly, the time in that area must be different.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then either speed up or slow down as it takes the straight back the other way. So there's absolutely no doubt you're right. I firmly believe that. But trouble is, how do we gather evidence for it? That's the big thing.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, in all reality, we can barely measure the slightest gravitational wave from two black holes eating each other.
Oh, yeah.
You know, so it becomes somewhat difficult for us to even think about the whole concept of measuring, let alone finding some difference in space-time out in the vast universe somewhere.
I think in a way it starts from the idea that you think this thing could possibly be there, and accepting that's, and then getting a mountain of people look for it, and that's you know,
it's almost like with black hole. It's almost like with black holes. It's like physics, just the laws of physics just seem to get thrown out the window.
Yeah,
and it's all just twisted, and you know, it's bizarre. It's such a bizarre thing to read about, and yeah.
I just posted a video in your homework only folder, Terry, about wormholes. Scott Manley. Hi, I'm Scott Manley. Fly safe.
That was terrible.
If you're interested.
Yeah. No, it's fascinating stuff, and you know, and I mean that's the thing about being a human being, you know, is that there's so much to be fascinated with, and this is why I cannot hang my head around what it's like to be one of those idiots.
Hello, it's Scott Manley here. Today,
well, you said you want to imagine about infinity and empty space with nothing. You just hit it on the head, flat Earth brain.
Yeah. There you go.
The thing is, the more I read about that kind of stuff, the more questions I actually have as well. It's it just throws up more and more questions every time you read more and you learn more.
You're absolutely right about that. There's it's a minefield of questions. So that you're quite right. The more you know, the more you realise how little you do know.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, which is,
I still don't know
anything. Strange thing to say.
It's
a strange thing to say, but it's true. You know, so there's so little. I mean, we think we're really smart because we can get a rocket up there, and you think, oh my God, that's nothing. That's just so little, you know, compared to what it is.
Trying to work out the physics of a black hole would just send you bonkers, wouldn't it?
Oh well, look, you know, I often look at that, and I actually tell students that, you know, we talk about oh look, we've got some satellites in space and they're 400 kilometers away, and I tell them, you know something, if we could scale this down to a 3-foot ball, we wouldn't even be the distance of a piece of paper away from it. That's how close we are. That's how insignificant that distance is. You know, it's so silly. It's so, you know, and you know, and things like that. This argument that these silly flat earthers take about the atmosphere, and they say, well, why doesn't the atmosphere do this and that? How come the Earth doesn't spin without the atmosphere? For goodness sake, it is so close. It is like half of the thickness of a piece of paper. You know, stuck to it. Why wouldn't it be? Why the hell wouldn't it be moving together? If you'd argued that it wasn't moving together, I would have an issue with that.
They don't understand scale. is the problem.
exactly.
Oh yeah, I've said that many times. They really just cannot grasp the idea of scale and how vastly huge just the known universe is. And you know, and it's ridiculous. It's hard to get your head around for normal people, but you know, for flat earthers to do it, it's just, you know, I mean, the Earth is just, you know, you talk, you know, you're talking about Carl Sagan, you know, he hit the nail on the head. You know, that the pale blue dot, and he really sort of hits the nail on the head of how vast, you know, it really is. We're so insignificant, it's ridiculous. And then if you talk about the atmosphere, how thin it is, just around that tiny little dot, it's nothing.
I explain to people that, you know, how you think an atom is small. They go, I say that's irrelevant compared to the universe.
Yes, exactly. It is irrelevant. It is irrelevant. Like I said in one of my videos, when you just to think about Avogadro's number 6.02 by 10 to the 23. All of the beaches together does not come to this number. No. If you just count the grains. This is how small we're talking about things are. This is the scale of stuff. And this, you know, to fathom that, they just can't fathom that. They can't fathom this. It's a bit like that homeopathy nonsense. They said, well, you know what? We'll make the liquid the 10 to the power 100 to the power 30. 100 to the power 30. I said, what? There would not be a molecule of anything in it. Even if you could somehow get any kind of distilled water to be so pure that there wouldn't be a molecule in 10 to the power 30. You have no idea. If you took one single grain of salt and took it out to the sea and then dropped it in all of the sea and tell me that you've made the sea saltier, that would be outrageously good.
Yeah, someone's at the door, Loon. They hear that out there.
Bing bong. It's just, they don't understand how insignificant we are to the universe. No. We're so tiny.
But I mean, you know, to me, it doesn't make me feel insignificant. It actually makes me feel quite humble. But they've got seem to have this issue that because it's so vast, it makes them feel insignificant, and somehow that's wrong. It doesn't for me. It humbles me, and that's where my interest in space travel and rockets and space comes from, is because it really does humble me to realize how vast our just the known universe is, let alone what we don't know about. You know, it's really humbling.
When I say insignificant, I don't mean we're insignificant. I mean we're insignificant in relation to the size of the world.
Exactly. But what we are significant is the people that we know and love and surround us ourselves and our family and stuff like that. That's our own little kind of patch of the universe, if you know what I mean. So you're significant to other people, but in terms of the known universe, we're completely insignificant. But that's not a bad thing to know. I think it's just need to humble yourself a little bit.
Someone done a brilliant video from, I don't know if it was an atom they started at, but they started really small and they kept zooming out and zooming out, and they stopped at the Earth, and you think that's small, and of course they zoomed out of our universe, out of our solar system, and it just kept zooming out and zooming out and zooming out. And you could see these numbers are just start to fill the screen up with numbers, how far away we were. And they had to stop at like 3/4 of the way down with a little right. And he says, we can't continue because we haven't got enough monitors to display the number.
Exactly.
Not only that, you think about if you could get a machine that could count, say, 1 million. So a microsecond, you could count for a microsecond. You couldn't live long enough to listen to it for the equivalent of even an hour. You couldn't live long enough if you could listen to it if you could listen to those vibrations for an hour.
Yeah.
Scale is just, unbelievable. It's just so unbelievable.
It's immense. I think that's why people find it so fascinating, because it's just so much out there to learn and understand. And I think people are just intrigued, aren't they?
Look at light. 400 nanoseconds. 400 nano. 10 to the minus 9. Compared to radio, which is a millimeter. How big is that? 10 to the minus 9.
Yeah.
You know, and now you're going to tell me that you're worried about that? You should be shit scared of bloody light.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Better say hello to Stingray before we watch the next video.
Hello, Stingray.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
You guys have got me now modelling space-time and warping of space-time. I started like 5 minutes ago.
Oh, that'd be awesome to see something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's have a look after the video then.
This should be
Press
done
play,
shortly.
please, Terry.
Press play, please.
Maybe talk to a god.
My mate, Dan.
Your mate? Who said he
Your
was
mate.
your
Our
mate?
mate. Our mate. Our mate. Sorry.
His mate.
I
Our
just
mate.
watched something on light, Dan.
Okay.
Weeks now,
Press
people have
play,
been
please, Terry.
asking me to make a video on 5G. I had planned to release this at the end of the month, but given the current circumstances, I thought it was important that I was able to release it as soon as possible. This is the real truth about 5G. Hello all, and welcome along to another episode of Tinfoil Tuesday with me, SciManDan. Thank you very much for joining me. Over the last 2 weeks, I have seen countless conspiracies regarding 5G, including in my own country, people burning down
Mute
masts.
yourself, Mad B.
Utter madness. Not least because some of those masts that are being burnt are actually 2G, 3G and 4G ones, so they're actually reducing normal coverage in their area. Well played. So rather than responding to a video like I do on my normal format, this one is going to be purely information, and one in which I hope you can share with as many people as possible. So I'm going to start by saying that 5G cannot spread viruses, and it cannot activate viruses. It isn't a weapon, and it certainly won't mess with your air supply. Right, now we've got that out of the way, let's go into a little bit more detail. 5G simply means the 5th generation of the mobile phone network, just like 4G was the 4th and 3G was the 3rd. It is not specifically one thing, it is a whole new range of designs and applications designed to deliver a brand new mobile phone network. So what's different about 5G? Well, there's a few things, but primarily what seems to be the problem with most conspiracy theorists is the fact that 5G will be using a higher frequency of wavelength than any mobile network before it. This is the electromagnetic spectrum. It shows us all of the wavelengths of light from radio waves on the left all the way to gamma rays on the right. The visible light that we see is a tiny little band in the middle of the spectrum and is contained within a certain wavelength. Each colour is represented by a certain wavelength also. To give you an example of how this works, think of plants and photosynthesis. Now, plants prefer a certain wavelength of light when they carry out photosynthesis, and it just so happens the wavelengths of light that they like represent red and blue colours. So that means they use these wavelengths of red and blue colours to carry out photosynthesis, and they're not keen on the green and yellow light. So light with that wavelength is reflected by the plant, and hence we see the plants as green. Another important thing to note regarding this spectrum is that as the wavelength shortens, the frequency gets larger. The frequency, by the way, is simply how many wavelengths pass a certain point in 1 second, and this is measured in hertz. Now, when we look at things like mobile phone networks, we need to take a look at the radio wave frequencies all the way over here on the left of the spectrum. The current 4G network here in the UK uses frequencies up to 3 GHz, which is right at the high frequency radio wave microwave border. Now, moving to a frequency band that is higher is done for a couple of reasons. Firstly, the current frequency bands in use are getting full. 3G, 4G, GPS, satellite radio, satellite TV, etc., all of them taking up space. Secondly, the higher frequencies allow a much greater amount of data transfer, which is key if you want to make a faster mobile phone network. Different mobile phone networks will be using different frequencies, so the whole 5G network will be using frequencies up to 300 GHz. Now that sounds really high, but we're still within that little microwave section of the electromagnetic spectrum. At this point, you might be thinking about your microwave oven at home, and your immediate worry would be getting cooked. Well, the difference is your microwave oven at home has more power, often delivering the microwave with around 800 watts of power. The microwaves used in the mobile phone networks for 5G will not get higher than about 2 watts in terms of power, so you will not be getting cooked. And to back that up, one of my subscribers is an engineer that fits 5G. Now, he contacted me and explained they have a piece of equipment called a NADA alert, which alarms him when any radiation gets over 200% normal safety range. When working on the cells, he has never once had an alarm, even when working next to a live antenna. The power is simply too low. So what is dangerous about the frequencies that the 5G network will be using? Well, to be honest, not a great deal. Let's go back to our electromagnetic spectrum for a minute. If you've been unlucky enough to break a bone and have needed an X-ray, you'll have experienced light waves that can fully penetrate your body. That's because the waves used for X-rays are so small, with a wavelength of 0.1 nanometers. A nanometer, by the way, is 1/1000th of a meter. X-rays and gamma rays are the only light waves in the electromagnetic spectrum that can fully penetrate your body. Microwaves are absorbed by the first centimetre of your skin, but because of the extreme low power of the mobile phone networks, then no damage occurs. We can also consider the fact that microwaves and radio waves are a form of non-ionising radiation. This means that they don't mess with the electrons of atoms like gamma rays do. Now, all of this means that any mobile phone network will not, under any circumstances, damage your cells. Now, you may have seen something that said that 5G is carcinogenic or cancer-causing. Well, the truth of the matter is that the World Health Organization has listed all mobile phone network frequencies, not just 5G, as possibly carcinogenic to humans. You know what else is in that bracket? Instant coffee. And the consumption of red meat is an even higher one. Yet the videos stopping you from drinking instant coffee and eating red meat don't seem to be as common. I wonder why. This, by the way, is a graph that shows cancer mortality, total cancer incidence and total brain cancer incidence compared to mobile phone subscriptions in the US. I'll let that one sink in for a moment. If the issue then for people is the increase in frequency used with 5G, then you can show people that there really isn't an issue. Besides, your TV remote control and the light you see with your eyes both have higher frequencies than mobile phone network frequencies. I don't see any videos banning TV remotes or seeing. I mean, we regularly expose ourselves to radiation in the 400 to 700 terahertz range, at powers 5 to 50 times that of any mobile phone network, otherwise known as light bulbs. Another issue you might hear is an increase in masts or repeaters for 5G in the local area near you, which could mean an increase in radiation. The thing is, if you're going to use higher frequencies that have shorter wavelengths, then you're going to lose some range. Because the waves can't travel through or around things like trees and buildings, these additional masts are required to transmit signals around obstacles. There is no increased risk of radiation. I've heard another argument about oxygen molecules, and that some certain frequency means that oxygen absorbs all the radiation. It means it can no longer be breathed, or it can't bond with hemoglobin or some other rubbish like that. Whilst it is true that oxygen molecules become highly absorbent of electromagnetic energy at the 60 GHz frequency, this doesn't really mean much. First off, this is a problem for the phone networks because it weakens the signal. It's not a problem for the oxygen. Secondly, this will only happen at the 60 GHz frequency, no other frequencies in 5G, so to say it is all of 5G is a lie. The oxygen doesn't lose electrons, it doesn't have problems bonding with hemoglobin, and 5G doesn't suck oxygen from your lungs. Yes, I've heard that one. In short, there is no evidence whatsoever that 5G affects your air supply. Which brings me nicely on to COVID-19. Now there's been several videos and several conspiracies that links 5G radiation with the COVID-19 global pandemic. Now the whole global pandemic thing is for another video, but I will address the link between 5G and coronavirus. There is none. So what if Wuhan and Milan had 5G networks? Correlation doesn't equal causation. France doesn't have 5G, yet it ranks 4th in the world for deaths and cases. In fact, there are more countries in the world that don't have 5G with cases than there are that do. Besides, the electromagnetic waves that mobile phone networks are using do not penetrate our bodies. They are just waves that carry information. They do not affect, manipulate or alter our cells. Anyone that propagates any theory about 5G that is unsubstantiated or unproven is more dangerous than any mobile phone network will ever be. So if you see a video that is spreading these silly conspiracy theories about 5G, report it immediately. I will link some channels in the description that I know for a fact talk about these conspiracies. Check them out and then do what you want. This, unfortunately, is one of the more dangerous conspiracy theories and we need to stop it now. We can't have people setting fire to equipment like this, an act which endangers life for anyone around it. Thank you all very much for watching today. It is a more serious one and I'd appreciate it if you could share this as much as you possibly can. I've been SciManDan, have a great day and I'll see you all tomorrow for episode 3 of the SciManDan Show. See you then. For a good couple
And so, as far as I'm concerned, if the people that are putting these videos out about this certain virus keep putting it out, they should be locked up. It's as simple as that.
Sure, I agree with that.
They've got to be locked up. It's putting people's lives in danger. It's just that's a simple fact because it causes people to act differently than they should be to stop the spread. It's as simple as that. Lock them up.
I can only see one problem with that. That means you're going to put all the flat earthers into one place at the one time. That could be dangerous.
No,
that's an idea.
No. There must be an island somewhere where we can put them.
Yeah, New Zealand.
Yeah. Woohoo!
And then just leave them to it.
Yeah.
No means of getting off the island. Just leave them to it. They're happy to do what they want, how they want to each other.
But what we need to do is make sure they're cut off from the internet entirely.
I'll go without saying.
No, I've got a better idea. Casual, don't cut them off completely.
Yeah.
They can receive, they just can't transmit.
Yeah. Good
so
idea.
they can learn the truth about life, not the crap that they're putting out there.
Those people are seriously
Send them to New Zealand, you say?
Huh? What? Who said that?
At the same time.
In the words of Greta, how dare you?
Oh, that was it. That was him that said that.
that'd be an interesting experiment if you did put them all on an island to see what happened in 10 years' time with their knowledge.
I want to. Yeah, I'd like.
We could put them on
evolution.
White Island where they had the explosion.
They wouldn't
Just
make
say,
it past the first year.
I put them
Just
on a
say-
deserted. There's not that many of them. You could just throw them on a deserted island and see how they.
Yeah,
go.
we could probably clear Jersey and Guernsey off. What do you reckon, Farmers Boy? Get them all back to the UK properly, and then just put them
What
all
you
on
mean?
those two islands.
Bring all that dodgy offshore banking back here.
Yeah, exactly.
That'd be
no. I've got a much more volcanic island for them. White Island. They can go there.
Well, you probably have the place on Earth that has the best looking roofs and most manicured lawns.
Yeah.
Because I figure that's pretty much what most of those idiots are doing anyway.
Yeah, they'd have to be on an island where there's no regular shipping or transportation.
Yeah,
to
no,
it.
no,
So they're
Scott-
totally on their own.
Scott, Alcatraz Island's out. You can't stick them there.
No.
there's- People have escaped from there, therefore it's not good enough.
No, they need to have.
You need an island out in the middle of the Pacific, and then once you put everybody there, you take off.
Oh,
nuke the
hang
entire
on.
site from orbit.
There is a place that the Americans may have prepared for such a situation. It's called Bikini Atoll.
Yep.
Yeah.
There must be one more test we need to do. Just one more.
One more.
Just to make sure. You know, like I said, take off and nuke the entire site from orbit. It's the only way to be sure. And there will be there will be an overall global increase in IQ levels overnight.
Can you imagine if you sent them up in the space shuttle, right, and just let it carry on into outer space, and then they actually bumped into intelligent life? No, they bumped into intelligent life and start asking them a question. We come from a planet where it's flat, man.
Don't waste a perfectly good, usable and serviceable spacecraft like the space shuttle. Thank you very much. No,
It had a
No.
purpose. It had a purpose.
No.
It was called the
Waste,
cleanup
total
crew.
waste. Total waste of a perfectly good rocket.
I think given that most of them
The
think that
benefits
Venus-
outweigh the costs, casual.
Tell them they're going to Venus because it's obviously very close. It's only about 20, 30 miles across, and it's perfectly fine. So send them there.
Oh,
instead.
yeah.
It won't take long to get there. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's quite reasonable temperatures there.
I mean, hell, if the sun's only 4,000 miles away, it'd take them no time at all. My Christ, it only took them a few days to get to the moon, and that's 250,000 miles away. I mean, the sun, get there in an afternoon. I don't see what the fuss is about.
Exactly. Just tell them that they've discovered the secret, and then they've been given a secret mission.
Arthur, that's a bit
Mike's
that's a bit
rocket.
cruel. You can't use Mad Mike's rocket. They'd have to fix it first.
Yeah.
It'd have to develop it slightly so it can actually go higher than any surrounding mountain. Would have been a good starting point.
Well, actually, you wouldn't have to fix it. You just have a slide bit pointing down into the Grand Canyon, Peter. Sorted.
Oh no! You could get them higher with a kite, for crying out loud.
Get them
Time first, jump off.
High enough as it is.
Yeah. Yeah, I've always had a horrible joke about Mad Mike. I won't never say it, but I can't stop thinking about it.
Well, you just get it off your chest then.
Poor Mad Mike.
It was the definition of digging one's grave.
Oh, right.
God, I feel better now.
I think he sorted out gravity for us.
Yes, he did. He proved gravity.
The thing is about Mad Mike, him doing those stunts. He wasn't actually doing those stunts specifically to prove whether the Earth was flat or not.
No. Oh,
He was just doing it because he was a daredevil anyway. He just wanted to do it regardless. He was just using that. He just happened to be a flat earther. That was really the only reason.
If he actually was a flat earther, I mean,
If he ever was a flat earther, yeah.
I don't know that was even true. I think the guy was just a showman, and having his 15 minutes of fame.
Yeah, but who worked out, like, surely there's more to attaching a parachute to something like that, than just tying it on the back. You know.
Well, his craft had several parachutes, and he operated them in stages. And I think the problem was that on that particular launch, he either knocked himself unconscious or he broke his bloody neck. So he didn't actually operate the other parachutes. They think that was probably what happened.
Oh,
Well, no, because the first stage parachute deployed right at launch.
Yeah, but that wasn't his own parachute. He had others.
He had others.
So you think he killed himself as he launched then?
Yeah,
he
which
was already
means
dead.
that he was in no state to operate them in the first place.
Or he was just unconscious.
Yeah,
he might have just been unconscious. He's not going to operate him if he's unconscious, is he? So.
It reminds me, the Germans during the war invented a rocket interceptor called the Bachem Natter. It only ever flew once with a pilot in it. And on takeoff, because it was basically a rocket on the dirty great big rail that launched vertically, they think that what happened was when the pilot launched, his head wasn't perfectly against the headrest, because on launch he broke his neck. And I think something very similar happened here. I think the poor brother either knocked himself unconscious or broke his neck on takeoff, and that's why he never operated the other parachutes, because he wasn't capable. So if he wasn't dead on the way up, he was obviously dead after he hit the ground due to the impact. But one way or the other, he was in no fit state to operate the other parachutes. I think his craft had 3, if I remember rightly, and he could operate the first one, and then when that slowed him down a bit, he could then operate the next one, and so on and so forth. But
Well, that's kind of, it'd be kind of better that he was dead when he hit the ground. Then,
if he wasn't dead, I don't think he felt it. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
There is a reason why you have to be fit when you fly rockets or do drag racing or anything like that.
Yeah.
Because the force can send you black. And there's bigger G-forces on the drag strip than there's any rocket that's ever taken off anyways. But the G-force could have been enough to, he'd have probably hit 3 max, I would have thought.
14 seconds to think about it.
Yeah, and he could have just, instant blood loss, and that'd been him out for the count.
Yeah.
So, because you've got to be so fit to do that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Blackouts are quite common.
And he was close enough to be heard if he was yelling, right? I mean, the sound would have traveled, if he was making any noise at all. It was just silent,
What, on launch?
If there was any
on the way down.
No, it wouldn't come up. It would go straight. The noise would come straight up. It wouldn't come down. So So
you would.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
Not from the noise of that steam rocket.
No, and I would say that his velocity wouldn't have been long enough. I would say the last 6. He's probably the first 6 seconds he would have realised and thought had a chance to think about it. But then after that, like you said, you would hope that he would black out.
Yeah. I like to have thought so.
It doesn't bear thinking.
I suspect that sort of a fraction of a second after the launch that he was out of it one way or the other.
Yeah. I hope so. Yeah, I hope so.
I hope so.
Those really aren't G's in the direction that would cause you to become unconscious, though.
I mean, there are reasons why that all the authorities and the experts advised him against using steam. Rockets tend to be a little bit more gradual, whereas steam tends to be a fair old wallop.
Yeah,
it's just a straight out. It's the thing about it is that the whole thing about a rocket is you want it to be a controlled explosion.
Yes.
You just don't want to be sitting at one end of a bomb.
No.
Which is what he did.
Whereas with steam, that's what you tend to get a fairly instant pressure release, don't you?
Well, that's all he's doing, just sitting on the end of a bomb,
He's basically on the end of a bloody great big steam catapult, and they just go. There's no control to it.
That's all. There's no control there. It's not a control.
And that's why people have told him, look, fair enough if you want to build your own rocket, but this really isn't the way to go. And he just said, no, this is why I'm doing it.
It's still pretty sad.
It is. But there you go.
There's projectile motion for you.
Quite.
Press play, please, Terry.
Yeah, let's have some salad. Can't believe I'm saying that. I hate salad.
You don't make friends with salad.
Mayonnaise or Caesar salad?
I think I know where this is going.
Was I muted again?
Salad is more meat.
No wonder you don't hear me.
What, because you were muted?
Yeah.
Yeah. How long have you been talking for, Terry?
9 minutes.
For the last 9 minutes, you've been talking and everybody's been ignoring you. At least that's what you thought.
I'm going to kick everyone off if you don't answer. Oh, right. Wait a minute.
It was getting like that, Nelly.
Never mind.
Well, you know I'm so polite, I don't want to interrupt.
Well, if we hear your voice, Terry, in accordance with theory, we all stop talking.
Play.
Yeah.
Okay.
Play, Terry.
So Terry's
play.
right even when he's wrong, then, basically.
Well, yeah. It's his channel.
Don't complain. That's rule 3.
I'm not complaining.
Yeah.
Am I right? Can I press play now?
Of course you're right.
Okay.
Play.
Shut up.
Well, I'm just waiting for the approval.
Press play, Terry.
Okay.
Press
thanks.
play.
Okay.
Play.
Okay.
Do as you're told, Terry.
Question. Try to explain sunsets using a flat Earth model. Now, so far, this is all that we've gotten. Word salad, ad hoc explanations with buzzwords, personal atmospheric visual limitations, refraction, diffraction, perspective, flurspective. Nothing solid to explain why, on a flat Earth, the sun will go down in a predictable manner in a certain direction at a certain time. So let's cue up the music and let's finish this up and move on to the next subject.
Because you also claim that the sun and moon perform other kinds of magic to push the air and water around, to get tides and storms and what have you.
Now, wait a minute. Don't you also say that the sun and the moon cause tides?
Yes, of course, due to gravitational effects. They're very well understood and predictable. And your point is? Simply because we both claim that the sun and the moon cause tides does not put them on an equal footing. We can prove our claim. You're simply asserting silliness on your part and presenting no evidence. They are not equivalent claims.
Well, also, wait a minute. No, we don't say that the moon causes tides by gravity, at least. And one of the reasons is we don't see tides on the Great Lakes, for example.
You know, again, if you're going to make a claim, you should at least do some basic research. We do have tides on the Great Lakes. They are very tiny, on the order of 5 centimeters. About that big. Now, there's a very good reason for that, and it goes right along with the entire gravitational cause of tides everywhere on the Earth. The fact that they are very small actually confirms the fact that our idea of what's causing the tides is correct. We would expect them to be very small, and indeed they are. You know, the next time you make an assertion, maybe you should research it a little bit. Then you won't look quite as silly as you do and have throughout this entire series.
Now, that's a problem for you. But again, these aren't my challenges. We're probably never going to get to that because that's been tried before. I mean, we're not even interested because that would be an exercise that we've already done. That's what we did when I tried to debunk flat Earth. I did these things and I was not able to debunk them. I found only problems with the heliocentric model.
Honestly, that has more to do with your incompetence as an experimenter and a scientist than anything else. You know, those of us that actually do know what we're doing can easily demonstrate this.
I'm not going back. That'd be like, that's insane. I mean, I've only found, in the real research I've done, I've only found problems with the heliocentric model.
Quite frankly, that's because that's all you look for. And you will never find problems with the flat Earth model because you refuse to look for them. And when it's shoved in your face, you will ignore them.
I did go through several months of refusal to accept it fully. It was just an interesting, like a curious thing that I was laughing about. But the intellectual honesty remained with me, even if I lost conversation partners and things like that, because the conclusions that are undeniable based on the facts are what they are. And it's a lot of people through various means are unwilling to even entertain the thought, much less investigate, much less answer. But I have no problem answering questions, and sometimes I don't know.
Well, how about you answer the question that's put to you? Explain the sunset on the flat Earth model, and only on the flat Earth model. It has nothing to do with the globe, the sphere, the horizon, anything like that. You explain to me why, on a flat Earth, the sun goes below the line where the sky meets the ground. And by the way, it's not that we simply dismiss your claims. That would be justifiable based on the amount of evidence that says your claims are silly. Those of us in the debunking community actually went in and had a look at your claims, including this one that you put up. I've seen most of the examples that you've put out, and I've already addressed them. You continue to put the same examples out. How many times have we heard them claim that Mount San Jacinto from Malibu, California shows the entire mountain? How many times have we shown you that it's missing 6,280 feet of that mountain and proved it to you? Yet you'll continue to talk about Mount San Jacinto as proof of a flat Earth because we see too far. Now, get back, get focused. Tell me how, on your non-existent flat Earth model, the sun sets. Go for it.
So if you try to do this thing where you say, explain the TRAPPIST system then. Well, the TRAPPIST system, you guys made that up. I don't know about that. I mean, just explain why the Sith, there's two and there are always two. And I don't know. I mean, I didn't make that up.
Did you just seriously quote Star Wars as a justification for your flat Earth? Do you know the difference between fantasy and reality? Apparently not, because you're a flat earther. But that's a movie. The Sith do not exist, much less always come in pairs. They come in pairs in the Star Wars series. That's a movie. It's fantasy. Most people can tell the difference between fantasy and reality. So why don't you work on that a little bit?
So, I mean, I can probably come up with something. I'm creative that way. But we're talking about science. We're not talking about, storytelling.
No, Chief, I'm talking about science. You're talking about Star Wars. You realize that, right?
What is science? It seems to be a lot of CGI in storytelling, if you ask me.
So which is it? Is the sun outside of the magical non-existent dome so you can pretend to get the sunset? Or is it inside the magical non-existent dome?
Well, with the false dichotomy you gave me, I can't really answer that because you're telling me it's magical non-existent. So am I going to sign up? Okay, yeah, I believe in what you said. I believe in a magical non-existent. I mean, if I were like that, I would be a NASA fan because somebody told me that there's a Voyager 13.8 billion miles away with a 60-watt transmitter sending signals and receiving signals, so they remote started it after 37 years to retask it so that it could pick up signals. Well, how did it get the signal for the liquid-propelled rockets to fire up after 37 years to retask, to reorient back in the slightest of angles in order to shoot the beam, the 60-watt beam that only the NASA Deep Space Network, the DSN, can pick up?
And that is referred to as an argument from personal incredulity. He doesn't know how it happens, so therefore it's magic and didn't happen. Well, there are people who know how it happens. Did he talk to any of them? Did he do any basic research on this other than reading a headline on the internet somewhere? No. Or else he would have an actual answer for that and express some modicum of understanding of what's going on. Just to kind of give you a hint, if you've got an object out in space and you know where it is, and you have a steerable antenna on Earth, you can aim the antenna at that object and hit it, and direct it to aim its antenna back at you to answer you. So, come on. Did you think through any of this stuff?
But if you want to insult me, I mean, be careful.
So you can pretend to get the tides. It can't be both. Or if you bail on the dome and say it's just water.
Well, to answer the previous question, I would have to reject the phrasing of it, and I would say it's inside that dome that you showed, not the personal visual dome. That's a different one, okay? If there is a dome over the entire Earth, which I believe there is it shaped like that? Is that scaled properly? Is that something that we could ever see? I don't know.
Well, if you don't know, why are you asserting it as a fact? Why don't you go find out about it and then come back when you have something that you can actually present that would constitute data or confirmation or evidence? As it is now, all you're doing is just throwing crap against the wall and hoping that some of it will stick or deflect some of these very hard questions. Now, once again, please explain how the sun disappears at night on your flat Earth model, which you don't have, but do your best.
But I can say that I don't know. So that's for that. Now, what is this next one?
How do all those water molecules that make up around 1% of the atmosphere produce 1,000 times greater refractive effect than actual liquid water?
Oh, he's talking about the sunset and how, okay, we've already moved on from that.
No, we haven't, because you haven't answered it yet. Are you going to answer? How does a sunset occur on a flat Earth model? Please answer the question. You know, I know you can't, so it's just to my personal amusement to poke you with this little stick. So tell me, how does a sunset occur on a flat Earth model? Knock yourself out, man.
So, yeah, I've already explained that.
How does the appearance of a sunset never vary at all, whether it's dry or humid or raining?
Well, it does. It does vary. When it's raining, sometimes you can't even see the sun. So the sunset does vary.
You know, I thought that was really cute, the way you did that. You know, clearly, if there's fog on the ground, you're not going to see the sun. I mean, that's not really the question. But if it's drizzling, if it's dry, if it's over land, if it's over water, you know, it's the same half degree in angular size. It's the same color. It disappears in a predictable spot based on the time of year. And quite frankly, we can predict it all. How does your flat Earth model explain that? Come on, man. Answer the question. Quit dancing around and coming up with this ad hoc word salad nonsense that you keep putting out. And why don't you pay attention? Why are you looking at something from an annular solar eclipse? We haven't asked you about a solar eclipse. Be nice if you explained how it happened and what's eclipsing the sun, but that's for another question. Answer the question that has been put to you. How does a sunset occur on a flat Earth according to your non-existent flat Earth model? Come on, man, we're pulling for you.
So the sunset does vary. It varies between the northern and southern hemisphere, given equal latitudes and longitudes.
Oh, really? Please do tell me more. How is the sunset at 35 degrees north different than the sunset at 35 degrees south, assuming that we're at the equinox and the sun's over the equator? Tell me how the sun is different.
Latitudes and longitudes equivalencies, almost nothing perfectly matches. Now, the numbers will match, but what is a sunset? What is a sunrise? Is it something you can pinpoint? No, it varies based on the atmosphere.
Come on, man. Did you think that we didn't notice that you put that table up? We know exactly where the sun will rise and set and at what time. So why are you going down this little rabbit hole where you suddenly seem to have forgotten all about it? Come on.
Any weatherman who's been through his meteorological training, basic meteorology will tell you that. I mean, yeah, it varies. Yeah, it does.
Why does nothing else but the sun behave that way? Show me a projectile or a plane going below the horizon as it recedes.
Dude, we've tried. You can't. It's not. That's the horizon isn't like a curve like that. It's a vanishing point. It's a line that goes across perfectly straight and flat. I mean, come on, listen.
Or show me this dome and explain the phenomena with more than buzzwords. Do something to explain a sunset. Do anything besides making idiotic videos with action movie soundtracks that contradict middle school level science.
Okay, done.
Well, guys, thank you very much for stopping by. The first efforts of the Flat Earth to explain the sunset was a cacophony of word salad and buzzwords. Personal atmospheric visual range. Atmospheric obstruction, which only affects the bottom part of objects, but not the top part of objects. Diffraction, which they have no understanding of whatsoever. And basically a hodgepodge of excuses as to why atmospheric effects will cause the sun to appear to set below the horizon every night and rise the next morning on the opposite side of the Earth. So this is Bob the Science Guy signing out from Northern Michigan. Make sure you hit that little like and subscribe button down there. And thank you very much for stopping by. And by the way, Flat Earth, explain to me why that sun pillar is lighting up the bottom side of the clouds at sunset. You can clearly see the sun on the horizon. You can clearly see the redness and the underlighting of the clouds. How's that work out? Take care, guys.
Yes, they do have
Vanishing point nonsense. I'd like to know how the sun disappears from the bottom up, according to this vanishing point nonsense. If it was just vanishing in the distance, then it wouldn't change angular size, would it? It would change angular size, that is, but it doesn't.
Yes, it doesn't.
It changes shape. It takes a little bit more off and a little bit more off. It's half, then a little bit more, then a little bit, and then it disappears.
No, you see, you're forgetting it's a combination of your angular perspective, refraction, and my favourite, it just goes away.
All right, so for refraction, actually changes the actual shape of the sun when it goes at the sunset. Then,
obviously,
really,
because it's obviously anything but what we actually observe.
Yeah.
Oh, right. So there's no point looking at something and trying to observe.
Well, why do you think they keep saying don't look up at the sky to determine the shape of the Earth? Because if you look up at the sky and watch anything for long enough, you'll know exactly what the shape and the rotation of the Earth is. That's what it's the old magician's trick. Don't look at this hand, look at that one, because that one's doing nothing. It's this one that's doing all the trickery. So don't look at it.
Yeah.
It's so obvious. Yeah, just watch a sunrise or a sunset, and if you can, watch the sun all the way through the day using a solar filter, and then come to me and tell me that you think the Earth is flat. I don't.
As pointed out by Irish Stew, they farmers, it's the ether band.
I suppose it's early enough to start drinking of an afternoon. Yeah. I mean, it's 3 in the afternoon. I can make a start. I'm not going anywhere.
No, during this lockdown, there's no such thing as a time when you can't drink.
Well,
would you guys like to look at some slides?
Sorry, Professor Phil, what were you saying?
Would you like to have a look at some slides that I've prepared? I don't know if I can share this. Can I share the screen?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yeah, you can share on here.
Okay, so I'll just go like this, and I'll just narrate them as I go. So I think you can see this, can't you?
Flat Earth fail.
Flat Earth fail. Yep.
Yeah, that's right. So I'm going to. I'll see if the slideshow actually works. So if I go slideshow and I go from beginning, see if does that work. So is it still sharing? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So let's go through it. So flat Earth fail. Okay. All right. So this is my question. This is for this. I did this for Nathan Oakley, although I've never published it. So this is just off the press. So where are the bottoms of these wind turbines?
Oh, that's an easy one. They're in the non-uniform density transition zone.
Okay.
No, Phil, we've come up with an explanation for this.
Where are the bottoms? Not only that, have a look at the blue arrows. One of the blue arrows, you can actually see the hill behind it. So if for whatever reason you're saying that perspective, whatever that is, for you, is affecting the bottom of those, why isn't it affecting that hill? Why is it I can still see the hill?
Yeah, good question.
So, Professor Phil,
Yeah.
Those wind turbines you're looking at, they're subaquatic wind turbines.
Okay, so some of the blades are in the water. You notice?
Yeah. That's why they're subaquatic.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. How would they get energy from the currents if some of the blades weren't in the water? Jesus.
Yeah. All right, let's go on to the next one.
Just really quickly, Phil. There's something that you should actually add to this if you want a clearer example, because they're going to look at this and say, well, it's refraction and bendiness and all that kind of stuff, and they're just going to deflect. But I can't pronounce his surname. Grinvold, Tommy Grinvold.
Okay. Yeah, that's him. Yeah.
So he has wind turbines, but very special types.
Yeah.
These. You cannot see that, and you can search his YouTube channel, and if you message him, he'll give you all of this stuff as well. But his are perfectly in focus, a little bit further away from there. They're the biggest type of wind turbines, and they sit on 500-foot high land.
Wow.
Yet you cannot see the bottom of them due to the water on the horizon.
So the reason that I've chosen this particular slide is because this is what Nathan Oakley shows his people every day.
Oh, have you not noticed that just about every image he has up on his live stream when he's talking, unless it's photos of people, just about every image he puts up debunks the flat Earth.
Yeah. So I'm saying here, how stupid do you think your followers are?
Yeah, because he's trolling them. Every image he puts on the screen is trolling them.
Yeah, you're trolling them. Exactly.
That is the point. He knows how stupid his followers are. He knows he can show it to them, and they're still too stupid to figure it out.
I've got to show them how stupid they are, but I won't go. So I've made a selection of people who I've come across who I really think are pretty stupid. So. Does this sound like a selection, like a worthy selection?
Oh, you've got most of my favourites there.
Yeah. Dearth in particular.
Yeah. So the point I'm making to him is, how stupid do you think these people are? Ranty, Arwin, RTH. How stupid do you think they are that you would put this thing under their nose every night?
Yeah.
And they look at it, and they surely at some stage that it must click in their mind and go, well, you know something, this is bullshit.
No, that's not how they work.
The problem with these clowns is when we say stuff to them like, how stupid can you be? They think that's a challenge. They don't realize it's just a rhetorical question.
So you see the flathead's got the duck's got the swan's got a cross through it.
Yeah, black swan.
Yeah. So I'm challenging him now. Why are you so disrespectful to the people that watch you? Because I mean, you are putting this under their nose. How disrespectful can you be? Doing that.
Oh no.
There's a galah. Do you think they can't see this? You think they can't see that the wind turbines are below the water?
Well, no, because they're being told by people who they think are infinitely more intelligent than them why it looks like that, and it's fractal barotropic shoaling and atmospheric depth of perception and multi-layered atmospheric water walls, and I have a list of 99 of them. God is tracking us. That's why.
Yeah, and if the bottoms have reached their diffraction limit, which is what he claims, why haven't the tops?
Yes, that's because they don't understand it. All of the experts don't understand what they term themselves as experts.
Yeah, so isn't that just a word salad? If you're saying that it's the thing has reached its diffraction limit, that's why. But the tops of it's still there. Why doesn't diffraction limit only work for the bottom?
Because they only want it to work for the bottom. Because they know white disappears from the bottom up, and they don't want that to be the truth. So they have to try and reverse engineer everything.
So see the hill structure with a green arrow?
Yeah.
Has it reached its diffraction limit?
Of course not. Well, all of the visible parts of those windmills haven't, because we can see them.
And so diffraction limit is responsible for the bottom having sunk below the horizon. Well, no.
No.
So where are the bottoms? This is what this is my basic question. Where are the bottoms of the wind type turbines?
They are in the. I can't even bring myself to say it.
Okay. Now they talk about the horizon, the different. They said, "Oh, we've lost the horizon." I said, "Who cares which horizon it is? There, look at this. Only this one matters."
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think the whole world is stupid?
Watch enough of these videos and you'd come to that conclusion. Yeah.
Go on and have your little giggle, because that's what he does every night. He has his little giggle. He thinks that the reason that he has this giggle is because he knows he's conned those people. I would giggle too if I they bought it. That's why he's laughing, because they bought it. Because he's laughing that he showed them this image and they still bought it. How would you not laugh at that?
Even the cat's laughing.
So he's saying, so here he says, phew, they're still buying it, they're still giving me money, even though I'm showing them this. How arrogant can you get? Where's the bottom of this? Where's the bottom of that rig? I mean, look how beautiful it is out that view out there. And where is the bottom of that rig? Please explain this. Look at that. You can't tell me the waves, because you can see the waves.
Yeah. Why is things hidden behind the horizon if the Earth is flat? That'd be impossible.
Yeah, exactly. Why doesn't this? Why isn't this gone into the distance? Why isn't it getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller into the distance? How is it that half of it's gone? Look at this distortion everywhere you're looking. How can you not see this distortion everywhere you look? Here's a little explanation for them about looming. But of course, everybody's shown them this, and that doesn't seem to make any difference, but there it is. It explains it. There's the two horizons: geometric horizon, apparent horizon. It's a simple thing. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist just because you can't see it, because of refraction. So his argument to his silly flock is that, well, that means they don't have a geometric horizon, so therefore it can't be a sphere. Well, no, you just can't see it. That's all.
The only bit that the picture you just showed that the Flurfers have a problem with is that word that was written down in the bottom right-hand corner.
Yeah.
Not to scale.
Not to scale. Yeah. Okay.
I
thought I'd better add that to it.
Yeah.
That video you showed, Terry, with that guy showing the scale, the platforms. How his miles, when he's showing these, that one there was 10 point something odd miles. He had them double the range what they actually were.
Yeah.
No,
he didn't even know.
No, that's correct. Those ranges are right.
Yeah. Oh, on here they are, but on that flat earther video, he had completely different figures.
Yeah.
Really?
The second platform was 21 miles away.
What, the video we just watched with Bob?
Yeah.
So my last, we can see the waves. The waves aren't blocking. The waves aren't blocking those rigs. You can see the wave. They're right there and there. What the waves will be 2 feet maybe, if that.
It's even better. This is a screenshot out of a video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the famous video that I uncovered.
Yeah.
I
pinched this from you. Sorry.
Everyone's been pinching this image.
And,
sorry, I did pinch this up.
And when you watch the actual video, it's just really light chop. There's no way that's out there.
No, absolutely. Yeah. No,
it's even more impressive watching the video than just picture beautiful, but the video shows you clearly that you're not looking at big swell or anything.
No, there's definitely no swell here. This is the horizon. There's absolutely no question about that. You have to be a total imbecile to not realize this. Just looking at this, but this fool will show them this, and they'll still give him money.
That's about as pristine a photograph as you get.
It absolutely is. It's absolutely brilliant. It's a beautiful photograph of this phenomenon. But he will show them this, and they'll still give him money, and they'll still carry on as if he's right. And he will tell them face to face. He actually says, I asked him this question outright: do you think the Earth is flat? And he said he's never said that the Earth is flat.
Blue, we can't see the land behind there. That's supposed.
The thing is, this buggers up Travis's ether.
There is no land behind those.
No, but this buggers up Travis's E-band.
Yeah,
As
perfectly.
does a lot of what he films.
Travis does that all on his own.
The problem, the problem with this, and I've plowed this ground about 10 times now. The problem with this photograph is explain how, if the Earth is flat, the horizon could ever realistically be in front of an object. It cannot be.
It can't be. Exactly.
It always has to be behind every object. Always. We can explain why it goes behind on a curved Earth with refraction, but you cannot explain that on a flat Earth.
Well, just to backtrack again, here, this is what a flat Earth would probably look like if it was flat, like this. If you look without all the distortion and everything, with the stuff behind it.
The rear platform would have to be higher.
Oh yeah, of course. There wouldn't be anything hidden away, but in the distance, things would just disappear like that into the distance. They'd go further and further and further
things
away.
would just become smaller and smaller.
It would get smaller and smaller.
They wouldn't get
and
cut
you wouldn't
off.
see it. Okay, so it would never be. It would never be this.
No.
That's the point. It would never look like this, not even close.
You can't have a hard horizon line on an infinitely
Can't have a hard
long
horizon line.
It just won't. There's no way to do it.
Right. And I don't think why is it the people, the imbeciles who are there, well, because they're imbeciles, who are listening to him and saying, hang on a second, Nathan, this can't be right.
You can't say that to Nathan. He just mutes your ass.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I wouldn't even try. Yeah.
Oh, you're presupposing.
Anyway, I thought I'd just share that with you. I haven't put that to video yet. I'm not sure if it would do any good if I did. Just waste my time.
No, but at least you've done it.
Yeah. So there you go.
I just break in and say I'm going to head to bed. It's past pumpkin o'clock here, and I'm.
Okay. You
I've just put my ferrets have just said yes, I'll go to bed. So they're in bed now, so I can now go to bed too.
You must be
No, Miffit.
You upside down too.
I'm upside down with you.
The ferret has spoken.
Yeah, the ferrets have spoken. All right.
Night, Miffit.
Lovely.
Night, Miffit. Thanks,
everybody.
Thanks for dropping by.
No worries. Thank you.
See ya.
Okay. All right. Can I just hit stop share? Is that what happens?
Yeah, I could have cut it off. It doesn't matter.
Okay, guys. Slight little problem.
That's your problem.
Well, you're right. It is, and I will solve it. But I started with a 3D N particle system dynamics kind of setup, and you can't. But I've had to cut it down because it's very hard to visualize forces. Well, anyway, this is a planet moving through.
Yeah. Okay. That's good. Let's do it. Watch that. Yeah. Okay. Wow. Okay.
But I need to refine it, and I need to make it more visual.
Yeah.
No, but it gives you the idea though.
But at the moment I need attenuation on the fields, which I haven't got, and I need some way to. I just need some way to make it visual.
Yeah. It seems to be lost in. He's got to find a way to get.
Can you make the object that is moving through that field appear to be more solid? that might be able to do that?
Well, yeah. I've just got to make some shaders for it because all of this
Yeah,
is just geometries at the moment that's bending this.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
But yes, I'm going to get there. I'm going to make it neat, and then I'm going to color code.
Yeah, that's color code.
I'm going to color code distance on it.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
That'll be good. No, you're doing a good job.
You're going to have that done
I'd like to
before
see
we
that
finish
once
the
you've done it.
stream, Stingray?
Sorry?
I said, is that going to be finished before we end of the stream?
No. Because
Look like
I actually, Terry, I think I need to write a shader for it based on what's called spring
I
length.
think that would take a few days to do something like
Yeah,
that.
well, I for one would love to see it because this is something that I kind of struggled to visualize. So
if you
get it done whenever.
If you get it done by Saturday's stream, you can present it then.
Yeah, looks
cool.
fantastic. Okay, it looks good, and that would be very ambitious to get done by Saturday. Yeah.
Or next Wednesday or next Saturday.
To please.
Yeah.
Bloody taskmaster.
Well, there you go. Okay.
I did see
as if you haven't got enough to do already, Steve.
I know, right? I actually had a meeting this morning, and I've just thought I heard you were on in the background, and I was working away, and then you're on about space time, and they're like, that's the fourth person that said it's hard to visualize space time. You know, Sean G was the first, someone else. I thought, well, how can I show 3D deformation, but then show another attribute as well, as in the magnitude of the effect? And they're like, I could do this. And I just stopped work and thought, right, I'm going to set off and do this now. But I am going to have to stop and get back to work. I am actually working today.
I just maybe you could put some sort of grid behind it as well to demonstrate time, because this is obviously three-dimensional what you're showing us. But
yeah, what I was going to do, Phil. What I was going to do, Phil. So I was going to do that either one of two ways. So one is color.
Yeah.
So the accumulation of color, so if you imagine I've got a 3D grid, a lattice, yeah. And then I've got dynamic Newton fields that are pulling those lattices towards a mass. Now, what I can do is I can do one of two things, and this is what I thought, is the thing that holds the two lattice points together is a spring with dampening and a force. And I was thinking, well, I could color that edge based off the force that's being applied to it.
Yeah.
Which then would do it. But I could also have each one of those points emitting another particle stream.
Yeah.
That based on the magnitude of that force shows you the speed of time at that, shows you time dilation at that point.
Yeah. Oh, perfect. That would be good. I've got to finish this video then, so that you can have a look at it and maybe come up with a graphic that can go with it, because I tried to do this in this video that I've produced, but I've got no way to demonstrate what that looks like, and what you've got could add to something like that. Would be amazing. Would be good.
Yeah.
I did watch a video at one stage, Professor Phil, that these guys they the big the earth balls that like a lot of secondary schools have it in their gym classes and stuff like that.
Yeah,
so they had one of those with the all the continents printed on it, and for a graphical representation, they had a key ring. And they turned around and said, so this is the average seeing distance of a human being standing on Earth, and they put it on this big earth ball. And it was quite accurate. It showed that you could only see a certain distance because of whatever factors that are happening that particular day. And then he got a steel ruler, and he drew a circle on the big earth ball where the key ring was sitting, and then he put a steel ruler over the top from that center point, and showed visually that even at this scale, you can still see how it curves away and why that you can't see past that point.
Yeah, fantastic. Actually, I went back to uni and got a really powerful laser. Lucky I've got a license to have one of these. But so I'm going to demonstrate. I can show you how with a laser I can actually the light will go through a piece of plastic, and I can put a different color piece of plastic on it and stop the light from going through it. I'm just wondering, that's actually quite a cool demonstration. You can actually see the laser go through different types, different colors, and then as soon as you try to put a red laser through a green colored plastic, it can't go through. There's nothing there. There's no laser comes out the other side, even though it's opaque. It's translucent. It's quite amazing quite an amazing demonstration. So I'll knock that together and put that in a little video and show how light behaves.
I've got a question about light, Professor Phil. Yeah. At the edges of an aperture, a very tight aperture, where you do actually get diffraction.
Yes.
Let's say.
Yeah. You do,
does that diffraction affect wavelengths non-uniformly of visible light?
Absolutely. You bet it does. Yes. Yeah. In fact, what happens is if you very careful, if you look very, very carefully, and you can see that on film, and that is that right at that edge that you see that the diffraction show will actually separate out the wavelengths.
So is this statement perfectly true to a flat earther that claims diffraction? The visual artifact of what you are describing is called chromatic aberration, and it's the separation of red, green, and blue, and we would see it as a visual artifact. Can you please identify it in this image?
Yeah. You that's precisely it. Yep. Yeah, absolutely perfect. No, you're absolutely right. So if you can actually if you do get a very sharp, so sharp as a razor blade, and then get a bright light to shine just at that point on the wall, you will see a rainbow. So as you that projection on that wall, you'll actually see the rainbow. It'll actually magnify it, and you'll see the rainbow.
No,
so,
we'd have to construct a small dome, because that's the only way that rainbows are formed.
Yeah, but it's this.
I'm kidding. That's what Lemon Bird says.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So get a circular. Well, actually, just something sharp. It's got to be really sharp. But that describes what you just said. The diffraction at that very sharp edge, okay, will happen. And if you have a look at the wall, you'll see that it'll be like it magnifies it, and you can actually see the different colors come out of it. So that is certainly one way to do that. Of course, I've got I brought back a few things with light, and some of these are pyramids that I can a glass pyramid. I can show you how light will diffract through that, because they were talking about how can you show that light bending. Well, I brought all the stuff home. I went back and said, okay, I'm going to bring a few things home and just do a few demonstrations, because this, apart from the lasers, they didn't consider any of it to be dangerous, so it was okay. But the lasers are particularly dangerous, so we do have to worry about them.
Isn't also with light, like with ultraviolet light, it can't pass through certain things like certain colours, like on window tint of cars and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's right. And so that's really fascinating, what you just said, because what happens, you can have detectors that pick up ultraviolet, and then you can actually make parts of images disappear simply because they rely on the ultraviolet. So even though you can't actually pick up ultraviolet through your eyes, they still make up part of the whole spectrum and part of the whole image. When you take it away, it actually changes the image.
I think one thing that really surprised me, and it's people often wonder why do you come back to flat Earth and this ridiculous argument for people. But it's because I learn loads, you know, and just even like, you know, if you'd have asked me, is there any kind of insulator to infrared light before coming to flat Earth, I'd have thought I don't know. Whereas like a multi-tier connection thing is, well, why on the ISS do they have water tanks, you know, surrounding it, laid out in a very specific way? And it's because it blocks radiation. Great. Well, what else does it block? Well, it completely blocks infrared light. It's like, oh wow, really?
Yeah,
it's fascinating.
No, I reckon for the people who have got interested in that, there's lots of people who have learnt a bit of physics they probably would never have bothered to try and learn because of it.
Hell yeah.
Well, I'm Exhibit A because I started my channel and got into all this for the learning side of it in the first place, not for the flat Earth side of it, for the learning side of it.
Yeah. No, it's I think it's fantastic actually that people are looking at science. So it's sad that you've got the other side of the fence where they're just totally not interested. But
well, that's why I appreciate you guys coming onto my panels, Blue and Stingray and who else? There's a few of yous.
No, it's good. And
just really quickly, if anybody hears Ranty say that, referencing me again, I'm just putting this out there so you all know. He'll say, because he did it when he was debating Fight the Flat. Well, not debating, having a friendly, silly chat with with Fight the Flat Earth. He said, well, even one of your own, Stingray's modelled it and shown that it curves. And that statement alone is correct. What he failed to add was I set up a rigging system that allowed me to bend geometry in any way that I want, but also change the refractive index of the atmosphere and cause different atmospheric effects. So I can have them when it's flat and have them when it's not. And he said, well, what happens if I have a negative index of refraction or negative effect on a flat plane? I went, well, it'll present as a curve, obviously. And I did it, and the brute force renderer that I was using presented it as a curve. You know, as what would appear to be a sphere. And then I caveated it with, but Rante, you would have to have a total inversion of the atmosphere and the density of the atmosphere for this to happen. And he must have just gone blank at that. And then he's run with it and said, well, you know, one of your guys, Stingray, has molded it and proved that it, you know, it can work. And they're like, yes, with magical inversion of the atmosphere.
No,
if anybody hears him say that, that is not what I did. I told him I have to invert the density of the atmosphere to do this.
So I put an order in for some liquid nitrogen because I wanted to show them that you can actually pour a gas, so I've got no way to do that now, obviously, in this, you know, with this stuff now. But I wanted to show them that how this looming can happen by. So here is a gas. First of all, having a barometer. So this works in the lab. So you can put a barometer inside a gas jar. You can pour the gas into the jar. So I don't mean like pour the liquid. You can just pour the gas into the jar, like nitrogen, just like you're pouring a liquid. You can pour it, and you can watch the barometer, the pressure change. So they're talking about pressure without a barrier. There it is. You can see it in front of them. You can see the pressure change as you pour the liquid in there. So that means that there's pressure that the gas in there is actually causing more pressure.
Yep.
You can actually demonstrate that.
Oh, I did that too. And the first thing they'll claim is your chamber is a container.
Yeah, but
because it's got sides on it. Yeah,
but it's open.
Because I know, but they conflate gas pressure and atmospheric pressure.
Yeah.
They draw a false equivalence between those things. And my response has been continues to be to them, please show me Boyle's law in an open pipe. Please demonstrate Boyle's law in an open system. How does that work? And it doesn't.
Well, I mean, Boyle's law is pressure and volume,
right?
with a constant temperature.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I think it's Charles's law is the other one, isn't it? Pressure and temperature with a constant volume.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Damn, another SciMan.
We're catching up.
Oh, this is the one about light, isn't it?
Yeah.
Light is
Light, please.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Yes, I have watched it. It's good.
The life force of this planet. Without it, we wouldn't be here. It really is as simple as that. But how does it work? And more importantly, how does the energy produced inside the sun reach us here on Earth 150 million kilometers later? Well, to do that, we need to take a look at the journey of one of the most elementary particles there is. This is the life of the photon. Hello everyone, and a warm welcome to the SciManDan show, the place where science takes selfies. My name is SciManDan, thank you very much for joining me. A photon is essentially the basic unit of light, an elementary particle that is constantly in motion and carries the electromagnetic force with zero mass. And there is one place in our solar system where you can find a whole lot of them: the Sun. The Sun produces a staggering 3.8 times 10 to the 26 watts per second, and in doing so consumes over 4 million tons of hydrogen in the same amount of time. It is, without a doubt, an energy producing powerhouse with temperatures in its core of up to 15 million degrees Celsius. It is these high temperatures, coupled with the intense pressure deep within its layers, that allow nuclear fusion to continually churn out the momentous amount of energy that the Sun does. So before we start our journey, we need to delve into the interior of the Sun and find out exactly how a photon comes to exist in the first place. And in order to do that, we need to talk about nuclear fusion. There are several forms of nuclear fusion, and they all depend on the material that's present in the core at any one time and the temperatures and pressures within a core. Fortunately for us, the Sun is relatively small for a star, so we only have to concern ourselves with one type of nuclear fusion, and it's called the pp1 chain. The whole pp1 chain begins with two hydrogen atoms fusing to create a heavier form of hydrogen called deuterium. In this reaction, a positron and neutrino will be emitted. We all remember what an atom looks like, yes? A nucleus filled with protons and neutrons and an electron shell surrounding it. Well, a positron is a positively charged electron, and a neutrino is essentially an electron with no charge and almost zero mass. Neutrinos are the most abundant particles in the universe. In fact, billions have just passed through your head as I said that sentence. This deuterium atom will then fuse with another single hydrogen one, forming a helium-3 atom in the process and releasing a gamma ray. Those are the nasty parts of the electromagnetic spectrum that gave Bruce Banner a makeover. Two of these helium-3 atoms will then fuse, kicking out two hydrogen atoms in the process, leaving a nice freshly made helium-4 atom. That process is hydrogen fusing to helium in its simplest form. Right, now that we've addressed that, where does our photon come into all of this? Well, during that second stage when the gamma ray was emitted, that is our photon.
It is very difficult to talk about individual photons at this point because the gamma ray photon released by our nuclear fusion reaction is not the photon that's emitted at the Sun's surface. So for the sake of argument, we will assume that our photon can be thought of as a packet of energy. The core of the Sun is extremely dense, over 10 times more dense than the densest metals we have here on Earth. So photons are going to struggle to take a direct route out of the Sun. In fact, the photons have to deal with a lengthy series of encounters with other particles in the core. After these encounters, the photons have an equal chance of going in any direction. So their progress up to the surface takes the form of what we call a random walk. Bearing in mind that the journey is almost 700,000 kilometers long, Each step in the random walk for the photon is only centimetres long. Once the photons have made this tedious journey through the core, they reach a layer called the convection zone. Here, material is lifted in large cells to the sun's surface, causing that granulation effect that we see. Once the photon has been lifted through this zone, our photon reaches the surface, after an incredible up to 200,000 years may have passed. From here, the photon is footloose and fancy-free as it powers towards Earth, making the 150 million kilometre journey in around 8 minutes, smashing into your sunscreened face at 300 million metres per second. That is, of course, if our photon is one of the lucky ones. It may be spending an eternity travelling off into interstellar space.
Wow, what a journey. Strange to think that the photons being created in the core of the sun right now may not hit Earth's surface for another 200,000 years. What will they be witnessed by, if anything? Right, that brings an end to the third episode of the SciManDan show. I really hope you enjoyed it. Thank you all very much for watching. I will see you all next week, where we'll be talking about the largest living thing on Earth. Can you guess what it is? Without Googling it? Post in the comments below. Have a great week, and I'll see you then. Goodbye.
Is this a new thing that SciManDan's doing?
Yeah, he's done a few episodes so far. Yeah, he's put out a couple so far.
Okay.
Fauna.
I think this is his third, isn't it? Something like that.
Yeah.
Good quality.
It's good. Yeah, I enjoy them. I like them. One of my favourites again from Dan.
Yeah,
you eating again and not sharing?
Bacon sandwiches, anyone?
Yeah.
Yeah, please.
Yes,
I'll
please.
have 4.
There you go.
4?
4, yeah.
For some reason, Casual's got to fill his belly up again.
Yeah, I can't think why.
It's a bit empty.
Yeah, it is a bit.
I've got an 8:30 lecture in the morning, so I'm going to go. So thank you very much for having me. I'll catch you guys later.
Yeah.
Night, Professor Phil.
Night, Professor
Phil.
Always a pleasure, never a chore.
No worries. Thank you. See you later.
Later, Phil.
Laters.
Okay, bye-bye.
That's good as well, because we don't get homework from Professor.
No homework, sorry. But there will be a test at the end of the year.
So why aren't the flat earthers debunking, if we're so indoctrinated, how come they're not debunking English? Because they're taught that at
debunking
school.
English? What do you mean?
Well, they're taught that at school.
Oh,
Is
right,
that-
yeah.
Yeah. Or history, or music, or
Well, they can't
art.
debunk what they don't know.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they don't understand words, that's for certain.
Here's the thing: they always use this argument that we're told, we just believe what we're told, and therefore we're brainwashed. But if you think about it, at some point with every flat earther, somebody told them the Earth was flat.
Yeah, so they believe
Right?
that. So
So that's what I do. So I just turn that argument around on them. Well, hang on a minute. You've been told that the Earth is flat. Where did you know? Where did you learn it from?
Yeah.
So you were
through my
using the
own
same argument
research.
against? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Now, don't
You know,
use
it's
lo-
a stupid argument.
Casual, you cannot use logic on a flurfer.
Well, it's like when they
you
use
can-
science
you
to
can,
debunk
but-
science.
Yeah, you can use logic, but whether it actually has any effect or not is another matter.
Not on them, it don't know. But
No, of course.
But as I say, they try to debunk science with science or maths with maths. So they're just,
I mean, there's certain flat earthers. I only say things to make them look as stupid as possible, and one in
just to
particular,
poke
which
them.
I'm sure you could probably guess who it is.
Yeah, you just like poking them with a stick, don't you? A really sharp one.
Certain ones, yeah.
Yeah, with thorns on it and nails
Yeah.
poking out the sides.
Yeah. A certain
Yes.
schemo, skid mark.
I don't know.
Yeah, I like to poke him a little bit.
Oh, we're down to the home stretch. Night, Phil.
Yep, night, Phil.
Night, Phil.
Oh, good night.
Pick from A or B. Okay, I'll have or.
There's always a clown in every group, I tell you.
Yeah.
He's having or, I'm having vote.
Or I'll have a dot.
You're gonna have the dot, are you? Okay.
Yeah, I'll have one of those full stops. There's lots of them to choose from.
Yeah. Do they look like sweets to you?
Sugar-free sweets.
Right, anyway, guys, I'm off on my daily exercise walk. I shall speak to you all later.
Oh, you need that fresh air and exercise.
I know.
No more than 1.2 miles from your house. That's the rules.
Yes.
I'm going to measure it.
Oh, is it? Is that a rule?
Apparently so. Yeah.
Honestly, I went for a 2 mile walk this morning.
Apparently is. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
So
It's not strictly enforced. It's a guide. It's a
So you
guideline.
could always say you got lost.
Well, my house is 1.5 miles from a shop. That ain't fair.
No, it's a guideline, but when they're talking about exercise, apparently the guideline is no more than 1.2 miles away. From your home.
So with that, that's a bit silly because if you're a marathon runner, that's not even a warm up.
Well, there's no marathons.
You're only allowed to stretch for 1.2 miles. That's all you're allowed to do. And
yeah, it's only a guideline. It's only a guideline.
Right, anyway, catch you later, guys.
Later, Dean.
Where's that?
I could take the bike out for a run, but I can't be asked.
What are you going to run? Your bike doesn't run, it rolls.
That's a beautiful day outside.
It's a glorious day, but I really just can't be asked.
Well, as Silverstone is shut, you might as well take it round there, mightn't you? Have a track day for yourself.
I think you might have a little word or two about that, yeah.
Yeah.
Excuse me, lads, don't mind me. Since there's now no buggers using it, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I'll just lay some tarmac down, yeah. On my time.
Dora's out too. Later, Dora.
See you, Dora.
See you, Dora.
Later, Dora. Study for that license, Dora. Chop, chop.
What license is that?
Radio ham.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, yes, I should say amateur radio because some people get offended by calling it radio ham or ham radio.
Do they? What?
Yeah. Why? Because in the States, as Blue will tell you, ham means someone who bodges stuff in certain places. So, yeah, some people take a bit of offense to it.
But don't forget, it's okay to be offended. It's all right.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Okay, the world's not going to end.
That's probably why they carry on calling it ham radio, just to offend the offenders, yeah.
Yeah. I'll call it ham radio. There you go. Somebody's offended, but it's all right. It's fine if they're offended.
Her Dora's not going. She said, no, I was wishing her later.
Oh. Oh, good.
Oh.
Okay.
Cool. How you getting on with your study, Nora?
Kia No said so. Was CHL Vit ever played here? Who's CHL?
Cool Hard Logic.
Oh.
I don't think I've played a Cool Hard Logic.
I really need a bacon license instead.
Cool Hard Logic did a video, I don't know, 6 months ago.
Yeah. No, we have played them, Terry.
He's done probably the finest ones that you'll find.
Yeah. Okay. No, we used to play them. We played them before you had the bot in your server.
Oh,
so it would have been.
We've got a Bob out there. Where's this Bob from? I wish I could find out where he's from.
Yeah,
is it Northern Michigan?
He did World of Batshit, the World of Batshit series, and
you got time to come on, Bob? You got the link, I think.
Yeah, Dora, you don't need a bacon. You don't need a license for bacon. Just go eat it.
It's like Roger. When I'm at work on the radio, I keep hearing people say Roger, and I just want to know who he is, but nobody will tell me.
But you'll meet him eventually.
Yeah, he rolled the rover over.
Oh, did he? He rolled the rover over.
Over.
Yeah.
Oh, Roger.
Roger.
And then when they say over, I say, what's over? What's happened?
Roger.
Under.
Over.
Just don't say over and out.
Yeah.
No, the one you really can't say is repeat.
Correct, because that means you're going to get shelled on even more.
Yeah, that means they're going to send another lot of bombs in your direction.
Oh, so what do I say instead of repeat? Can you repeat your last message, please? You repeat your last message.
Say
What do I
say again.
Say again.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, Bob, you've got the key to come on if you want.
I'll have to tell my boss. I'll have to tell my boss that I can't say that anymore.
Yeah. Can't say repeat.
Can you vector that vector? Victor?
Resend your last message.
What's our vector, Victor?
Is it 111?
More importantly, have we got clearance, Clarence?
Yeah, I like that one. Yeah, you've got clearance, Clarence. Roger.
Can we push play?
Yeah, yes, we can actually.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know we were waiting for a video to play.
Well, can't you see what we're sharing?
I wasn't looking at the time. I'm sorry.
What are you looking at then?
Wouldn't you like to know?
I hope Bob's liked the video.
Yeah, we played your video, Bob.
Have your attention, please. The Earth is a sphere. That is all.
Really?
That is all.
You kill him. Sorry, I'm watching a game this.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Blue Marble Science. Well, Anthony Riley's at it again, telling his own special story about gravity and getting everything wrong as usual. So let's get ready for some more phony from Tony. Warning, severe facial and monitor damage alert is in effect. Get out the oven mitts. Push the monitors back out of punching range. And let's light a dumpster fire and have some fun.
You believe in gravity. Why do you believe in gravity?
Well, to put it simply, it's because we understand its behaviour very, very well. We've also detected gravitational waves at LIGO, and we can use this equation here to make accurate predictions in the real world.
Can you tell me the mathematical formula for gravity?
Yeah, I just did show you. It was this equation here.
It isn't.
It isn't. It isn't what? It isn't Newton's equation? What is it that it isn't?
Anybody tell me the mathematical formula for gravity?
Yep, it's this equation here.
It isn't.
You're being a twat, Riley. Stop saying it isn't. Tell us what that means. And stop peeing in that fish tank.
It's not difficult to find.
It isn't.
You're right. It isn't difficult to find. You found it with your egg, remember? Riley, what'd you do with those fish? Damn it, Riley.
It's not hiding.
It isn't.
I give up.
I'll tell you what, I've looked for it on the internet trying to find out Einstein's maths for it. It ain't there.
Right, it appears that that's gravity well and truly dealt with then.
It isn't.
Oh, we know why you don't like Einstein, Anthony. Einstein was a smart guy. And you're, not.
Before anybody posts this in the comment section, I do realise that is Newton's equation and not Einstein's. But let's remember, Newton's equation tried to describe to us what we see, whereas Einstein's work was more about why we see it.
It isn't.
Relax. I'll handle this. You're despicable.
They're not mutually exclusive, as many flat earthers would have you believe. Anyway, next topic.
No. Conspiracy Cats is both wrong on both points. Newtonian gravitation, as we all know if you've been in this topic for more than 2 minutes, you know that Newtonian gravitation was a force. Einsteinian gravity is an effect. They are not the same thing.
There is only one gravity, Anthony, just as Conspiracy Cat said. When Newton described it, Newton described what gravity does. Einstein described why gravity does what it does, and he expanded the theory to include extremely massive objects like black holes and things that are moving very, very quickly. You've had this explained to you time and time again, Anthony. At this point, you're simply lying about it.
Newton was not describing what we see. Newton was describing a physicality, something that was pushing or pulling. Even though Newton said, "Do not ascribe gravitation to me" in his letters to Bentley.
As usual, Phony Tony just left a word out of the quotation. Let's read what Newton actually said, starting with the second sentence. "'Tis inconceivable that inanimate brute matter should, without the mediation of something else which is not material, operate upon and affect other matter without mutual contact, as it must if gravitation in the sense of Epicurus be essential and inherent in it. And this is one reason why I desired you would not ascribe," here's the word you left out, Anthony, "innate gravity to me." The word innate. Newton is saying, I know what gravity does. I do not know why it does it. Let's read the last sentence. "Gravity must be caused by an agent acting constantly according to certain laws. But whether this agent be material or immaterial is a question I have left to the consideration of my readers." Now, one of those readers was Albert Einstein. And Albert Einstein said, here's why it does this. Matter warps the fabric of space-time. Anthony, you know this. You constantly misrepresent it, and you are simply lying to people.
It is clear that Newtonian gravitation is a force misrepresented by ballers to believe the fiction that is known as gravity. Einsteinian gravity is an observed phenomenon. I did a test recently where I made an egg move. When the egg moved, it's the movement of the egg, as per Einstein's gravitation, that is gravity. It's the
I did that experiment as well, and it didn't work.
Curvature of space
Yeah, you did that experiment really well,
the uneven
Casual.
distribution of mass. It isn't the why. It's a visualization, a phenomena, an observed phenomena. Step one of the scientific method.
Anthony, you twat. It's nice to know that you're finally admitting that gravity is what caused your egg to move, but how in the hell do you represent Newton as not being an observed phenomenon? Good Lord, boy. In Newton's time, they could observe objects being attracted to the Earth, and regardless of what mass the object had, it accelerated toward Earth at the same rate. They could observe planets orbiting the sun. They could observe mass attracting mass. How in the hell do you get that as not being an observed phenomenon, you nitwit?
In 1915, Einstein surpassed, replaced, superseded, debunked, replaced, whatever a word you want. It became mutually exclusive in 1915, when he submitted his paper on the theory of general relativity. You don't have to like that, but you will accept it. And every time this drongo teacher calls out gravity as a force in any way, I'm going to be there to correct people that this guy's lying.
Well, Phony Tony, there's some lying going on, and you're the one doing the lying. This is a letter written in 1919 by Albert Einstein to the London Times. Let's go down to the bottom of this thing. Einstein says, in his own words, "The new theory of gravitation diverges considerably as regards principles from Newton's theory, but its practical results agree so nearly with those of Newton's theory that it is difficult to find criteria for distinguishing them which are accessible to experience. Such have been discovered so far. In the revolution of the ellipses of the planetary orbits around the sun, confirmed in the case of Mercury." He's talking about the precession of Mercury's orbit. 2. In the curving of light rays by the action of gravitational fields. He's talking about being able to see stars that should be behind the sun, and that was confirmed during the 1919 solar eclipse. And 3. In a displacement of the spectral lines toward the red end of the spectrum in the case of light transmitted to us from stars of considerable magnitude. At that point, it hadn't been confirmed yet, but it has now. The chief attraction of the theory lies in its logical completeness. If a single one of the conclusions drawn from it proves wrong, it must be given up. To modify it without destroying the whole structure seems to be impossible. But here's the key paragraph, Anthony. Let no one suppose, however, that the mighty work of Newton can really be superseded by this or any other theory. His great and lucid ideas will retain their unique significance for all time as the foundation of our whole modern conceptual structure in the sphere of natural philosophy. Einstein didn't think he superseded Newton. He clearly says that right here. Why do you continue to make this ridiculous assertion, Anthony? Oh, I know. It's the only way you can preserve your narrative, isn't it?
We don't see gravity. We see things move. Helium balloons must be attracted by a force to the sky, according to this.
Well, I think we've heard about enough out of this goofball. Hey, thanks for watching. I want to remind you flat earthers out there of one thing. When we say, how stupid can you be, that isn't a challenge. It's a question. Hey, don't forget to hit the like and subscribe buttons down there. Click the little bell if you want notifications when we put out new videos. There's a link to the Patreon. It'll be up in the description. And I guess we'll catch you guys on the next one. Hey, Gladys. Let's get out of here.
Blue copied out. Or did he borrow it off you, Peter?
I was about to say, geez, that toilet sounded very familiar. I wonder where that came from.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
you gave him the clip the other day, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
But it's all about timing, though, as we know with any joke. It's all about timing.
Well, the way I look at it is... the way I look at it is Sleepy Warrior hadn't been stirred enough about him kissing on screen for a while, so it was about time that it came back to haunt him.
Who's this new guy that's joined us? Bob?
Yeah, I don't know where this guy's from. I've heard of him before. We played a video there earlier.
Who's he?
Oh, wait a minute, sorry. Right, okay. Back to what we were doing.
Did you clean your hands, Terry?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, wash your hands. Wash them properly.
Okay. So, why does the sun...
Seven-step process.
Why does the sun set behind the horizon?
Good morning, guys.
Morning, Bob.
Hang on, I'm just taking care of something real quick.
Bob from New Zealand. Hawaii, Alaska.
No.
Wales.
England, I think.
England.
Yep, that's me. That's me.
California.
Yep,
No.
California. That's me.
No.
Hang on, almost done.
Do you want the soundbite? Do you want the soundbite, Bob, or are you just going to do it live?
Fuck it, do it live. We'll do
I
it
like doing
live.
it live.
Yeah, so I heard.
I'm here to join the mighty stream.
Who are you again?
I'm Bob. Bob the science guy.
Bob who?
Yeah, that's me.
Only get my
Which one
revenge
did you look at this morning?
The one with the sun. The sun goes over the horizon one for the
word salad one.
Yeah, word
salad one.
The sun doesn't go over the horizon.
Oh,
it just goes away.
Oh, okay.
I was hoping maybe people were looking at the one I put out today on the Spanish flu.
Well,
that's the next one.
I got a whole series of them coming out.
Good.
Tried something new with them. But I'm glad you like the other one. We're almost done with that series. Thank God.
We've got another stream. What's today? Wednesday, Thursday, Friday night. So Friday, your Friday morning. That'll be the next one.
All right. So
Anyway,
how's
so how you, Bob?
everybody doing? How's everybody
I've just
doing
asked
down
you.
under?
I don't know how many other people are here are getting bored being at home, but I'm okay. I don't mind being at home.
Well, I got a nice house, so I
I'm
find
not down
things to
under.
do. I find
I'm on
things
top.
to do.
We're talking to you.
Yeah. Oh. I'm not down under though.
Yeah, well, it's not about you this time.
Planar Walk
Ooh.
got all excited the other
I'll go
day.
there,
There was
Peter.
a gal from New Zealand on the other on Sean's stream last night, I think. He got all excited. There was a female from New Zealand there.
Oh. What, a flat earther female or a glober female?
No answer.
I was just there for a second. I don't recall who her name was, but she was a Glober.
All right.
Have we got another video, Terry?
I got one left. So do you want me to put the vote thing out in the peanut gallery for them? Because they might get confused.
No.
No.
Yeah,
Not worth.
Yeah, wait a minute.
What, vote A or A or A?
No,
Is
look.
that-
Yeah, I'll type it out
Is that
there.
the way you're going to go?
Last vid, vote now.
No.
Do it Soviet style. Vote yes.
Casual, you can't vote.
I wasn't voting. I was just saying last one yes to somebody. That's all.
Oh, okay.
No.
No. Who's he saying yes to?
Whoever I want.
Casual's just
Whoever.
talking to himself again, you know.
Yeah.
Vote yes to time Casual out for being cheeky.
Yes.
It's better talking to myself because he's the only person I can get any sensible, reasonable argument from.
Oh, come on. We
You
all
know.
know you want to speak to someone at the same intellectual capacity as yourself.
Exactly.
Well, what's he doing here then?
Exactly.
He's looking
Yeah,
up to us.
Not going to get any intellectual capacity here.
Looking up to us, Terry.
You mean down?
You're not standing next to me, so it's still looking up, my friend.
You guys are down under. You know that.
I'm not
You
down
do
under.
know.
You're
You
down
do
under.
know. You do know. Casual on a compass, because the S on the compass points towards us. That makes us the North Pole, which puts us on top. You're at the bottom because opposites attract.
Okay. If you say so.
It's
I don't mind
true.
being on. I don't mind being underneath.
I've heard that about you.
And also Peter.
You see, there's your dirty mind again. I don't know what you're talking about. I really don't. I'm talking about the Earth, Peter.
How is that dirty,
you go.
Casual? I don't understand.
Peter.
What's? Yes, Terry.
Just Peter. You're not.
Yes.
He just wanted to say Peter, unless he's muted himself again.
Am I muted?
Yeah, you were.
Oh. Did I get me question
Done it
out? Because I
again.
wasn't sure if I was muted.
No.
No, all we heard was, yeah, Peter. That's all we heard. And then silence.
I said something.
And I think
so I have to repeat
yeah,
it. I have to repeat it now.
Yeah, because
Oh,
nobody
okay.
heard it.
Okay. You didn't hear it?
No.
No.
I said because the North and South poles have reversed over the last millions of years, we don't know which is North and which is South.
This is true.
At this point in time, the S still points at the N. That makes us down here at the North Pole.
Well, yeah, but the S could be pointing
thing
to
is-
the North Pole.
But the S does point to the North Pole, Terry. That's my whole point.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't.
Yes, it does.
How?
If you get two magnets, Casual, and you put two magnets together, one with a North Pole and a South Pole, and the other one's got a North Pole and a South Pole, what will happen to the two magnets? Will the two norths go together, or will they opposites attract?
I'll respond with a question. Is the Earth two magnets?
No, but your compass is, and the Earth is one. So that was a silly question because it's a question that proves my point here. So if you've got two magnets next to each other, one being the Earth and one being your compass, a North Pole will point to the South Pole of the other magnet. It's all quite logical when you think about it.
That your logic is flawed somehow.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Ask Dr. Bob. He's in here.
I don't know if Bob wants to get into the middle of you.
He's an
I'm
intellectual.
sorry, I missed that. What?
So if you've got two magnets next to each other, Dr. Bob, for example, two bar magnets, your North Pole of one magnet will point to the South Pole of the other magnet. Is that correct?
Yeah.
There'll be yeah. So on the same premise, when you've got a compass with a north and a south pole,
the
South Pole of the magnet, of the compass, will actually point to the North Pole of the Earth.
Correct. That's the way they work.
There you go, Casual.
Yeah, there you go, Casual.
The needle that's marked north is actually the South Pole of the magnetized one.
Of the magnetized one? Yeah, of the compass.
Yes.
Yeah. Not the Earth.
Yeah.
So the Earth hasn't flipped around. Yeah, exactly. That's what he's implying, but it's not the case.
Excuse me.
Did around, that's all.
Did I imply a thing? I didn't imply a thing.
Okay.
I did not apply a thing.
Imply, not apply.
No, I didn't apply a thing.
Imply.
No, I implied heaps. I didn't apply a thing.
See, I told you your logic was flawed.
No, it's not. I was quite accurate with what I said.
So which way is up then?
There isn't.
Yes, there is.
North doesn't have to be up.
Up is the opposite direction to your feet, Terry.
Yeah. So if I'm say I'm in space, right, and I'm looking along the equator, right, say just
Are you in
say
a
from west
spaceship
to
or a
east.
spacesuit?
Yeah. So I'm looking along the a view of the Earth, and I flip myself so that I'm actually looking along the equator, if you know what I mean. So basically, the North Pole could be, let's just say it's on my right and the South is on my left, right?
Yep.
So which is up and which is down?
Which way is the North Pole on the Sun at the time?
Well, it's on this side that I'm looking at.
Well, no, it's not, because it's opposite to the Earth.
What?
At this present time, it's opposite to the Earth.
Ooh,
Well,
so
I've
of course
got
it is.
Because it's the opposite to the Earth, that means our Earth is actually upside down in our universe. Therefore, we're up again, and you're down.
That is just twisted logic. That's
great, isn't it?
Twisted logic.
It's great. I've looked into this to absolutely confuse and baffle someone like you, my friend.
I'm not confused. I'm just yeah.
No matter which way you go, I've always got an answer because I looked into it. Have we got one more video, Terry?
My brain can't function the same twisted way that you can.
I try hard. Well,
You might
my
need some
mum
more.
always said I was.
You got any more lollies for brain food, Casual?
My mum always said I was very trying.
Last week in Tucson, Arizona.
Tucson, it's pronounced. Archbold,
Tucson, is it?
Archbold, that's how you pronounce it. Well, I could mispronounce it like Aries Rock.
I've never said Aries Rock ever.
Somebody else did.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Who was that?
Oopsie moment.
Did you say Aries Rock, Peter?
No, somebody else.
No.
Somebody else on the panel.
Okay. Oh, I thought it might have been Peter that said Aries Rock.
I live here. I know what it's called.
Yeah. Well, I would hope you would.
The person that's not as old as me.
Well, that's all of us then.
Oh.
That's not very nice.
Wasn't meant
Press
to be
play.
nice.
Okay. Where's the play button?
A triangle thing.
Play.
Hi. Hello, Wolfie.
Hello, how are you today?
I'm fine. Very good. Thank you.
Yeah, old Wolfie gets around a bit, doesn't he?
So I'm currently back in Perth, Western Australia, staying in an apartment located at East Perth. And we just had a beautiful red sky as the sun was setting. It's fading rapidly now.
Nice.
As
I know where
flight
that
crew,
is.
we are exempt from the 14-day mandatory quarantine that applies to international travellers arriving in Australia. They get taken to designated hotels and are placed under guard and not allowed to leave for 14 days.
Oh, terrible for him.
Using a bit of common sense though, I am in self-isolation until my next flight, which will be back to Sydney. So what I have drawn here is the Great Circle route between Colorado, USA and Perth, Australia. That is the most northern red line. The other line represents the path we actually flew. Now, if the aircraft had 10,000 nautical miles range, we could fly a Great Circle route all the way to Perth, but it doesn't. So we had to stop twice to refuel. The first stop was in Honolulu, Hawaii, and the second stop was in Tontuta, New Caledonia. From there, we flew to Perth, Western Australia. So just a few quick photos from the trip home. This is a screenshot of the iPad showing Tropical Cyclone Harold, and you can see here that we had made a very slight left diversion just to avoid that thunderstorm. This is approaching Hawaii, closer to Hawaii. There's our pretty ground handler in Hawaii. This is one of the little islands on the way to Noumea, and a nice atoll. This clip is while refueling in Noumea, and as you can see, we were being watched by police and the ground handlers were all wearing protective masks. So in this video we're going to look at 4 basic concepts. The first one being the Great Circle. A great circle is the shortest distance between 2 points on a sphere. So if we are navigating around the surface of the Earth, which is a sphere, flying a great circle will be the shortest way to travel. The second point is a rhumb line. A rhumb line is a line on a sphere that is crossing lines of longitude at the same angle. They can be quite different to a great circle depending upon where you are on the Earth, but as we will see, there are in fact a number of great circles that are also rhumb lines. Third, we're going to look at the Mercator map projection. This is something that many of us are familiar with, and see how that is actually produced from the globe Earth. And finally, we're going to talk about cabotage, and this is why some airline routes go the long way. When you look at them on a map, it doesn't make immediate sense, but when you understand what cabotage is, it makes perfect sense. So first, the Great Circle, the shortest distance between 2 points on a sphere. How can we determine which line is a great circle on a sphere? It's actually quite straightforward. Now the concept of a great circle is really quite simple. Here we have an orange. It's not a perfect sphere, but if you imagine we're looking at a perfect sphere, a great circle will cut a sphere in half. So if you imagine that path being traced on the surface of a perfect sphere that cuts the sphere in half will be a great circle. If I cut here, I have one small portion and one large portion. That is not a great circle. Similarly, I can cut this way, one small portion and one large portion. Again, not a great circle. A great circle will always cut the sphere perfectly in half, and that is the shortest distance between 2 points on the surface of a sphere. A line joining the 2 points that, if you cut through that line, would cut the sphere perfectly in half. So the great circle path can be determined by simply cutting a sphere in half, and it really doesn't matter on a perfect sphere which angle you cut. As long as you cut that sphere in half, you have traced a great circle across the surface. As I have demonstrated in previous videos, real aircraft flight plans rely on these great circles to determine distances and directions between subsequent waypoints on a flight plan. Here is a good diagram that shows how this can occur. The black dots represent the waypoints, and you can see they are joined by great circle lines. And that means the distances between them will be the shortest possible on a sphere. Naturally, to fly the aircraft efficiently, you want to fly the shortest distance around the surface of the Earth. And that is why great circles are so important to aviation and marine navigation. So we're going to jump to point number 3, the Mercator map projection. And we're going to look at how this is produced from a spherical Earth. Now this is relevant to the rhumb line because on a Mercator map, a rhumb line will appear as a straight line. So the Mercator projection is achieved by placing a cylinder around the spherical Earth with a source of light at the center and projecting the Earth's features onto that cylinder. We can see the continents and the land masses, and when we unroll that cylinder, we now have the Mercator projection. As you can see, the lines of longitude are parallel on this map, and that creates problems in itself because on the real Earth, the lines of longitude converge equally north and south of the equator, meeting at the poles. On the Mercator map, they are parallel at all times, so the amount of distortion on the map increases the further away from the equator that you get. And I think one of the main problems with flat earthers is failing to understand that when you project a globe onto a flat map, you're going to have distortions. And this is why some of the flight paths on a flat map don't really seem to make sense. The only way to represent the real Earth correctly is on a ball. That is the only way we can show the size and the shape and the relative positions of the continents and the oceans accurately. When you project these onto a flat surface, you're going to have distortions, and that affects the appearance of lines such as a great circle and a rhumb line. They look quite different on the Mercator projection to how they do on a globe. So looking at this Mercator projection, if we draw a straight line between 2 points on the map, for example, from Cape Town, South Africa to Sydney, Australia, we will see a straight line on this Mercator map. You might think that this is the shortest distance, but remember, the Mercator map has distortions that increase the further you move away from the equator, north and south of the equator. So a straight line on this Mercator projection is not necessarily the shortest distance between 2 points on the real Earth. There are some cases where this is true. If you're following the equator is a great circle that is also a rhumb line. The other exception is if you're going directly north or south, following one of the lines of longitude, because in this case also a rhumb line is a great circle. However, between any other points where you are not at the equator and you are crossing lines of longitude, a straight line on the Mercator projection is a rhumb line. It is not the shortest distance on the Earth. So looking at point number 2, a rhumb line, a line crossing lines of longitude at the same angle. And remember, in the Mercator map projection, the lines of longitude are all parallel, and therefore a line crossing lines of longitude at the same angle will appear as a straight line on the Mercator map. Here is a good example. From Heathrow to Sydney, Australia, a rhumb line on this Mercator map appears to be a straight line. The Great Circle line, which is actually the shortest distance, appears curved. So without understanding the distortions in this map, this might not immediately make sense. When you start to think in 3 dimensions, it makes perfect sense. So remember, it is all about the distortions that are produced when you project the spherical Earth onto a flat map. The routes are quite different between the Great Circle line and the rhumb line from London to Sydney, Australia. On the globe, it looks quite different. The Great Circle is the straight line and the rhumb line is curved, and that is why the Great Circle is the shortest distance. Don't be confused by a map that has distortions, producing lines that don't immediately make sense. Remember, the only way to understand correct flight paths is when you plot them accurately on the globe. So let's now take a look at a couple of flat earthers who completely fail to understand the difference between a rhumb line and a Great Circle route. Now, this video is on a channel called Conspiracy Cats, and if you haven't seen this channel, I highly recommend checking it out and giving him a subscription, because he produces some excellent flat earth debunking videos. And this one is titled, "This is the worst flat earth video I have ever seen." Let's just play a short part of it.
And it appears that the view of the horizon from a plane isn't the only thing that debunks a globe Earth. Apparently flight paths do as well, as our man is going to go on and explain, until he gets debunked by a member of his own audience.
And your conventional map, let's see what these routes look like. So, here we have Santiago, South America. Yeah? Up to that, the east coast of America, across to the west coast, and down to Sydney. Does that make any sense to you? They are flying twice as... The passengers are, it's taking them best part of 3 days to get there. If you can get there in 14 hours, why isn't the plane taking the red line?
Well, there could be a number of reasons a plane is choosing that flight path. For example, economics. Ask yourself, would it be cheaper to have one plane fly all 3 routes, or 3 planes each flying those routes individually? Who knows? But the bigger problem you've got here is that you think the red line is the quickest point between A and B. Now, what you've got to realise is that when we turn a globe into a flat map, you distort the picture. And that means that the fastest path between these 2 points on a globe is anything but your red line.
Conspiracy Cats, you are absolutely 100% correct. This red line is not the shortest distance between Australia and South America. This is clearly a Mercator-style map, and therefore this red line, being a straight line, is a rhumb line. It is not the Great Circle path. The Great Circle path is the shortest distance. Now note carefully that this red line runs north of New Zealand. That is significant to what I'm about to show you. We will discuss the route taken by this yellow line when we talk about cabotage shortly, but let's look at another fail from a flat earther. So remember, this red line goes north of New Zealand. Now the flat earther goes by the name of Ranty. Now he's not a bad bloke. He's actually been quite polite to me any time I visited his channel, but he just makes so many mistakes that I don't watch his channel that often. Otherwise I would end up with bruises all over my face from face palming, and that's not a good look when you greet the passengers at the door. Anyway, what Ranty tried to do was debunk Conspiracy Cats by drawing a line from Sydney to Santiago on Google Earth. Let's just play a short part of his video.
At the bottom here we have Santiago, and up at the top there we have Sydney. So let's scroll in. Let's have a look at this. So here we have Santiago. There we go. There's Santiago, and let's have a look. Let's follow the red line, point A to point B. So this is on a globe Earth, by the way. And here we have Sydney. So there we have Sydney. So Santiago to Sydney. Now, Conspiracy Cat said that the red line that he put in is anything but the quickest route on a globe. Well. What do we have here? Here we have Santiago, and here we have Sydney. Now,
Now, Ranty, what you have there is a great circle. It goes south of New Zealand. This line went north of New Zealand. They're not even close to the same route. This is a rhumb line. This is a great circle. This line is the shortest distance between those 2 points. This one is not. Conspiracy Cats was 100% correct, and you don't understand the difference between a rhumb line and a great circle. Another flat earth fail. So Conspiracy Cats was kind enough to record a short clip for me for inclusion in this video. I'll play that now. There's a message here for you, Ranty. Pay attention.
Hey Ranty, it's me. Now, I've not seen Wolfie's video yet, but even without watching it, I can tell you now it will have been well researched, it will have been well thought through, and it will have been correct. Now, a blind man on a galloping horse would have seen that the red line drawn by the flat earther in your video went above New Zealand, whereas the red line drawn by you using Google Earth went below New Zealand. And I know by now that you will realise the mistake that you have made. However, Ranty, I have people, subscribers of yours, coming onto my channel telling me how you have debunked me. I have subscribers of yours coming onto my channel to tell me that the flat earth in that video was correct. Now, what I'd like to see from you, Ranty, is a little bit of consideration for these people who have followed you down this dead-end route. What I'd like to see from you is a little bit of honesty, because by now, you clearly do know where you've gone wrong. So wouldn't it be nice if you could make a video and explain to those people who follow you what your mistake was, and maybe together we could lift people up instead of trying to stuff them down a rabbit hole.
So we'll finish off with point number 4, cabotage, why some airline routes go the long way. I have addressed this previously, but it seems once again flat earthers are just not understanding, and they try to argue why aircraft fly these longer routes. This is certainly one of the available routes from Sydney, Australia down to Santiago, Chile. Why do the airlines go this way? Once again, Conspiracy Cats was right when he said economics. 90% of the world's population live north of the equator. So clearly there will be a lot more air traffic north of the equator than there is south. But there is also a very good reason why not all airlines are able to fly the non-stop routes between Sydney and South America, between Sydney and South Africa, and between Africa and South America. Only airlines that are based in any of these countries can fly those routes. And this is due to something called cabotage laws. The overall purpose of cabotage rules are to prohibit foreign aircraft from one country travelling into another country and picking up foreign nationals or citizens of the other foreign country and providing transportation to and between points within that foreign country. And it really is that simple. Only the airlines that have their home base in the southern hemisphere can fly the southern routes non-stop. Qantas can fly to New Zealand, they can fly to South America, they can fly to Africa. South African Airlines can fly to Australia non-stop, they can fly to South America non-stop. Land Chile can fly from South America to New Zealand or to Australia non-stop, and they can also fly non-stop to Africa. But any of the airlines based in the Northern Hemisphere cannot do these southern routes direct. They have to transit via one of their hub airports, and that is why a American Airlines, British Airways will not give you non-stop southern flight options. So cabotage rules are a major factor as to why airlines based in the Northern Hemisphere cannot fly the southern non-stop routes. It is why when you book a ticket with an airline like American Airlines, they will take you through the Northern Hemisphere from Sydney down to Santiago. If you want more specific information on the topic, I can strongly recommend this video titled The 5 Freedoms of Aviation, where they go into a lot more detail. I'll place a link in the description below. I'm just heading into the office to pick up my monthly shield check. I wonder if George is working today.
The more I watch each individual video, whether it be Wolfie's and a few others to do with that, it gives me more of an understanding of where people like Ranty go wrong with these things.
Yeah, everywhere.
Yeah, for starters, they start arguing about it.
We've been
I
going
very
for
much
nearly... Sorry, Casual?
I very much doubt that Ranty's going to do a video pointing out where we went wrong and apologising for it.
No, he'll make up some
can't see
excuse
that
if
happening.
he does.
Of course he will. Of course he will.
Well, we've been going for nearly 7 hours, so I think it might be time to wind it up.
Yeah.
Can I do my little appeal, Terry, before we do that?
You can do that while I get ready for things.
Yeah. I just want to do like a little bit of appeal, if I may, everyone in the Peanut Gallery. Some of you may or may not know, I volunteer for St John Ambulance. We've been supporting, well, we've always supported the NHS here anyway. We do different things for them. But during this current situation, should I put it without mentioning the words, we've started supporting them even more so than we have done before. What we're doing is we're taking over the bulk of the patient hospital transfers between hospitals and home, and sometimes as admissions as well, going straight to wards and things like that, in order to support them. But the problem is that we've got as St John Ambulance, our primary income was from major events, lots of little events as well. But we've lost all that. There's no events happening at all, and they're probably not likely to happen this side of Christmas. So it's quite a large, significant income that's been lost through that. We do earn an income from the ambulance service for doing providing the service we actually do, but obviously, as volunteers, we don't obviously earn any of that. That just goes to the charity that's used to for the greater good. But the biggest problem we've got is PPE. For those of you who don't know, is personal protection equipment, which covers things like masks and disposable aprons and disposable gloves, hand sanitizer, which is really essential for the service that we're trying to provide, the health service here in Northern Ireland. Sadly, we're very, very short. Before it started, we did appeal to the Northern Ireland Ambulance Service, and they provide us with, I think it was 1,000 or so disposable masks and masks of another level as well. But that supply is dwindling quite rapidly now. When you do a transfer, you sometimes can use 2 or 3 masks, disposable masks, just doing one patient transfer. So you can kind of imagine the course of a day what one crew could go through, let alone we're putting out 15 to 20 ambulances across the province per day. So you can imagine how quickly we're going through them, and we are. Same with disposable aprons and things like that. So St John's Northern Ireland has started a Just Giving page to try and raise the money to get more PPE. We've found some suppliers who can supply us with a reasonable amount that can probably keep us going for a few more weeks, but we're not sure how long it'll actually last. But at the moment, we're getting dangerously close to running out. If we do get a situation where we run out, we can't help them. We have to stop doing what we're doing, because it puts, if we don't wear PPE, we're putting ourselves at risk, we're putting our families at risk, and we're putting the risk of actually spreading the virus even further. Our mantra is to preserve life. So it does sound a bit of a contradiction, but by doing that, we're also preserving life as well. So we might not have a choice, we may have to stop, which then puts further pressure on our health system to do what they need to do. As it stands at the moment, the guys that within the ambulance service here in Northern Ireland that did the transfers are all being trained up to act as emergency crews for low-level 999 calls. So that's why we're taking over the bulk of those, because they're losing a lot of crews, just transfer crews to do that. So that's basically where we stand. And it's within St John Ambulance in Northern Ireland, we're getting quite concerned. We're getting a bit worried that we're not going to raise enough money to cover ourselves for PPE and other things in the coming future. Not quite sure exactly how much PPE we have left. Nobody's really saying as such. We don't really know, but it's not long before we start running out. So we're trying to raise £10,000. So what I'll do is I'll share this page a second so you can actually see it, and then all I'll do is I'll put the link in, if that's all right, Terry.
Yeah. They're posted out in the peanuts.
Yeah, let me just find the right one. Can't see the one that I'm supposed to be shooting. Where is it? Whiteboard, what? Let me try that again. Share screen. Oh, here we go. Wasn't there before. So this is the page. As you can see, so far we've raised 3,500 or just over. Some of that was, as you can see further down here, there's some of them were from some people that did some specific fundraising for us. But we need to raise this amount. That's really going to be the minimum that we would need to keep us going for the foreseeable future. So that's what we really need to do. Now, any help or anything you can donate will be greatly received, as in how much it is. If you can't donate, completely understand. It's absolutely fine. If you wouldn't mind sharing this link perhaps on your social media, on Facebook, on Twitter, even, I don't know, perhaps put it on a YouTube chat or something like that. Maybe if you can do that, that would be really, really grateful, because we're it's getting to the point where it's getting quite serious now. And then if we do have to stop, there's another impact, of course, is the financial situation. Yeah, okay. How about that? No, it's still there. It's all over it. I'll stop sharing. That'll be really the easiest thing. Yeah, so if you can share on social media, all that kind of stuff, that'd be really, really great. Just wherever you can. As I was just about to say as well, not only if we have to stop that because we don't have the events that we always cover, we essentially got no income. So it's kind of dangerous situation for an organisation like us, and it's a well-known organisation that's been going for many years, including in my province in Northern Ireland, and really want to try and raise that and keep us going, hopefully over the next month or month or two. I'm not sure how long it'll last when we raise that money, but yeah, if you can help out, share the link, do whatever you need to do, or donate whatever you can afford, it will be really, really grateful. So that's what they're asking us to do at the moment, is to try and put out as much as possible. So that's all. Thank you very much for listening. Appreciate it. There's the link in the chat. Just put it in there now.
Thank you, Casual.
Thank you. Thanks, Terry.
Thanks,
Appreciate it.
Casual.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's been a long 8 hours, 7 hours actually. As Farmers was here, Peter, Sheepy, thanks Casual, and Pip. Who else was out? Dora, Kia, Anaceto, the new Crafty, that's a new peanut. Dora, Miro was here. Thanks guys, we'll catch you in a couple of days. Coffee and cake over in Discord. I left the link there for anyone that hasn't joined the Discord. I don't usually leave it on there, but should have grabbed it by now. Cut that. But if you grabbed that Discord link, I'll delete that one now. You missed out, let me know. So I'll catch you in a couple of days. Say goodnight, Peanuts.
Thanks. Night, Peanuts.
Night, Peanuts.